the premier online speed chess tournament. A knockout filled with tension, drama, quick tactics, and shocking moments.
Oh my gosh!
For the last 7 years and counting, the best blitz and bullet players in the world have flocked to Chess.com to prove their worth at this format. Excitement reigns every year with major upsets and intense battles. This year, 12 invitees and 4 qualifiers face off for the title. Dozens have tried, but only 2 have ever worn this crown.
Magnus makes it look easy.
Hikaru made over! He wins the Speed Chess Championship his 5th in a row.
Who will be this year's Blitz King? It's time to find out. Welcome to the 2023 Speed Chess Championship, presented by Coinbase.
Welcome back to the 2023 Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We are excited to welcome Coinbase as a presenting partner of the Speed Chess Championship. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me is my good friend, my co-commentator, Grandmaster Daniel Nardisky. Danya, we had an exciting doubleheader yesterday. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great, Robert. Got my sleep after the long day yesterday. Only a single match today, but what an incredible match it's going to be.
Oh, these two are going to throw their punches at one another. We had Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Magnus Carlsen win a day ago, but today it's all about Alireza Firouzja and Wesley So. Danya, how exciting is this matchup?
Not exciting at all, Robert. Two amateur players with very little experience. This doesn't promise to be a close match at all. Man, I don't envy the commentators who have to commentate this starting in 8 minutes. Just kidding, of course. It's Reza, it's Wesley. It's yet another battle between two different generations, two different approaches to the game, but both of these players so experienced, so consistent, and so precise.
They are phenomenal players, and they will not be looking past each other. But we have to look at the bracket. Let's start at the top, where Hikaru Nakamura entered as the #1 overall seed. He is the 5-time reigning Speed Chess champion. He took care of business against Yu Yang. Caruana and Abusatarov, they had a very close match where Fabi, he was able to get through to the next round. Nihal and Vachier-Lagrave, they won their opening matchup. So chalk talked on the upper half of the bracket, Danya, but down in the lower half, we haven't seen one of the round of 16 matches. That's Nepo against Arjun. But today, our attention will be focused on the quarterfinal matchup between Firouzja and Wesley So.
It will indeed. Definitely fewer blowouts in the second half of the bracket than in the top yesterday. Magnus Carlsen also took care of business with a 9-point victory over Vidit, but that was a closer match than one would think looking at it on paper. This match, I think, promises to be a close match on paper as well. I just don't see the difference in strength that would allow either of these players to score the kind of blowout victory that we've seen throughout the round of 16.
And somebody who probably would like a blowout, who wasn't so comfortable in his opening round match, was Alireza Firouzja, because against the former candidate Dmitry Andreikin, a stalwart in his own right, this was a close call. It was 13.5, 12.5 at the final mark. But Danya, 8 blunders by Firouzja. We know he cannot afford that against Wesley.
Uncharacteristically sloppy play against Andreikin. He was down in that match for the first half or so, and it really came down to the wire. Andreikin almost mounted a last-second comeback with a crazy final game that I had the pleasure of commentating. There is no question that Firouzja has to step up his game. If he plays the same way he did against Andreikin, Wesley So is not going to relinquish a lead if Alireza starts the match by committing a lot of blunders.
And in his opening round matchup, Wesley did not relinquish that lead. It was quite a heavy lead in his favor against Levon Aronian. The final score looks closer because in the bullet, Levon took some games. But as you see here, 8 brilliancies by Wesley So. Final score 15.5, 12.5. The accuracy was there. No surprise, right?
No surprise. I honestly think that both Wesley and Alireza are going to step up their game today. Wesley jumped out to the early lead. This was a bit of a wild match with some crazy topsy-turvy games. Then Levon lost, and I have a new portmanteau. Lavost lost a series of games after those initial series of draws, and Wesley never really looked back. There were some scary moments, but as you said, it was largely a wire-to-wire victory by Wesley. So, not so by Alireza Firouzja, who had to make a comeback against Andreykin. We'll see what kind of characteristic the match will take on today.
And in some ways, those first-round matchups where Andreykin leapt ahead of Alireza, Wesley did that to Levon, but didn't look back. And so I think you're right that Alireza cannot afford to see Wesley get out to an early lead. And let's dive right into the numbers, because we're thrilled to have Deloitte, a leader in their field, as an official partner for the Speed Chess Championship. Their dedication to excellence aligns perfectly with the ethos of chess and with the Chess.com mission to grow the game and sport of chess. Deloitte is the official data insights partner of the SEC. Let's dive into the Deloitte Game Analytics. And here we have them. Danya, you said different generations. The age, 29 for Wesley, 20 for Alireza, still so young, but no longer a teenager. Are you shocked at all by their head-to-head?
Well, I'm a little bit surprised at the bullet, but it's really important that their last meeting was far back in 2020. They haven't played much in recent years. They haven't played all that much overall. I'm not shocked by their blitz head-to-head. You know that they're very, very close in strength. I think Alireza might be a little bit better in the non-increment format, but with a 1 second increment, they should be very, very close in strength, Robert.
And that's an important characteristic here, because in the Bullet Chess Championship, Alireza did beat Magnus head-to-head, but that was 1 minute with no increment whatsoever. But let's dive into the second page of our analytics, because I think there are some huge numbers that tell an important story. We talked about the BCC. Look at Alireza's peak bullet rating. 3.521. No, that wasn't mistyped. Danya, that is a really large number.
It really is. I mean, if you got that number without context, you might think that's total number of games played, or, I don't know, total cups of coffee consumed in my life. You wouldn't think that it refers to a chess rating, and yet it does. Alireza, one of the best bullet players on the site, one of the fastest players on the site, and I think speed is going to be a major deciding factor in today's match. We're going to get a lot of time scrambles. You just know it, because both of these players are pretty big fans of making a lot of moves on their last couple seconds.
And it is the first Speed Chess Championship that Alireza plays not as a teenager. He is grown older, as we all do. But Alireza has not won an SEC match. His current run is his best. Wesley has been in the finals 3 different times. So, Danya, in that youth versus experience type of narrative, what do you make of that from Wesley's perspective?
Yeah, I mean, from Wesley's perspective, he's more experienced than people realize with online chess. He plays most of the Title Tuesdays. He's played a good amount of blitz and bullet. So he's only 29. I think chess fans and chess commentators sometimes have a tendency to overstate the case. It's basically a dinosaur who was around, when the T-Rexes were stomping the earth. No, Wesley is still a very young guy. He's still very, very fast. And as you like to point out, Robert, he's one of the most precise players on the planet. Statistically speaking, he makes very, very few inaccuracies and mistakes, even in the blitz and bullet time controls.
Well, someone else who has been very precise thus far has been Smarter Chess. Let's dive into the Smarter Chess predictions to see how this match shapes up. And wow, Wesley the favorite in 5+1 by a point. An even match in the 3+1 predicted, but in that bullet time control, Alireza a 2-point margin according to Smarter Chess, 14.5, 13.5, 55% to 45% win probability. Danya, do these numbers ring true to you?
Yeah, despite the fact that Wesley holds that 6-1 lead in their current bullet head-to-head, I have to agree that Firouzja is the favorite in light of his recent bullet performances in the 1+1 segment, which means that Wesley has to get off to that good start in 5+1. A 1-point lead would be good. A 2 or 3-point cushion, I think, would be even better for Wesley heading into the 3-minute portion.
I'm with you. Wesley wants to feel that comfort zone like he did against Levon Aronian. And the fans, well, I don't think they want to see Wesley win the match. Of course, many fans in Wesley's corner. But if you look at the predictions as people filled out their brackets, many more chose Alireza Firouzja to move on. And these are the community predictions here. 73% of you want Alireza Firouzja to win. Your brackets will have him circled moving into the semifinals. But Danya, 73%, 27%. I'm not surprised by that, because usually the seeds do the talking. But I think perhaps it will be a closer match than the community predicts.
I agree, man. The community really giving that vote of confidence to Alireza Firouzja. But it's incredibly evenly matched. This match is so unpredictable. Hopefully Alireza doesn't fall asleep during the start of that match as we take a look at Alireza and that Nice little snake plant behind him.
Yeah, he has a nice plant there. The vibes are in his corner. He is set. He looked at the window during his last match to regain his composure. And someone who's always composed is Wesley So, the Grandmaster who plays for the United States. He's won the U.S. Championship before. He's won pretty much every important event that he's played in. And so for Wesley, he is somebody who still strives for the ultimate title in chess. And he's been a Fisher Random world champion. So he has achieved so much in his still young career, as you put it.
Yeah, he's really the jack of all trades. Wesley is a completely universal player on the board. He's also a universal player when it comes to different variants and formats and time controls. He's just incredibly good. He's got such a solid foundation, and he's been around forever. Looks like he might be in a hotel room. So I'd be curious to know what he's doing there. Is he on a personal trip? Probably he is on a chess trip. That's a pretty safe bet when it comes to anybody over 2,700. A little smile there from Wesley.
Yes, Wesley smiling for now, but will he remain so happy when he plays against Alireza? Something that is talked about a lot, and I think that it should be discussed, is that Wesley So is so difficult to tilt. He's somebody that he just plays every single game. It feels like he's fresh. Alireza, on the other hand, I feel like he is the more tiltable of the two. And Dunny, we talked about Magnus with respect to Jan and Arjun. Would you say that's the case, that if Wesley gets out to an early lead, that could tilt Alireza?
100%. There's no question that Alireza is the more tiltable player. Wesley a little bit more level-headed as they kick off their first game. And that makes it even more important, I think, for Alireza to set a good tone. Start off better than you did against Andreykin and avoid the early blunders in the first couple of games, because that can really put a damper on your kind of feelings toward the match. As we have, let's see, a Najdorf, most probably in the first game.
Are you a bit surprised to see that from Wesley, who typically plays very solid repertoires? He grew up playing the French defense. He likes to play e4, e5 from the black side, but he's going for the Najdorf.
I am surprised. I was expecting e4, e5, a more solid beginning, but Wesley trying to deliver the opening salvo, and that's really admirable. We got an early Najdorf in the Magnus Vidit match as well, and then never had another Najdorf the whole rest of the match. So it's always hard to predict, what the players are planning in terms of the openings. Some players, they repeat the same openings throughout the match. Others, they keep varying based on how the opening lands based on the opponent. As we see a poison pawn variation, but that pawn cannot be captured because of knight to a4. a3 is one of the most reputable sidelines to the main queen d2.
Isn't it funny that the poison pawn variation is one where you can capture it? Like, normally if something's poisoned, you shouldn't be doing that. But in the poison pawn, you get away with it. But why isn't this called the poison pawn? As we just want to show very quickly that queen takes b2, and this is the whole point of putting the pawn on a3, is it takes away both the a3 and b4 squares, so the white knight goes out to a4 and traps the queen in its place.
Indeed, can't capture the knight because that's defended, the rook's defended, and all of the squares are defended. That's a great point. I think the person who named the poison pawn must have been biased against the Najdorf. He already evaluated the line before he even knew what was going on. So knight c6, and the knight now drops back to b3. White not engaging in the center, and Wesley continues with his development. I mean, as far as Najdorf positions come, this is relatively on the more positional side, but of course it could get tactical any second if the sides castle in opposite directions.
And that knight on b3 helps shield the white king once it goes to the queen side, but it doesn't help strike in the center. e4 to e5 would be a great idea for white, but black has two pieces covering it, and when that queen eventually slides back to c7, make that three pieces covering the e5 square. It's very difficult to see that happen, and black will slide that queen back, maybe play b5 in the future. So Danya, opposite side castling is always fun for us as commentators, but for the players, it means there's a lot to work through.
There most definitely is, and the first step for black is to figure out whether he's castling kingside or keeping his king in the center. For white, who's got a bigger chunk of the center and more weaknesses in the center, I think it's less feasible to keep the king there for an extended period of time. But for black, he's got this pawn cocoon, the Scheveningen structure with the pawns on d6 and e6 that are very, very hard to break down. And that is why you often see black keeping the king in the center, either for a long bit of the middle game or sometimes even for the entire game.
Right, because the king isn't actually unsafe in the center if white can't get to it. But this move h6, suddenly Alireza has paused bishop h4, my question is, will black strike with g5? That is a thematic decision, but it's one that really creates a mess of things as black gives up a pawn in some of these lines, but white loses control of key central squares.
Great eye by you. And that is one of those ideas that any self-respecting Najdorf player has to learn. I actually think it's the reason why Alireza ended up taking on f6. So that ship has sailed. We saw a similar position in that Carlsen-Vidit game. I think the second game of their match. Optically, it looks like black is better. He's got the bishop pair. He's got a beautiful bishop sitting on f6 and aiming at the knight on c3. But when you run these types of positions through the engine, you sometimes see that white has this idea of running his kingside pawns up g4, h4, and g5, and that can be a very powerful pawn storm that can be hard to deal with.
And the queen on f3 is so important because it defends that rook on h1. If that queen were on d2 and the knight on c3, as you're pointing out, then this is a slower path for white. You wouldn't be able to play h4 and g5 so quickly because that rook would be loose back in the corner. So that queen is doing it all. And that rook on d1 is keeping the queen on c7 honest. There are no knight a5 type of ideas for black to try to trade off some pieces because d6 will be loose.
Great insights. Black can also try to meet fire with fire here with the aforementioned g5. But g5 oftentimes runs into this classic idea. White plays e5, d takes e5, and then sticks a knight on the square that was vacated by the pawn. And with the bishop on f6, having lost the support of the g-pawn, white develops a major initiative. So I think black has no choice but to ignore the possibility of g5 and maybe even castle queenside. That seems to be what what Wesley is indicating with his last move. I actually think he's a lot likelier to go queenside than kingside at this point. But instead we see him play the prophylactic g6, trying to keep the bishop on the long diagonal.
And his bishop stays in touch with the rook in the corner, and that square is even more important than the piece, because if white had played g5, black would have been able to take on g5 and take on c3, shattering white's pawn structure. That's actually a pretty important line, Danya, the fact that the rook on h8 would be defended by the bishop on c3.
That's a great line there, and that is the reason why Alireza resisted the temptation, keeping his pawn on g4 for now. Instead, beautiful maneuvering chess. I love what he's doing with rook h3, connecting the rook to the knight, dropping the queen back. But the second idea, I think, is to double the rooks on the d-file. And we continue seeing a lot of parallels between the Carlsen-Vidit game, where Vidit also went after a direct attack on the d6 pawn. I think we will see rook h to d3. And, of course, now g5 is once again a very likely possibility.
And we briefly saw a question mark on rook to d8, which probably means that castle's queenside was the engine's first choice. But from a human perspective, that is so risky, especially with the queen on f2 and knight coming to a4. If that king had actually been on c8, we could have seen some dark square control from white. But as it stands, that king is perfectly happy in the center. It can castle kingside. Now that the rook left h3 and went towards the center, castling kingside is much more likely.
It's much more likely, and it's harder for white to shatter black's kingside because of the placement of these pawns. G5 can always be met with h5, and black can kind of maintain that pawn shell on the kingside. Instead, we see Alireza playing on the other side of the board, knight to a4. And is he going to sink his teeth into the b6 square? Yes, but with the queen, trying to get the queens off the board and soften black's control over the d6 pawn. Obviously, Robert, this could backfire because the knight on b6 is going to be temporarily stranded, but it's going to be very hard for black to actually attack that knight.
Love the move queen b6, though. I was thinking knight b6 and wondering if that knight did, in fact, get stranded. But this loosens up the d6 pawn, as you mentioned. Wesley, he's thinking here. He's not automatically going to trade queens, but his queen is under direct threat. So how do you defend if you don't take on b6? You play like rook d7, but that loses touch with the d6 pawn as well. These positions, they can fall apart in a hurry.
Absolutely. I mean, queen b6, knight b6, there is no good way to defend the d6 pawn. Of course, you could drop your bishop back to f8, but how ugly is that? You're also allowing moves like rook c3 there. Ooh. But I was going to say, the only accurate move in this position, he's played it, and it's queen to b7. And now that reinforces the attack on the knight because the queen is now protected. And if Alireza trades on b7, which he basically has to, black gets a much better version of that endgame with the bishop already deployed on a good square.
I love moves like that, right? The queen trade was offered, and if this were over the board, someone pick up the queen and move it slightly, and instead of going to capture the queen, just in front of it. And now white's hand is forced. So he's thinking, is Alireza, is there a move besides queen takes b7? His knight on a4 is under attack.
there's the crazy knight b to c5 when the knight is clearly untouchable because of checkmate on d8. But after knight bc5, black trades queens on b6 first. And because the knight makes contact with the bishop, I don't think that white loses material directly. I think this is precisely what Alireza is trying to puzzle out. It doesn't seem to work according to the computer. It took him about 30 seconds to figure it out. And he does follow up on his main idea. The knight now parks itself on b6. And now Wesley's got to figure out a way to either defend the pawn on d6 or generate counterplay on the other side of the board to distract Alireza.
Well, now that you mentioned that, first I was to say bishop f8 or king e7, but g5 comes to mind as an idea for black because you said distract. If the h file were to open up, well, what's happening here? Rook d7 check if you take on e5, so that's a great move. All of a sudden, Alireza has positional dominance.
That was overlooked by Wesley, I think, as evidenced by his delayed reaction to that move. He has to close the center with d5, but now white is all over him on the queen side. I'm still a little bit worried about Alireza's knight, but this knight is completely unattackable, and Firouzja can continue to accumulate the initiative by sliding the rook over to c3. Wesley kind of hanging by a thread here. Knight takes b7 will be met with rook takes d7. And you called it, Robert. You've got to be very careful not to allow g5 if you're Alireza.
And look at that move, knight f6. The bishop slides back because it was under attack. It was loose on b7. And now white can play g5 and keep that knight cemented on the f6 square. That feels really uncomfortable for black. I wouldn't love opening the h-file if I'm thinking about this from Alireza's perspective. But that knight on f6, that is a beast.
Yeah, can play g5, should play g5, and he did play g5. And Wesley exploiting his only asset, attacking f4. It's sacrificed by Firouzja. Rook takes f4. He wants knight to d3. No, but that doesn't work because of rook c4. And I think Alireza might have overlooked that detail. He's got to go for knight takes c6. And things get completely crazy in the first game.
Yeah, this is wild. And look at Wesley. What I love about top players, and look at this. King takes knight on e6. That is unbelievable. He could have just taken with his bishop. He's walking his king into the middle. This is king of the hill win for black. It also might be a chess win for black.
He has no fear because that king cannot be cornered. White has insufficient material to mate the king. Now you can simplify by removing this knight from the board, maybe bringing the other bishop out to e6, and black is likely to win a second pawn on the king side. That would end up in a technically winning position for Wesley. Instead, though, he brings his rook to f2, 1 second for Firouzja as he continues to chase the king around the board.
Wow, but now it's winning for black. The king is, if it goes to h6, it gets mated with rook h1. He goes up to h4.
And g3. And now the king is completely safe, and Wesley's winning material. It's over.
Yeah, he stole that knight.
And rook g2.
Rook g2. What a find by Wesley. This is one of the coolest opening games we've seen in the Speed Chess Championship.
And now it's a technically winning position. A little bit of work is still required for Wesley, who's got 7 seconds on the clock. He's got to work his king out of the checking zone of white's rook. Now he's got to unpin his bishop, and he loses a pawn. Wait a second.
That's a really important pawn, because now how do you actually attack white's remaining 3 over there? The white king will just sit on either... Oh, he went c3. He wants to trade it, but the engine didn't love it.
No, but now he's going to simplify on d4, and he's going to try to set up some sort of a fortress. I think with only 8 seconds, Wesley doesn't have the time to figure out the optimal winning setup here. I don't even know if it's winning. I actually think it's a draw. I think it's just a fortress. There's no progress to be made here.
And white's moves are so easy. King b1, king a2, king b1, king a2. At some point, you have to take with a b4 script like king a4, and this is what's happening right now. But the king can't stay on a4 forever.
Well, if you're Wesley, I think you have to try to play b4 at some point. And it's not even a fact that when you do, that you're going to be able to win white's last remaining pawn. But I feel like that's black's only attempt. If you can get rook and bishop versus rook, you can milk that out for another 50 moves and hope for a mistake.
And this is one of those games where if it is in fact going to be a draw, Alireza earned it by staying afloat, by making that king run from the king side back to the queen side and stealing a pawn at a critical moment. So how easy is this draw? Because I honestly think that white just shuffles the rook back and forth, and there's very little black can do.
The only thing white should avoid is trading rooks, because unless you can guarantee that you can liquidate black's last remaining pawn. But that's very, very hard to do, because anytime white plays b3 and a4, black just plays b4. Alireza doing the right thing by keeping his rook in the vicinity of the 3rd rank.
And Wesley takes away the king's square, but the rook just goes back and forth, back and forth.
Oh, rook e3! He's forced to trade.
Oh my gosh.
He's going to win.
What a recognition by Wesley. He tricked him. He set that up from a distance.
He lulled him to sleep. Alireza kept going, rook b3, rook a3, rook b3. He had already reached the conclusion that Wesley didn't see a single way to make progress. It's precisely at the moment when he switched off his brain that Wesley set up that forced rook trade. Unbelievable. He wins it in the last second, literally.
That was unreal. And from Wesley So, I really felt like he was earning a victory throughout that game. The way he took on e6 with his king, marched it out into the open, stole a piece, and then still played on. Wesley, that was unbelievable stuff. But for Alireza, you have to get over it. That was a bitter defeat in that game. But now in game two, it's a whole new position, a whole new set of circumstances.
Yeah, what a game. That game had so many different stages, and absolutely no shame in losing a game like that if you're Firouzja. You fought to the last drop of blood, and right now they have a very topical line in the Caro-Kann where White's last move pins this knight on e5. Obviously, you do not want to go bishop d6 and blunder the knight to f4. As far as I remember, there is a very enterprising pawn sacrifice with this move, knight to e4. The other possibility is queen e7. That's the more straightforward move in order to unpin the knight. But after bishop to b5 check there, I think White might hold a very minuscule edge.
And when we're talking about specific players, I think Wesley would have preferred to see queen e7 because he loves these tiny advantages. He's one of the most precise players in chess history. Knight e4 at least makes things messier, and that's more Firouzja style.
It really is. And I also think this is objectively sound for Black. White can now take twice on e4 and reinforce the pin. But already in that situation, Black can bring the bishop out and defend the knight. I'll show this if we could pull up an analysis board real fast as Wesley puzzles out these complications. What happens after bishop d6 is that White lacks development. And even though f4 looks like it wins a piece, it actually allows this incredibly nasty check on h4. What does this check do? Well, this check counterpins the f-pawn so that after the king moves, Black can unpin the knight by castling kingside, then drop the knight back to g6. And obviously White's position is completely in shambles. After bishop d6, I'm pretty sure that the main line is knight f3, but now Black can castle once again. And again, using some simple tactics in order to ensure the safety of whatever piece lands on e5 you cannot take because of rook e8. Wesley, having calculated these lines, decides on a more relaxed approach with bishop b5 check.
This seems like a very Wesley position. He is playing against the IQP, the isolated queen pawn. That variation that you just showed was really something and an important line to remember because you can't just go material grabbing without development from White's side. So bishop b5 check, Black plays bishop to d7. I think that White can even play knight f3 now because I don't think Black can take the knight on f3 as g takes f3 wins a piece.
Oh, that's really lovely because bishop takes b5 runs into queen takes b5 with check. And then you do lose the knight on e4.
And he plays it. And this just looks good to my eyes for White. So Black probably just has to complete development, but you do need to watch out for this f3 idea that even if the knights trade, is Black in danger of losing a piece at some moment?
Yeah, Black can actually take on b5 and then meet queen takes b5 with queen to d7. And that engineers a very likely queen trade. Now, in general, when you're fighting against an isolated queen pawn, queen trades will be, in this case, in White's favor because you can much more easily pile up on the pawn without having to worry about having to secure your king side against Black's active pieces. So that's not the most desirable option against someone like Wesley. So Firouzja has to be very careful, as you hinted at a little bit earlier, Robert, going into positions that are up Wesley's alley.
In this position, it's like for White, you castle, you put a rook on d1, bishop on e3, bring your knight from b1 out to d2. There's this long-term nagging advantage for White. And back in the day when Capablanca was playing, he would have salivated over this type of position because when you have an isolated pawn, you need to use the open files in the adjacent lines, the C and the E file, but Black's king is still in the center. The D pawn does feel a bit tender. There is actually no defender of that pawn just yet. So I feel like for Wesley, as soon as he gets his king to safety, he's going to try to pile up pressure on that pawn.
And from Firouzja's perspective, what do the textbooks recommend when you possess an isolated queen pawn? Well, it's to maximize the activity of your pieces in order to make it as difficult for your opponent as possible to focus his efforts on surrounding and ultimately winning that pawn. That means if you have a bishop, bring it out to the square where it causes maximum angst. And I think that square is c5, not only because you're pressuring f2, but you're also directly preventing the move rook to d1. Now, obviously, white can play bishop e3, but if he plays bishop e3 too early, well, maybe black can play bishop takes e3, and then you can't recapture with the queen, or black can just castle and keep the tension. But that's exactly what we're seeing. We're going to see a trade on e3, a trade on d7, and Firouzja is probably going to follow up by putting a rook on e8 and trying to play against that queen on e3.
Yeah, the queen is misplaced out in the open like this. That queen belongs on a square like b3. But as you're indicating, the knight coming into f4 is something that is going to be worrisome. And now that we have a trade on e4, if black just takes with the pawn, fixing the structure, don't see why black would be worse.
No, black is definitely not worse after d takes e4. Probably not that much worse after rook takes e4 either, but if you have a chance to eradicate the isolated queen pawn, especially if you can do it with tempo, then why not? Wesley establishes, it's still a nice knight on d4, even if it has no pawn to blockade, but look at Firouzja starting to advance. His pawn failings on the king side, f4, is a very, very nasty threat because it could be followed up by the shattering move f3.
And speaking of shattering moves, even if white tries to stop that, I would say with g3, there could have been f4 nonetheless, but he goes f4 himself, saying you can't do that with my pawn in the way. And look at the rerouting of the knight from e7 up to d5 at the right moment. f4 will be a bit tender. And also that e3 square, that queen will always need to keep an eye out on it. Otherwise, that knight will be jumping around.
And the queen jumps back to e2, a much safer, more invulnerable square than e3. Firouzja brings his other rook into the center. Looks like if anybody's playing for a small edge, it might be black here.
Yeah, this turned around so quickly. There was that weakness on d5. Now there's a strength on e4. It is a protected passed pawn. And that move, it earned a question mark. I think that for black, you got to get out of this pin. That's clear. Queen c7 has a double attack. The f4 pawn directly and queen b6 check will be a nuisance with the b2 pawn being loose. And actually, after queen c7, how are you planning to defend this pawn on f4? Because I don't believe you could do so with your queen, as queen to f2 walks right into pawn to e3.
Oh, that's a great point. e3 is such a nasty idea. And just to follow up on your great point about the pawn on e4 being black's greatest strength, that is the very same pawn, which just a couple of moves ago was sitting isolated on d5. But rather than going to c7, Firouzja goes the other direction. Queen f7, that must be a relief for Wesley. Queen c7 would have posed a very, very nasty challenge to the f4 pawn. It might have forced the weakening move g3. Now Wesley gets tempo, and he uses this tempo to prepare a doubling on the d file, and ultimately preparing to highlight that the knight on d5, although it looks nice, it doesn't have the support of any pawns, so it's not truly stable.
And now white gets the coordination, much desired coordination. Rook f to d1. You take over this d file. Trades. Oh, actually, a2 is hanging. I completely missed that.
Yeah, I didn't see that either.
Okay, so queen takes a2. Now b7 is hanging, so that doesn't make it very clear. Wow, I really didn't look at the a2 pawn, but now that I have, Firouzja's queen f7 makes much more sense.
I'm not really known for my ability to spot attacks on corner pawns. They don't really matter all that much anyway. I'm kidding, of course. At this level, they do. Knight e3, and now it's the f5 pawn that's under fire. But rook d3 using some great tactics to defend that pawn. Knight takes f5, runs into rook to d5. And it's so important that the classic tactic with queen takes d5 and knight e7 doesn't work, because that square is guarded by black's knight.
Such good awareness from Firouzja, because he plays g6 now. He wins connect 4. That pawn chain is beautiful from h7 to e4. And that rook on e1 is very passive. So that rook couldn't even trade off for the black rook. Look at the domination. The rook on d3 is clearly better than its counterpart. The white queen is the only reason that this game isn't even more in black's favor.
And queen d7 turns the game further into black's favor, doubling heavy pieces on the d file, establishing a central presence with black's queen. Very hard for Wesley to find a source of activity. He's doing his best. What a brazen move as he advances his pawn to g4, throwing caution to the wind and trying to disrupt this connect 4 pawn chain. Firouzja calmly drops his knight back. He says, I don't mind a queen trade, because in the ensuing endgame, I'll have that connected passer and I'll have a more active rook.
This looks great for black. Look at this carpet rolled out to e6. King f7, king e6, f5 will be defended then. The black king is ready for the endgame. So for Wesley, the big question is, can he trade rooks? Does that help him? Because king and pawn endgames are very similar to king and knight endgames with the pawns remaining. And it looks like if we get into a king and pawn endgame, white could be in huge trouble.
Most king and pawn endgames should be lost because of the presence of this. Earlier I said connected. I meant to say protected pass pawn on e4, which completely immobilizes white's king in any pawn endgame. Now, the black rook could swing back toward d3. That seems to be a really good parking spot. And the problem for white is actually that this f4 pawn is a lot weaker than it appears, because anytime white's knight moves away from e3, the black knight is going to sink its teeth into d5, and you might end up losing your entire king side, which is why I would start with rook d3 and then consider the move knight d5. And that's exactly what Firouzja is doing. And there's our answer. Wesley doesn't mind a rook trade, but he will have to refrain from the knight trade in the event of knight d5, I think.
There's a huge problem here. And he goes knight to d5. But if we can bring him an analysis board very quickly, I think that Wesley had something instead of knight d5. I was wondering if he could have taken on g4. Because if you take with the pawn on g4, which is what you want to do, black plays h5, and suddenly there's an outside pass pawn and a central pass pawn that you have to deal with. And you see the Eva bar all the way down, that black would have actually been winning in a situation like this. So I think Wesley, he is fortunate to be in the current position, as the engines seem to say that if we get to the live board, Danya, that suddenly white is actually doing perfectly fine.
And it's a drawn pawn endgame. Wesley actually went for that pawn endgame and decided that black has no way to break through. Firouzja is trying his best, but look at Wesley giving away his c-pawn in order to capture the e-pawn, and now both sides are at a standstill. A great save there by Wesley, who was in dire straits for a couple of moves there toward the end, but Alireza wasn't able to bring the hammer down, and Wesley keeps his 1-point lead in the early going of this match.
And Wesley was able to save the game, and it wasn't that much worse for him. But in game one, Alireza, who came so close yet so far, that's what they say. So for Alireza, still early. He has the white pieces now. We have this Italian game set up. And Danya, should we note that Wesley switched away from the Sicilian? Do you think there's any specific reason, or is he kind of playing dodgeball?
He might be playing dodgeball. So the question is always, was this part of your pre-match agenda? Did you come in planning to switch openings, or did you not like something about how Alireza responded to the Najdorf? Maybe he wasn't entirely expecting the bishop g5 line from Firouzja. It could be a lot of different things. He could also be testing the waters. He could be telling himself, I'm going to try 3 or 4 different systems, and I'm going to choose the one that works best as we go into the 3 and the 1 minute portion, where getting a comfortable position out of the opening becomes even more important.
And speaking of comfortable positions, look at this. Not a single pawn has been traded. There's no tension between pawns, but knight to d5. So Alireza throws that knight forward. Please take me with your knight. That way I get that little baby fork with my pawn hitting both your knight and bishop. And so that won't happen. And if bishop takes d5, white is able to play e takes d5. And very importantly, that pawn on a3 takes away that b4 square. So that d5 pawn, it's doubled. It may seem like a weakness. It's not easy for black to get to.
That's a great point. And the same concept comes in where the knight can't drop back to e7 because there's a bishop there. Otherwise, once again, white would have lost the d5 pawn by force. And so Wesley has to essentially live with that knight for the foreseeable future. How is he going to work around it? Well, probably he's going to play bishop f8, and then he actually will have the positional threat of bishop takes d5 and knight e7. So eventually Firouzja has to decide what he's doing with this knight. This might be his last opportunity to secure the bishop pair if he wants it. Instead, he focuses on queenside expansion with b4. And once again, what is he going to do with this knight?
That's a really good question. And a lot of us would say, wait, don't you guys talk about the bishop pair being an advantage? This is a closed position. So taking that bishop on e7, that wouldn't lead to much of anything, because in closed positions, knights, they can see over pieces. Bishops, they stare into them. So I think that was a good call by Alireza to leave that dark square bishop. Where is that bishop on f8 going? It has all of its own pawns in the way.
Yeah, but that move, because it permitted the knight to drop back to e7, it effectuated a trade of 2 minor pieces, much to black's relief. So Wesley does a great job of disarming that knight on d5. And Firouzja continues his campaign of queenside and central expansion. The pawn comes up to c4, which does create a medium-sized weakness on d4, but that square is very well protected by white's remaining minor pieces. You could bring the bishop up to b2 or e3. Connected, protected. I don't know the difference between words in the English language anymore.
I think that they both work. And here you see the bishop on g7 for black. Is Wesley going to strike with f5? That's one of the big questions in this position. That's playing in the King's Indian style. but is it maybe biting off more than you can chew? He first has to deal with his knight. I think that knight has a tough choice, actually, and he goes to e7. But where to from there? That's why I didn't like that square.
Yeah, as one Robert Hess would point out, the pawn and the knight, they're on the same file, and there's 2 squares between them. Never a good sign for a knight that wants an active future. That is why I would have preferred to drop the knight back to d8. Looks like an even more passive square at first, until you realize that the queen could then drop back, and the knight could find a beautiful home on e6, where it controls these key dark squares in the center and on the king side. So knight e7 might be a slight positional inaccuracy, but if Wesley follows it up with f5 and manages to run this pawn down to f4, later on, he might be able to play g5 and deploy the knight to g6. I think that's exactly what he's trying to do, and I'm curious what Firouzja will come up with in response to this idea.
I'm almost surprised that Wesley's on the black side of this position. If
Yeah.
you showed me this, I would say, oh, Wesley's going to play a positional masterpiece from the white side. He is going to expand on the queen side, as Alireza just did with a4. And at the right moment, white will think about playing c5. But if white plays c5, black has d5, and we need to calculate what happens with that pawn, I would say pawn push through. That black is not going to open up files, at least not for that rook on c1. So we see a4 played first. I think black can consider at any moment a6, Danya, to open up that rook on a8. But again, after a6, will white leave the pawn there? Will white play b6? These aren't always easy questions to answer.
They're very difficult questions. And if I saw these moves in isolation, right, c4, b5, a4, and from black side, f5, and quite possibly f4 and g5, you would think that this is actually a King's Indian. You also have a fianchettoed bishop on g7. So it's amazing in how many ways this position resembles a King's Indian struggle, with white attacking on the queen side and black on the king side. And there's the answer to your question, Robert. Wesley meets Alireza at the top with a6. He did not want Reza to push a6 and weaken some of these light squares on the queen side.
But what a good response from Firouzja. Bishop d2 protects the a5 pawn, and white wants black to take on b5 for 2 very important reasons. After a b5, c b5, the rook on c1 hits c7, but also white will have access to an outside passed pawn. So that's why Wesley's saying, I'm not going to budge. I will bring my rook to f8. I'm getting that King's Indian attack ready. But know what else the bishop is doing on d2? It's not in the rook's path from e1, so there could be some tactics on the e-file at the right moment.
To me, that further raises the appeal of playing the move f5, f4, because you are depriving white of the opportunity to take on f5 and maybe follow up with something like d4. I don't think that's a dangerous idea, because d4 could always be met with the obvious e4. But it's curious to me that Wesley is delaying the move f5, f4. He might even want to play g5 with the pawn still on f5. What do you make of his decision to keep the tension on the king side? Is he maybe trying to double rooks on the f-file?
He could. And I think that's why Alireza took an a6. But I usually trust Wesley's instincts in these positions. I was looking at d4 for white at the right moment because of the rook staring through the e-file towards the queen. But look at Firouzja. He says now is the right time for c5. And if black plays d5, which we're just seeing, queen b3 perhaps? And there are pins in all directions.
Pins and x-rays. Queen b3 is a lovely move to immobilize the d5 pawn. Of course, you could play e takes d5, but then you're creating an accessible weakness on d3. You're also potentially allowing black to unpin his queen and then park the knight from e7 to c6. That looks like a pretty ideal setup for white, for black that is, and white will be saddled with a bunch of weak isolated pawns on the queen side. So it's all well and good that Alireza engineered this queenside pressure, but he's kind of left with a bunch of long-term weaknesses. And so he has to continue playing for the initiative in order to counterbalance that. What a move.
I love that move, because if the knight takes, you've opened up the c-file, so the white queen go to a4, rook takes c7 to follow, and suddenly it's the black king that's the one in some danger. And if you don't take that pawn on c6, now you've prevented black from playing c6 himself, so the d5 pawn is a target, and now that's up at d4, as you point out, and Alireza played bishop b4. Let's try to get good knight for white against the questionable bishop on g7.
Now, if you could reposition this knight, if knights move diagonally and you dropped it onto d5, white would be positionally winning. The problem is that this knight on f3 has no easy path to get to any of the squares that it wants to go to. And another excellent defensive move by Wesley, a counter-attacking move, sticking the rook on an outpost, attacking a5. And it actually seems to me that black is better, because he's got the protected passer on d4. He's got the rook on f8 staring down the knight. And again, white is saddled with these weaknesses on the queen side, let alone the fact that Alireza is down to 20 seconds and Wesley has managed his time excellently.
And such a fantastic series of moves from Wesley. He has gotten rid of all of his problems. He just stole a pawn on a5. Now he brings rook to well, not now. I mean, rook a3 runs into rook takes c7. But they're looking at this a6 pawn. It might be the little pawn that could and get to the other side.
And rook c5 would be a way to circumvent the tactical problems with rook a3. Of course, there you would be giving up the a6 pawn. And he does play rook a3. So I'm sure he sees rook takes c7. I'm curious, does he want to play queen d6 there? Then white goes rook to d7. You get some crazy tactical struggle. No, he just takes on c7 and takes on c6. That's simple, that's strong, and it's very, very hard to play against. And queen c3, I think, is going to force a favorable queen trade and a winning endgame.
Oof, and that's easy to miss if you're Firouzja, especially when you don't have time. But the rook on f8 was loose. Queen c3 forces the queens off, and that is a protected pass pawn. Protected by what, you may say? That bishop on g7, that if the knight moves to, say, d3, can go into the d4 square, and then it's going to be difficult for white to deal with this. This looks c2 now? And then
c2.
Rook, but c2, rook c1, rook b8, right? That's it?
Knight d2 in that position, I guess, holds on. But no, bishop c3. Yep. And that's exactly what we're going to see. The problem with these positions is that your back rank kills you. Your rook can't move past the first rank. There's no way that you use the measly resources at your disposal to both stop the pawn and prevent black's rook from getting to b1 or to d1. Wesley just going to take a little bit of time here. He always does this, Robert. He's so methodical. He's going to calculate everything out to its completion before going down a particular line.
And he brings his rook to d8, and that should be that.
Bishop b2.
But that pawn is getting very far. So bishop b2, that way you can promote the pawn with the help of your bishop rather than the rook, so the rook can slide to e8 after the pawn goes to e7. Good recognition by you and by Wesley. Another very precise game from Wesley So.
The one thing to avoid here is the tempting rook d1, because there white actually does go e7. Okay, bishop f6 also wins because rook d1 is now unstoppable, and the bishop will give itself up for the pawn. What a game. Surgical precision there. Wesley with the black pieces in an Italian, an opening that he knows so well with both colors.
How do people beat Wesley So? How does that ever happen?
I'm wondering the same thing. Maybe it's by playing the King's Indian.
That's a good try, and Hikaru Nakamura has a very famous victory over Wesley So in the black side of the King's Indian. But in all seriousness, Wesley, he's so accurate. He doesn't take huge risks. He's very hard to tilt, as we talked about. It just seems like it's borderline impossible to beat him unless you're on your A+ game, which Alireza has not shown just yet today.
But the Wesley So that we saw show up these last couple of games is the Wesley So that I remember in the Chess.com Global Championship. He, I think, didn't lose a single game, I want to say, that entire finals in Toronto. And it wasn't like he was playing topsy-turvy games and he was getting lucky. He was holding absolutely everybody, including Hikaru, at arm's length. He wasn't even close to losing a game at that tournament. And I'm starting to see that boa constrictor Wesley show up today. Of course, it's still very, very early in the match. Let's see if Alireza can create counter chances in this sharp King's Indian position, which is really up Alireza's alley. I like this opening choice.
And one of your favorite openings, the knight goes out to h5. It wants to hop into f4. And Wesley reacts by stopping knight f4, but creating weaknesses in front of his own king. That bishop on c8 can slide out to h3. But I wouldn't go for that. I think it's a mistake that newer players make, Danya, where they're so tempted by a square that they now control. They want to attack a rook, but the rook wants to be on e1 anyway. So playing bishop h3 can only help white.
I agree completely. Bishop h3, rook e1, and that bishop is neither here nor there. The typical attacking motif in combination with knight h5 is to bring the queen out to g5. Well, what does that do? You might think, well, you're not really trying to sack the knight on g3, and you're not. The idea of queen g5 can actually be to prepare knight h5 to f4 because the g-pawn is pinned against the king. So I like queen g5. Do you see any other moves that might appeal to Alireza here?
I think bishop h3 is tempting. I'm not a huge fan of it unless it leads to somewhere concrete. So, yeah, I'm out of options. Queen g5 does look very, very strong, but what is he worried about? Do you think he sees queen g5, thinks that white will maybe go knight b5?
Knight
b5.
d4
to b5? And then there's a fork on c7.
I think that's what he's worried about. Yeah, knight c7 and the d5 pawn is hanging. So in that position, you already have to start calculating knight f4 very concretely. Knight f4 also could run into h4. So things get incredibly messy. And if black doesn't capitalize on his attacking opportunities, as so often happens at the King's Indian, you're in trouble on the other side of the board. So the margin of error is very, very thin.
And Alireza down a minute and a half. It's been like this all of the 5+1 thus far. Wesley gets a huge lead in the clock. Alireza, he finds good moves, he fights, but when he gets into that kind of time trouble against Wesley's accuracy, it's not been going well for him.
Okay, bishop h3 is on the board, but your point is well taken, Robert. He didn't make this move in 5 seconds, which means he is aware of the deficiencies of dragging the rook to a square it wants to go to anyway. I'm very curious how he's going to follow up. I'm still partial to the move queen g5, and maybe the idea of bishop h3 was to make sure that the rooks are connected so that he could bring the a rook over to d8 if the necessity arose, just kind of reinforcing the d5 pawn. And in the event of knight b5, rook d8 would take the sting out of a knight jump to c7.
So that makes perfect sense. And he goes for queen to g5. I like that decision by Alireza. And now after knight to b5, as you mentioned, the rook can just slide to d8. Knight f4 is coming. The one downside of your bishop being on h3 is that your knight can't get to h3, because after knight f4, you might want to hop in with that check. But this is a complicated game, and Wesley and Alireza both will take their time.
And this is exactly the kind of position that you want if you're Firouzja. You don't really want to have it 2 minutes down on the clock. And we do see knight b5 on the board. And now a big moment for Firouzja. Rook a d8 might be the direct idea of bringing the bishop to h3, but it's definitely not the only move. You could shove this pawn down to d4 and try to open up the d file and only then put the rook on d8. Of course, d4 runs into knight e4. Knight f4 is very much possible. It's a move that has to be calculated. I'm not going to pretend like I know what's going on after knight c7, and maybe neither do the players. This is a position where in a blitz game, you make a lot of your decisions intuitively.
Such a difficult moment here for Wesley and for Alireza, because black playing d4, as you said, gives the access to the e4 square for that white knight. So at first glance, that looks like something you don't want to do. But rook a to d8, then the knight sits on d6 in front of it anyway. d5 is loose. b7 is under attack. The rook on e8 is threatened. It does feel like white could seize the momentum of these next couple moves, and I'm very worried, Danya, about Alireza's clock.
I mean, in a classical game, I could totally conceive of spending 20 or 25 minutes in this position alone, weighing the different candidate options. Again, if you sacrifice something and the attack doesn't work out, you lose the game, right? That is the price you pay for playing an opening like the King's Indian, as Alireza drops now to a minute on the clock. And those 3 extra minutes that Wesley has garnered with his rapid play is, I think, going to come in very handy over the next couple of moves.
Well, you said rapid play. It just reminded me that these two did just face off in the Champions Chess Tour. And Alireza won their match 2.5, 1.5. So revenge might be on Wesley's mind. And we mentioned this earlier, but just to reiterate the point, that before that rapid match against one another, the last time they played online was in 2020. So they have not played each other much online over the years. But right now, Wesley's in the driver's seat. Alireza's not moving. He's under 30 seconds, Danya.
Incredible. 24 seconds as he plays bishop to e5. That is not a move which we mentioned. The idea, though, very clear. He's trying to circumscribe the activity of the knight. He's preventing knight c7, but he is offering up the d5 pawn. Wesley has to figure out whether he's taking it, and if so, with what piece. My instinct would be to take it with the queen. Knight takes d5 does run into rook a d8, and white is experiencing major problems in the center. But such a typical Wesley move. He doesn't engage, and he tries to set up the potential idea of f4. Although, Robert, f4 immediately is not a threat, because black can simply capture on f4, and there you're actually benefiting, finally, from bringing your bishop out to h3.
Look at Alireza's clock. I mean, he needs to make a move. He's down under 10 seconds. He plays rook a to d8. So king h1 is one of those moves that you can get away with when your opponent is down 3.5 minutes. The time management has not been particularly good for Alireza.
And I thought bishop f1 deserves attention. Instead, he goes rook g1, reinforcing the threat of f4, forcing Alireza's bishop back. Apparently, that was a mistake, and he's allowed the knight to sink its teeth into d6. And I worry that black's position is about to start crumbling after a well-timed f4, maybe even right now.
I was going to say, what time is it? It's f4 time.
F4 time.
You could play it. The queen has to move. Bishop takes h5. G takes h5. Queen takes h5. Where is that bishop on h3 going?
It has no squares. Bishop takes h5. You might have to sack an exchange on d6 in order to vacate a diagonal back for the bishop, but that's not going to cut it. And this is the problem with having 5 seconds. You might make the right move 1 time, 2 times, even 3 times, but this position has no end in sight. You're going to have to keep finding the right moves over and over and over again, and you're not going to get away with that against someone like Wesley, he will find a way to put you in a position where you literally don't have the time to figure anything out properly.
Wesley's been thinking, and he still is up 2.5 minutes. That's such a bad sign for Alireza. And bishop takes h5, that looks obvious. He's going for that now.
No,
and
but
he
queen
takes
f7.
an h5. Oh, f7's hanging.
Okay,
That
there are
just
some
looks
light
great.
square weaknesses, though, Robert. Maybe some sort of bishop g4, bishop f3 is what Alireza is praying for. And at this point, all he has is a prayer because he's got 5 seconds. He's dropping all of his pawns. He has to try queen h5 here. Get the queen to f3.
Ooh, he plays rook to f8. And isn't that knight hanging on c6 with queen takes d5 to follow?
It is. I think queen takes c6 wins the game. And at that point, it's too late for queen h5 because of queen takes d5.
And the queen's now there. So queen f3 is a checkmate threat.
Okay.
Oh, what a Wesley So move. g4. Oh, that's just so nice.
That's beautiful. Bishop takes g4 would disarm the threats against White's king and runs the bishop d4 check, which ended the game. I think we've reached the midpoint break of the 5+1 segment. We'll see.
No, I think this game is going to count because they haven't
Okay.
gone below the midpoint. For Alireza, I think he wants halftime just to shake it off. It's still very early. And Danya, you had the call for some of these previous matches. Alireza Firouzja against Dmitry Andreikin. Wasn't Andreikin up by 3 points in the 5+1?
He was.
So history, if it's going to repeat itself, that would be good news for Alireza. But Wesley So isn't Dmitry Andreikin. With all respect meant to Dmitry, we were just talking about how Wesley almost never loses, and thus far he's lost precisely 0 times.
And that last game, it felt like Alireza was coming close, and it's easy for me to say, I'm not the one facing Wesley in a complicated position, but he sabotaged himself, Robert, by bringing himself down to 5 seconds in a completely undefined middle game position. There's almost no scenario where you can survive against Wesley with 5 seconds to 3 minutes. There just isn't. It doesn't matter if you're better or not.
I'm with you. You can see Firouzja, he is unhappy right now. He is really not liking the way this match is going. But what he should be liking is the clock situation. Suddenly he's the one who's up what's about to be a minute on the clock, and that means he can press.
And the reason Wesley is investing so much time has to do with figuring out whether he wants to play g5. He can take this in 2 completely opposite directions, a more tactical direction with g5. Of course, he also could have castled kingside, as is more conventional. Now, why is this so committal? Well, obviously, Black is not going to castle anytime soon, and you also have to reckon with the idea of d4, blasting open the center. And if Black doesn't handle that position with tremendous caution, his position is liable to blow up.
And the thing is, you shouldn't throw caution to the wind if you're Firouzja. You need to time these things well. You can't just go all in for an attack by playing d4 and then dropping the e4 pawn. That could give Black the necessary resources to save his own king. Black can castle in some of these positions, but as you highlighted, the knight should probably come to g6 first. The king castles, then goes up to g7. It's hard to attack that Black king with that pawn, those pawns and those knights.
No, completely. And you're absolutely right. Yeah, Black does, in fact, sometimes castle kingside. A lot of newer players believe that anytime you push a kingside pawn up, then the king has to remain in the center. But White doesn't have, the necessary firepower on the king side to really punish Black for making these weaknesses. To my untrained eye, and I do play the Italian with Black, I'm not too experienced in these types of positions. I feel like Black's got a great position. I mean, knight g6 already threatens something like h5, h4, and you absolutely can get blown off the board on the king side if you don't counterstrike promptly with d4. But d4 gives up the e4 pawn, and I think we're going to see Wesley capturing it and meeting d takes e5 with d5 to keep the center closed.
This looks very promising for Black, and I think this game specifically could be dictated by the match score. That Alireza feels like he needs to take risks, but the person that you typically do not want to take risks against is Wesley So, because he's not somebody who starts frantically searching without objectivity. He's someone who, look at him. He's barely changed his posture the entire day thus far, and he just calculates. He does not get phased. He's so impressive, and the only thing that has prevented him from winning a Speed Chess Championship is Hikaru Nakamura.
And he's prevented a lot of people. He's been the only thing that's prevented a lot of people from winning the Speed Chess Championship, but Wesley included. When he's on form, he's like a well-oiled machine. And right now, he has to decide whether he's playing d5 and whether or not he is garnering the bishop pair or trying to trap Black's bishop, White's bishop with h5. Instead, he's gone for a different route, knight to f5. He threatens to take twice on g3. That bishop on a7 is, one could argue, the unsung hero. It's really the piece that's making Black's machine run.
And you can't even take on e4, because once you do that, Black takes back with the pawn, which hits the knight on f3, almost forces a queen trade. And I feel like White's position is really falling apart already.
Ugh. White's got a terrible position because there's no defense against knight takes g3. If you're not taking on e4, and I'm with you, I think that endgame is even worse than the middle game, you can't go king h1 because Black will take on g3, and then you'll actually lose even more than a pawn on f2.
This is not a good set of games for Alireza, and the halftime cannot come soon enough. It will happen after this game. He'll be able to take a break, but look at him. He can't even look at the position that he has because he understands that Wesley is favored in this game as well.
He's borderline lost, and it's not like Wesley will take twice on g3 and stop there. No. That knight from g3 can circle back to h5 and then plant itself on f4, and then Wesley will start advancing his other pawns, g4 and queen h4. The debilitating thing is that Alireza has nothing going at all on the other side of the board. There's nothing on the queen side. Black's got no weaknesses. It feels like only Wesley gets these kinds of positions on the Black side of an Italian in which he was the one who played g7, g5 to unbalance the game. He succeeded, except White's the one with an unbalanced position, not Black.
It's because Wesley times these things well. Some players, they speculate. They throw their pawns forward. Wesley doesn't do that. And remember, you were the one calling it out, that Wesley spent about a minute on the clock trying to figure out if g5 would work. He spent 41 seconds, as I see here. It does work. It was the perfectly acceptable move. Now he has a great position because White, Firouzja, he got a little bit too ambitious. And look at Firouzja. It's like he doesn't even want to be playing anymore.
And he's doing the same thing he did last game, except for a different reason. There, he was deciding between 3 very tempting candidate moves, or 2. Here, he has no idea what to play. I mean, this is a position in which 50 years ago, I think an old school GM might actually resign in disgust. And I was going to say, I think knight d4 might be the lesser evil. I think Alireza did a great job of finding the move which affords him the most practical chances because the game isn't over, and this still is a blitz game. Knight d4 poses Black with a dilemma. Black can take twice on d4. Black can take once on g3 and then take on d4. It's like you're standing over a buffet at Golden Corral. You have to decide which pieces you're taking. Are you getting the steak first, or are you getting yourself some rice? There's some complicated decisions to be made here, and Wesley himself is down at 2.5 minutes.
And the problem is, after you eat all of that, you get a stomach ache. So you have to be very careful if you are Wesley, because knight d4, pawn takes d4, bishop takes d4. There's some bishop b5 check ideas there, and that g7 to g5 push can hurt you quite badly. So look at Wesley. He does not want that full stomach in terms of pawns. He wants it to win a bishop, which is pretty much a pawn where it sits on g3.
He wants an even fuller stomach. He doesn't just want, some buffet items. He wants the black caviar. He wants the champagne with the move h4. Now, the typical response, of course, is for White to push the h-pawn. But guess what? After knight takes g3, you have to take back with the f-pawn, and then the black bishop would take on d4 with check, and then eat another pawn on b2. Alireza throws away the e-pawn to get himself the e5 score. But even that is not going to help because bishop e5 is just going to be met with f6. He is getting crunched here. Is Alireza Firouzja in this fifth game?
I don't even have suggestions for him. He could take the knight on e4, but we keep highlighting how that doesn't actually solve White's problems. The d4 pawn will be loose. He's going for that. Maybe, look what he's doing. Just knight c3. If queen takes d4, will he play queen c1 or something? It doesn't look good, though, Donnie. I can't find a legit try.
He might have to exchange queens and play knight takes e4 and play that horrible, horrible pawn down endgame. But that's the least of his problems there. Black's also got the bishop pair and monster coordination. And even with the queens off the board, the prospect of Black, running the pawn up to h3 and inducing light square weaknesses on the king side is no less scary than with the queens on. And Wesley continues to just play perfectly. He's making all the top engine moves. He's not giving Alireza a chance here.
No, and what can Alireza do? Queen c1 is probably meant by even e3 for Black, just cutting off that queen, and Alireza takes on c7. And trading queens, all right, I see the problem for Black, is the e4 pawn is a bit loose. You can't throw in this e3 push, as I was saying, but it does open the position up for some of White's pieces. All right, Alireza's fighting, and Wesley, while still up on time, it's not 3 minutes, just 1 in this game.
But another super accurate move, rook c8, forcing this bishop to decide, and it cannot decide to drop back to g3 because of h4. It might have to try bishop a5. I thought he plays bishop to d6 because the queen defends that bishop through the x-ray. Very important for newer players to realize that bishop is not hanging. It's defended by white's queen.
And now the pawn e4 is defended by the pawn on f5. So it looks safe and sound in the middle of the board. And for Wesley, he trades queens. He'll go king f7, bring a rook to d8, and he's trying to swap everything off.
This is honestly an artist at work, and Alireza cannot take this position any further. And can you blame him?
No, I cannot. But look at Wesley. So we have the 5-head cam on screen. Wherever he is, it doesn't matter if it's a hotel room or his home and a new room in that home. He leads this match 4.5 to half. Danya, this is as one-sided as you could possibly imagine.
It's so hard to believe that the person virtually sitting across from Wesley is Alireza Firouzja, who's used to doing this to other people. He's not used to this being done to him. Wesley is playing some of the best chess that we've seen thus far in the SEC. Surgical precision every game. He is up by 4 points, and we're barely even getting underway.
What does Alireza have to do during this break to rebound, Danya?
I mean, the openings aren't going well. The middle games aren't going well. He's taking too much time. I think that's the biggest problem. Alireza has to lean on what he does best, which is play good, intuitive chess. He can't dig himself into a hole on the clock. He's got to reevaluate some of the openings, and he's got to come back with a fresh head, a fresh pair of eyes, and a fresh desire to come back from this hole that he suddenly finds himself in.
We'll see if he's able to do just that. The players, they get a break, hopefully some refreshments. We'll do the same, but do not go anywhere. It's more from Alireza versus Wesley on the flip side of the break here at Speechless Championship presented by Coinbase.
I'm Andrea.
And I'm Alex.
And we've been playing competitive chess since we were 6 years old.
We started by focusing on classical chess, but later we fell in love with playing Blitz and Bullet online.
Chess has been around for more than 1,000 years, but that doesn't mean that we can't modernize it.
Financial systems have been around for even longer. Sounds like it's time for an update.
And Coinbase is doing just that, re-envisioning an entirely new financial system that is decentralized and fully transparent.
Also, huge thank you to Coinbase for sponsoring competitive chess and making events like the SCC happen.
Go to coinbase.com/update the system to learn more.
September bots are here, and it's time for a monumental clash. This barbarian might not crush you on the board, but he certainly can crush you with the board. Speaking of crushing, this giant is a living siege tower. Usually found in groups, goblins are fond of sharp, pointy objects and other people's pieces. The battle-hardened Valkyrie might give you a game once she's done arm wrestling a golem. This hog rider and his noble steed might give you a headache or two. Skeletons adore her, foes fear her. You'll need to bring your A game if you want to beat this witch. Yes, that probably is a rabbit up his sleeve, or a huge fireball with your name on it. We hear wizards are pretty good at chess. Not just a killing machine, Pekka loves tiny butterflies. But you're probably not a butterfly, so watch out. The Archer Queen thinks highly of herself, and for good reason. She is a skilled tactician, deadly opponent, and your worst nightmare. Play them all on Chess.com.
Welcome back to the 2023 Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Wesley So is the second most experienced player in the field. He has been a mainstay of the Speed Chess Championship. And Danya, he has done very well in previous editions. In fact, in the quarterfinals, there's only one player who has beaten him in recent years, and that was Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. But he is undefeated in the first round, and there you see it in the quarterfinals, only to Maxime a year ago. What did he lose a match?
And look at the people he beat, and look at the margins by which he beat them. He had a relatively close win against MVL in 2019. He crushed Vidit, he crushed Duda, he beat Fabi by 8 points. Wesley is so consistent in the SCC. It's honestly unbelievable.
It really is. And Wesley, he lost to Maxime a year ago. That doesn't come as too much of a surprise when you see the form that Maxime was in yesterday and was in a year ago in the SCC. So these players, they're all the leaders of world chess. They are capable of beating anybody else in the field. Of course, it's been Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen at the top, but Wesley So, with the lead that he has right now, he wants his first SCC crown.
He does indeed, and he's showing that with every move that he's making. He's winning games in a variety of different openings and in a variety of different ways. After that ultra-competitive first game that went back and forth and ultimately ended in a draw, it's been smooth sailing for Wesley on the board and on the clock, and that might be the biggest source of concern for Alireza. He's got to speed up. He has to start trusting himself, and I like his choice of King's Indian. He got a good position the first time. No reason to do anything drastic and start playing anything extreme.
No, that's one of the things that we talk about often, is that we often blame openings for our losses. We lost the game. Yeah. We remember that we played the Sicilian. No more Sicilian. No more Najdorf. But it hasn't been an opening issue for Alireza. It's been a clock management issue where we're used to seeing him play in the blink of an eye. Here, he's been way too deliberative. He's spending so much time when he knows the positions.
In the first King's Indian game, we saw a Gligorish system. That's where white plays bishop e2 and bishop e3 before castling kingside. Here, Wesley opts for the classical system, and we saw move 7, knight to a6 by Alireza Firouzja, which is often considered the main sideline to the Mar del Plata variation, which is the knight coming out to c6. And you get very similar structures in this line. Black has just pushed g5, followed by f5. White's probably going to take that pawn, and we're going to get a very interesting open center type position where I think ultimately White's idea is often to go after control over the e4 square.
This looks like a lot of fun, right? If you're Firouzja, this position just looks much more appetizing than some of the other ones he's had. And look at the clock. Wesley, he's doing the right thing, spending his time. But this is one of those games where Alireza, he should be comfortable. He is such an excellent player in these King's Indian positions. Quickly drops his knight back. Will take back on f5. Danya, you're King's Indian player. This looks quite nice.
So typically, you're not recommended to give up the e4 square, but I think there are extenuating circumstances in this position, 2 of them to be exact. First of all, White can't take a knight and put it on e4. I mean, he can, but then he won't have any knights to speak of in 2 moves. So in order to actually secure control of this square, White might have to make a very compromising move, such as f3, which creates a host of other weaknesses on the king side. The second factor is that Black has enduring play on the king side with the idea of pushing the h-pawn. The queen could slide over to f7. The knight could make its way to f4. So looking at this position and reducing it to control over 1 square does not tell the whole story. The King's Indian is a far more complex opening than that, Robert. And finally, I'd point out that, of course, that knight on a6 isn't going to be there forever. We're likely to see it either on b4 or on c5 in due course.
It's a great point by you that the queen going to f7 and maybe up to g6, Black will be able to fight for that e4 square. So knight b4 now, I think it's a little bit too obvious what your threat is. You want to go knight to c2, so White will slide the rook to c1. But that is an idea to keep in the back of your mind. I think that Alireza, queen f7, it keeps the dynamics in his favor without forcing anything. I would go for that.
Interestingly, if the queen were to be on g6 in this position, knight b4 would have been a far more enduring threat, but he takes a completely different avenue. He plays the move h5, and that is a pawn sacrifice, right? White could take that pawn. What does Alireza intend in response? I actually do think that it is knight b4. He wanted that d3 square for his knight, and Wesley declines the sacrifice, plays the move that I mentioned earlier, and I think Alireza's got a great position after something like bishop h6.
Wesley didn't want the pawn. The bishop wasn't going to get trapped over there, but black would get clear compensation on the light squares. So bishop h6 looks very appealing. Then you can eventually play g4 as black, open up that bishop on the diagonal. He instead goes queen f7. You can't really blame for that. And your knight e4 idea. I don't think that white is playing black is going to take twice on e4, but you can say queen g6, compete for that square by putting your queen on the diagonal. And if white plays bishop d3, well, then we may start thinking about some trades, and you're bringing a piece away from your king, so black could probably strike at some moment with h4 and g4.
I think you characterized it best. This position is a lot of fun, mostly for black, but if white can stabilize the knight on e4 and play bishop d3 and kind of diffuse the flames of the kingside attack, then from a positional standpoint, white is better, especially if you can effectuate the trade of light squared bishops. Black might be left with kind of a lame King's Indian bishop on g7. That's precisely why I think black should position this bishop on h6 and try to get g4, and as a matter of priority to make sure that this bishop has a clear role to play, and to make sure that this clear knight has a role to play. Alireza might want to play knight c5 before white shuts it down with the move b4.
I think it's now or never for that, because the knight gets sidelined with the move b4, and he goes h4 first, and then h3. Wow, what a choice.
We had the same intonation.
But I don't think you can play g4, right? Because knight takes g4, pawn takes bishop c2.
Whoa, let me show. That's gorgeous, as we see g3 for that reason. Really quickly. G4, go ahead.
I was going to say, even in the game, you could still play knight g4 because of this tactic with bishop c2 and queen takes f2 with queen g2 mate to follow.
Incredible. And white cannot move this queen to e2 because there's a bishop there. And he's played not knight g4, but g4. But this move is based on a very similar idea. F takes g4. I think he wants to play knight takes g4, since we still have the analysis board up. Bishop takes g4, bishop takes g4. Same problem for white, where the bishop on f2 is going to be lost with checkmate as we go back to the live board after g4.
This is exactly the type of position that Alireza wants. And you can see by his clock, he's ahead on time. Wesley has more difficult decisions to figure out. Take on f3 at any point. I like queen g6. You know why? Because gf3 would have given white an easy move. Now, white's not sure. Can I ever take on g4? I personally don't think so. That looks like a very bad decision. And if you don't take on g4, what are you going to do for white?
Because black has a million ways to improve his position. Knight a6 to c5. I'm a broken record. I've been mentioning this move for a long time, but it is an integral part of a lot of setups in the King's Indian. You could also play in the center with a move like c6. Black hasn't sacrificed anything. You haven't committed to playing only on the king side, and Wesley trying to bring as many pieces to bear on the king side as possible. But his position, very unpleasant. I also really like Alireza's time management this game. He's left himself with a significant amount of time to puzzle through these complications.
Knight c5 looks so appealing to my eyes. There's no way Wesley wants to take that knight because the hands black all of the important dark squares. And the black king is safe and sound. The white king, that's the one in the line of fire. So knight c5 looks good to me. c6 also looks pretty good. After that, I'm not seeing so many obvious plans. I do not want to take on f3 right now. That allows white's pieces. Knight takes back, then knight h4, and suddenly black has a lot to figure out.
I'm also partial to the concept of doubling rooks on the f file. The problem is that might not be a very good, might not be a very efficient use of time, because even after you complete the doubling, what are you doing after that? You're not really going to play g takes f3, I would assume, anytime soon, because that kind of helps white get his pieces to better squares. But as I say that, rook f7 appears on the board.
You know Alireza very well. After all, you played countless bullet and blitz matches against him. It makes a lot of sense. I just wish, if you're thinking about this from him getting back in the match, that he played that move more quickly, because rook f7 is a move that doesn't really change all that much. It has an obvious idea behind it, but he did lose a lot of his time and advantage.
Okay, so big question for Wesley. Can he put a piece on e4? Should he put a piece on e4? And I guess the answer is yes. And should Alireza capture it, or should he just continue with his campaign of kingside expansion with rook a f8?
Well, there's a clear problem that the g4 pawn is loose in these positions, so if you keep taking things on e4, well, that g4 pawn becomes white's for the taking. I would play rook a to f8. He kept the status quo once. Why not do it again? I don't think white particularly wants to open up the king side.
I don't like that move at all because knight takes c4 runs into rook takes f7. And you called it, Robert. Not only is g4 loose, but all of black's pieces would have been loose in that position. This is a very big committal decision to give up your light squared bishop. Alireza's counterplay on the f-file better work out, or he's going to be saddled with not only a weakness on g4, but also light square weaknesses all over the king side. I'm not even sure that he's truly threatening to play the move knight takes c4 because white's queen could move up to d3 or c2. And the queen on g6 being undefended is a huge tactical problem here for white, for black in the long run. And Wesley exploits that by shutting down this knight with b4.
And strategically, black's in huge trouble. White can play queen d3, rook f5, rook a to f1. And I don't easily see how black parries those ideas. The king side is well defended by those bishops on e3 and e2, and bishop h6, that's the one idea that comes to mind for me, but the white queen could still go up to d3 and keep every important square defended.
Bishop takes c4 is a really panicky, impulsive reaction. You just don't play a move like that unless you have a very clear follow-up in mind, because giving up one of your main attackers is just not something that you want to do unless you get something in return. And he's gotten nothing in return except more weaknesses, and now a big time deficit for the first time in this game.
He doesn't know what to do, and he brings his knight back to b8 because the knight on a6 was doing absolutely nothing. I really like that decision. And here's a question, Danya. Wesley, whoa. Rook f1, what is he doing? Whoa. He just lost the game on the spot.
Rook f1, and he can resign. He drops the bishop on g4. And the
Considering
queen.
how the first 5 games had gone, to see Wesley just blunder like that from a plus position, he shakes his head. I'm having a hard time believing it because at that point, it seemed like he had complete central control.
And the crazy thing is, even if, I always like to ask myself, what if this concept had not existed? Would the sacrifice then have been justified? And I think the answer even to that question is no, because black could have taken with the bishop and gone bishop g5. There was absolutely no need to seek more adventures on the king side. You could have just accumulated your initiative with queen d3, doubled on the f-file, etc. But Wesley, too many hands spoil the broth, and that time he got way too fancy.
It was a very un-Wesley-like conclusion to that game. Just blundering away, not even blundering a queen in one move, but he just took that knight off. Look at him. He's still shaking his head about that decision. He cannot believe he went for that exchange sacrifice.
Could that have been a mouse-up? Could he have intended rook f5? Doesn't really matter at this point. Maybe he was intending rook f5. I was under the impression that even rook f5 failed tactically to knight takes c4, but I guess that's in the past now. What a crazy moment, and that is exactly the kind of infusion that Alireza Firouzja needed.
Look at the position now. Firouzja brings his bishop out to g5. So in some of the previous games, there was a knight on f6, black went h6 and g5. Here are the knights on e7. That means that once the king escapes the pin, there could be an f7, f5. Not so easy to escape that pin, though, because the queen on b3 and bishop on c4 are ready to pick off that f7 pawn.
I suppose, a move I would play in bullet is queen e8 with the idea of king h8 and f5, but it's also very superficial. And when you play a move like queen e8, you indicate your intentions very clearly to your opponent. What could be the idea of shifting the queen to 8? Maybe it's to protect the pawn. Well, why would you protect the pawn? Well, maybe it's so that you can move the king away. Why would you move the king away? Well, probably to play f5. So when you play a move like queen e8, you want to be really confident that you will be able to carry out your main plan. And Wesley takes a much more positional approach. He simply chases the bishop off of g5. That leads directly to a bishop trade on e3. But the pressure on f7, Robert, is now further accentuated by the semi-open f-file.
Queen e8 now makes a lot of sense to me.
Queen e8 now.
I am worried about bishop takes f7 and knight g5. That actually looks like, if black plays like rook b8, isn't that just a good tactic for white?
Say that again, which one?
Like if bishop takes f7, rook takes f7, knight g5, and that king looks like it's in big danger.
I think that's worth showing. Let's make a random move for black. Rook, bishop takes f7. Great eye by you. Now, not knight takes c5. Why? Because after knight takes c5, black defends the rook on f7. Very common mistake among newer players. But you have to go to g5, attacking from 3 different sources. Black has to take. White takes on f7. Black does have 2 pieces for a rook, Robert. But after something like d4, white's got a big enduring initiative against black's king. The knight can come out, and this just doesn't look all that appetizing to me.
Look what happened.
He's played one of those random moves. He played a move on the same side of the board.
He went b6 in the game. So does that change anything? Or can Alireza pick off the f7 pawn?
Well, I would imagine that he would at least devote some time to it, but I think he just trusted Wesley. Bishop f7 was interesting, but probably unclear ultimately.
Yeah, that's one of those words, right? It's complicated. It's unclear.
It's unclear, yeah.
Dynamic balance. But it's true that we saw the eval bar didn't react so strongly to that sacrifice, saying that there was a forced draw for white. We know that, but maybe there was nothing more, at least not at first. So knight a3, knight can hop to b5. Black's position is unpleasant, so I do think this was a good choice ultimately by Alireza.
Yeah, he's keeping the status quo. He's not doing what Wesley did at the end of the last game. He senses that Wesley might be reeling after that blunder, and there's no reason to give Wesley a bunch of forced moves, especially when you have a hard time evaluating the ensuing position. Here, you know that you're better. You know that you have an initiative, and knight d8 by Wesley So is a nice defensive move. I think he wants to meet knight b5 with either queen c6 or even maybe knight e6. I don't know if he can get away with that, but it appears that he can, because bishop takes c6, bishop takes c6, hits white's queen, and white doesn't have time to take on c7. No, he does want queen d7. I stand corrected.
Wesley defending like this, it's actually very instructive because it looks bad for black. Look at his last bunch of moves. He brought his queen from d8 to e8, his knight back to d8, his queen up to d7. It looks very cramped, and yet the engine says, so what? What does white have going for him? He needs to double his rooks. He does that, but here comes c6, and then d5. And that bishop on c4, that could get trapped.
Yeah, the dominoes start falling, and white's pressure on f7 is now a thing of the past. Firouzja's just not in time to double rooks on the f-file. He was one tempo short, because if his rook was already on f1, then in that position, he actually would have been able to take on f7. At this level, it always comes down to one tempo. Wesley occupies the center, chases the bishop to a much less desirable square. It is technically an outpost, Robert, but it's not really doing anything on b5. And now the knight on a3 doesn't have any prospects either.
You really would like to replace that bishop with a knight and put that bishop on a square like c2, so you can play d4 and strike in the center. But now, for Wesley, I would slide the queen up to d6, and I'm worried about his clock. I'm going to be honest with you. I think that black has a pretty solid position at the moment, but at some turn in the near future, Firouzja is going to strike with a d4 or an e4 or even a c4, and Wesley will have to calculate that.
The side that controls the pawn breaks, controls the position, except here black, of course, has this big center. You called it. d4 is on the board. Now, the instinctual reaction is to play e4, and the additional benefit of this move is that g5 now traps white's knight, but Firouzja could continue with c4 French style, and then after g5, he could stick a knight on f5 and sacrifice an exchange. This exchange sacrifice, unlike the one in the last game, actually has a chance of working.
It looks fully justified because there are those weaknesses. The f5 square and the f6 square in front of it look like they're white's rooks for the taking. c4 seems to be a great move. Look at the clock. Alireza's up about a minute, and if not for c4, I guess you could play like g3, but that seems very weakening in front of your own king.
Yeah, you've got an opportunity right now to pounce while Wesley's pieces are still relatively discombobulated. You do not want to go g3 and weaken more light squares. That gives black exactly what he wants, and it's a much easier position for black to play, especially if he can push g5 and f5 to solidify his center.
So is g5 a huge threat? Because white can play knight f5 right now. Let's say black had a free turn, g5, knight f5. That d5 pawn is quite tender. So I'm not sure how huge of a threat g5 is, and Alireza goes for c4.
And the big moment of truth, will we see g5? You know, there is the classic idea that having said A, you have to say B, but I think given the clock situation and given Wesley's stylistic tendencies, he is not going to play g5. That position looks, very remote from the kind of position Wesley wants to have with 1 minute. And indeed, he puts his rook on c8, applying pressure on c4, trying to get Firouzja to be the one to release the tension on d5 and give black's knight really, really nice prospects in the center.
Makes perfect sense. Black now controls the open c-file. The queen for white should probably slide back to d1. I don't actually see another square for it, so it's queen c2, but I wouldn't want to put my queen in the rook's path. So he does, in fact, slide the queen back to d1. And now Danya, that queen goes to g4, and there are still knight f5 ideas, things of that nature. But if I'm Wesley right now, I'm probably getting my knight out of d8. I don't like it sitting back there. Knight b7, knight d6, as you're pointing out, it covers f7 and f5.
Covers f7, f5. It reinforces the e4 pawn, which is a slight weakness. And I really like the fact that Wesley actually took with the bishop on d5. That gave him a tempo, which he is now using in exactly the way he should be using it. Now, if Alireza wants to play knight f5, then he should do it now, because once the knight gets to d6, that knight is going to be stranded on h4. I think knight f5 is one possibility. Bishop a6 is another, Robert, to trade off that knight and guarantee the long-term possibility of knight f5. Instead, he works on solidifying and improving his other knight, but I don't know about that.
And Wesley seems to know about is give me your bishop and the c4 square. That's going to be useful for that bishop, because after bishop c4, the white rook is kicked out of f1. I really like Wesley's position all of a sudden.
I like his position too. He's got a monopoly over the dark squares. Without a bishop to supervise the activity of white's other pieces, I feel like Alireza's attack on the king side has suddenly become toothless. You can't even really call it an attack. You can't even call it an initiative. He's got no actual targets and no actual threats, despite the impressive, positioning of his rooks and his knight.
Yeah, the real issue is that he can't get everything at the same time. He wants to leave his knight on c3, but he also wants to trade the knight on h4 for the knight on e7. So if he can get knight f5 in, which he now cannot, he would have been okay. Now he's much worse.
And our old friend, Robert, Mr. G5, that old friend actually might make an appearance now. Now G5 is a very serious threat, and Alireza might have to play this very ugly-looking move, G3. Instead, he tries to fight fire with fire, queen h5, and a calm response from Wesley. So, do you want to go knight g6 now if you're Alireza and get rid of this godforsaken knight on h4?
You do want to make that move. I think black goes up a pawn, though. You swap knights. The black rook slides up to f6 to kick the queen out of the sights of the b6 pawn, and then b5 is loose at the end there. I just think that this is a Wesley So game where he can play for two results.
Great call. I think bishop takes b5 is possible in the long run. First, he improves the position of his king. He might also choose to reinforce the f5 pawn with rook c to f8. And his bishop on c4 is a jack of all trades. It's an attacking piece, but it's also a defensive piece, preventing white's rook from redoubling on the f-file. And Alireza's kingside activity is now firmly a thing of the past.
And now black is up a pawn. The f5 pawn is defended. He moves his bishop back to c4. No knight d5 jumps. No chaos in the position. Dinah, this looks really, really strong for Wesley, and I'm trying to figure out for Firouzja if this is going to work. He's pushing his pawn, but now it's maybe creating a weakness out of it.
And Alireza, this is the way he plays. Bishop c4 to prevent knight d5. And the moment that square is occupied by a pawn, as Alireza falls to a second and tries to generate kingside play, he sticks the bishop on the outpost. And now the d5 pawn is a very serious weakness that could be targeted by a later b5, b4. But right now, no, he does play b5. Yeah, and it looks like Alireza's crumbling.
The f5 pawn is defended. Now the knight comes off the board. And I think for Wesley, a second extra pawn, that should probably do the trick. But we're getting into a double rook endgame, and you can't take on g4 because the g7 pawn was pinned. What do you think, Danya? Is Wesley going to convert this?
Yeah, well, there's another pawn, and there's another one on b2, and too many extra pawns, too little time. And yet another surgical Italian game by Wesley, coming back from that disappointing first loss of the match.
Wesley loses a game, and then immediately plays what is a clinical showing of technique, right? The guy just is hard to face. He was shaking his head at some point. He couldn't believe his exchange sacrifice, but now look at him, he's stretching.
It's not like Wesley doesn't show emotion. You can tell when he's disappointed. First of all, Alireza is gone.
Hopefully not gone from the match.
I don't think the plant has the capacity to play the King's Indian defense, with full due respect to that plant. It is a nice plant, but I don't know if it's done its, David Bronstein King's Indian reading in recent months. But just to complete the thought, Robert, and this is getting a little bit concerning, Wesley does show emotion. You can tell when he's disappointed, but he doesn't let it impact his play. If anything, he's like a reverse tilter. He loses a game, and he's like, I'm actually going to play better in the next game to rebound as quickly as possible. Alireza, what's up? Hello?
The plant does look nice and fresh. It looks like it was watered recently. And hey,
oh my God,
maybe he went to the bathroom, a quick bathroom break. And if you're going to go to the bathroom, I think the start of the game is the right time. And in another position, even though it's move 2, with an extra minute for Wesley. And is Wesley doing this gentlemanly thing?
Yeah, I think he might be. No. Yeah, Wesley's not a gentleman. Yeah, he's what a jerk. That's the first person you think of when you think of a really nasty person is Wesley So.
Yeah, obviously we're joking, but Wesley, he has a long history of if someone their internet goes out for a little bit, he'll give the time back. He is such a polite person, but he has not been polite in this match. 5.5, 1.5. He is up by 4 points. Danya, as we reach 12 minutes, 50 seconds remaining in this time control, does Firouzja have to cut this to 3? Or do you think even if he's down by 4, he'll still have a legit shot at winning the match?
Well, I think because of Firouzja's bullet acumen, he will have a legit shot if he keeps this within reasonable limits. If he's down by 6 or 7, no, the match is over. If he can keep this under 5 going into the bullet, he will have a chance by definition. But right now, given the way these 5-minute games are going, there's still 12 minutes in this segment. He's got to make sure not to lose the next 2 games. That's got to be the most near-term goal for Alireza Firouzja. Do not let this get to a 5-point lead or higher.
And look at the opening he's playing from the black side. He is playing for a win, but these are the types of positions that you go too far in. Like, let's say you play b5 here, that's a move I would make in bullet chess. If knight takes b5 back, do you just give your opponent a pawn? I don't actually see the follow-up.
Yeah, this line of the same-ish I've always struggled with tremendously from the black side. Andrew Tang is one of the world's leading specialists on this structure with the white pieces. He's got some brilliant bullet games here where he just seems to castle and then play h3 and then play f4 and kind of blow black off the board. So it's very important for black to generate counterplay on the other side of the board, Benoni style, trying to squeeze in b5, sometimes even playing c4 and jettisoning a pawn in order to open up the boulevards and avenues on the queen side.
And Wesley stops b5 for now, but after bishop d7, we will see b5 in the near future. And it's important to flick in h3 only at the right time from black, because if white stops you by playing h3 himself, that gives away the very important g3 square, some dark square problems for white. But if black rushes h3, then white pushes through, and there could be issues.
Absolutely. And that is why Wesley is taking his time trying to decide on the move order here. Does he play a5? Does he castle? Does he play this small move, h3, in order to prepare f3, f4, which is a lot more appealing because it would actually trap the knight on e5.
That knight needs some place, and that b5 move helps free up some squares for it. But the bishop is in its path, the g4 square under white's control. So f4 is going to be one that you always need to keep an eye out on. So Wesley's thinking here. Danya, which approach do you think he's going to go for?
I would start personally by castling. The problem with the move a5 is that it doesn't truly prevent black from playing b5. In fact, black can play b5 anyway, and after the en passant, black takes on b6 with the queen, and you could argue, well, the a6 pawn is isolated at the end of the line. That could not be further from being consequential in this position. This is all about piece activity. It's about whether black can harness the queen side in order to generate pressure on the b2 pawn than it is about, a particular weak pawn. And Wesley, he does indeed keep the status quo by castling. Will we see a Benko-style pawn sacrifice with b5? The answer is yes.
The answer is yes, indeed. The one bit of great news for Wesley is that if we get a swap on b5, the knight will take back on b5. And even if b2 is eventually lost, the c4 square, if you can plant a knight on c4 from the white side against the Benoni, you're often feeling good.
And I think that's precisely what the deciding factor was. Wesley actually taking on b5 with the bishop, which is a curious way to capture it, but it's a sensible way to capture the pawn, because if black trades on b5, the d6 pawn will also be hanging. And Robert, even if it wasn't, you sometimes see the knight from b5 dropping back to a3 precisely in order to generate and garner control of this all-important c4 square.
And by taking the bishop, you get queen e2 in some of these important lines. So if you're afraid of bishop b5, knight b5, queen b8, which attacks the knight and protects d6, white can play queen e2 and protect that knight.
But queen a6 here, I think, is an excellent move that hits the knight and defends the d6 pawn and also controls the c4 square. So even if white does play knight a3, black can actually continue by bringing the rook to b8. And I think there's no doubt in my mind that black has enough compensation for the pawn, but Firouzja has to tread very carefully over the next couple of moves to make sure that his pieces remain in the center and aren't ultimately pushed away by a combination of white playing f4 and white planting a knight on c4. The next few moves are going to be pivotal in this game.
Yeah, queen a6 is a very good idea. Is Wesley smiling over there? He looks pretty happy.
He looks like he just found a box of cookies in the street.
maybe his cat came to play. But queen a6 hits that knight on b5. I think the knight has to retreat. And typically, we want our knight in the center. But here, the knight belongs on the rim because it will eventually go to the c4 square.
Now, here's the tactical problem that white is dealing with. If white defends the pawn, which is very likely, you can't play. You would love to play b3. That would be ideal. But obviously, you drop the knight. After white plays something like queen c2, black can move the knight away from f6, and it creates a very instructive threat of rook takes b2. And did we forget about this bishop on g7, which has been hiding amongst the trees?
He went for it.
Oh!
Knight takes d5?
Oh my gosh, and then rook takes b2. Scratch it. He went rook b4.
Can we bring up an analysis board there? Because I think that might have worked for Alireza.
Bang, bang, and rook takes b2. Of course, the main idea, I think it does work. White has to take on b2. Otherwise, you lose the knight on a3. And now bang, discovering the attack on the queen. And even though white's got a lot of pieces for the queen, Robert, you've got this protected passer on c5, and you've got a very, very active piece tandem. Only black can be better in a position like this. That was a viable alternative.
So it would be a queen and 2 pawns for rook and 2 minor pieces. I understand why Alireza didn't go for it, because if we get back to the live board, this still looks great for black. It's worth the pawn sacrifice. It's like a Benko gambit, and the b2 pawn is targeted. What is white doing? The pieces are not very active here. I actually think this is a better try because it's less forcing.
It's less forcing, and so it's going to milk more time off Wesley's clock, and he doesn't have a lot of time to begin with. He's now under a minute, and something I've been pointing out for most of the game, Robert, the move f4. White never found an opportunity to play h3, which means f4 is yet again met with a devastating knight g4, and Wesley has to resort to passive defense on the queen side. I feel like Alireza is a couple of accurate moves away from crashing through. There is queen e2 here. There is a move like h3, and it's certainly not easy to conduct the initiative from the black side either.
I really like h3, though, because the f3 point will be soft, and queen e2 will hit the bishop on e3 and that pawn on f3 simultaneously. So I think h3 is a very accurate move here, because typically white pushes through. You don't take on h3, you make a move like g3 or g4, but queen e2 will threaten checkmate on g2, not to mention the f3 pawn is loose.
Great insight. And the immediate queen e2 would have run into this beautiful defensive resource, knight to f1, when that knight defends the bishop, the other knight defends the queen, and black's queen would have been driven out of e2. Now, after g3, queen e2, the f3 pawn would have been hanging in that line, and so Wesley has to allow Firouzja either to take on g2 or to dive into d3 with his queen, or both.
So queen d3, there's still that knight f1 move that you mentioned. So white is hanging on, but then there could be a rook takes b2 idea. So you have to be very, very careful here. Oh, this is actually a critical moment, because knight f1, rook takes b2 would turn this in black's favor.
Great eye. Knight c2, the only move that doesn't lose on the spot, hitting the rook and protecting the bishop. Still work to do for Firouzja. Both sides now down to 30 seconds.
What would you do here for black? Go back to b8 or something like that?
Yeah, I would probably go rook b8. Apparently, you don't have to move the rook at all, because if white takes it, black can take this all-important bishop on e3, and these massive dark square weaknesses on the king side will cost white the game. But how do you accumulate the initiative? That's a hard question to answer, and Firouzja decides to keep the status quo with rook b8.
And b3 from Wesley. He's keeping his extra pawn, but knight to h5 to be very careful. Is the queen trade forced now?
Yes, but then black can take on b3, and it feels like white's minor pieces on the queen side are in big trouble. Rook takes b3, knight takes d6. Can white get away with that? Probably not. But why not?
Oh, the engine hates it? Is there rook c3? There's rook b2 instead.
B2. Uh-huh.
Oh, there's knight c4 at the end here.
You got to play f4 and counterattack the knight on e5, and white stays in the game.
That's such a
F4.
hard move to play.
Got to find it. And he does.
Wesley does. Oh. Whoa, what's going on now? So, how many pieces are just got traded off?
A lot. And I think the worst is behind him. I think Wesley's suddenly playing for, well, now it's a draw, but incredible. How did he survive that?
It's incredibly difficult to beat Wesley So, is what we say, and he proves true every single game.
I would have almost taken the bishop and tried for bishop e5. Obviously, this is a dead draw. But, oh, he's lost the pawn, though. Wesley with a sloppy move. Now,
Yeah,
wait a second.
Oh, the table base says it should be a draw. That makes sense. But it doesn't feel that easy for white anymore.
No, black's going to play c3 and drop the bishop back, obviously. But yeah, I guess it's a fortress.
Wait. This does not look easy with the f-pawn going up.
And he's got 1 second on the clock. I think Wesley's going to lose this.
How do you draw this?
King D1, only move. And King C2. And it looks like he's got a fortress.
That is unbelievable. He gets bishop e1 just in time, takes on c3, and white queens first, but this is a draw.
Oh my god, and it's black who barely draws the game. White almost won the queen there. Black's king was close enough to his queen to ensure a trade of queens. What a game.
Everything down the stretch there was perfectly timed. That f4 move from Wesley saved him, and then he traded off pieces. Even when he went down a pawn again, he found the right squares for his pieces. He maintains his 4-point lead, but Firouzja, he's much more combative now than he was at the start.
I was going to say, we might see the first King's Indian of Wesley's career from the black side, but no. He stays true to his repertoire, plays a Grunfeld. That is one of his favorite openings for most of his chess career. And I think this is called the Russian system, one of the sharpest responses to the Grunfeld, where white plays queen d1 to b3 and essentially compels black to give away the center with d takes c4.
And Mamadjarov, I feel like he had so many games in this line. And if look at this position, white has gained a lot of space with pawns, but black is going to strike back with a timely b5 and a c5. And with white's king still in the center, these positions can collapse very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot play moves like knight g5 if you haven't very carefully analyzed this position with an engine. People have analyzed it with a lot of different engines for many, many years. And this line still is in an active state of evolution. That just tells you how complicated the Grunfeld is.
And knight g5 earned a question mark. He's going after the f7 pawn. He wants e6 to follow. That looks worrisome, but the knight goes to b6. Danya, black continues to develop pieces and open up lines for the others. And Alireza sitting on the position and not allowing c7 to c5.
It's possible that the idea of knight g5 was to induce knight b6. And you might ask, well, why would you induce a move that black might seem to want to play anyway? And like you said, black now can't play b7, b5, and black can't play c7, c5 either. And if white can maintain the integrity of this little pawn chain in the center, it does make it difficult for black to attain maximum piece activity. So if I'm Wesley I'm going to try to find a way to get this queen off of c5. You can play the immediate knight d7, but then in the long run, you're potentially running into e6 ideas. So perhaps you can start by chasing the knight away. Then you could bring the light squared bishop out to e6 and clamp down on this potential outpost. And finally, you could complete your minor piece development with knight d7. To my untrained eye, it seems completely fine for black.
It seems fine for black, but I think the frustration really stems from the fact that c5 isn't going to happen anytime soon. Not with that knight on b6. That's not the placement you want. You want the b6 knight back on d7 to play c5, but as you're drawing with that arrow there, a knight on e4 stops c5 permanently. I would much rather be white, even though I see the evaluation bar saying Wesley's the favorable side.
I agree that from a purely positional standpoint, if white can maintain the clamp, then there's no argument. White is strategically better. Black might have to use tactics to solve the problems in his position. Maybe in some situations, you go knight d7, and then you play the move c5 anyway. You sacrifice a pawn in order to get rid of this knight and in order to open up the c-file. Obviously, any self-respecting Grunfeld player has to be ready at a moment's notice to sacrifice a pawn or even more for piece activity.
Well, he goes knight to d7. The problem with c5 is that when white takes back with the pawn, the knight on b6 will be trapped.
Hilarious. Oh my God, what a line. That's actually why it would have been a good idea to bring the bishop out first.
So you could retreat your knight. But f5. That caught me by surprise.
And I think he is stubbornly trying to prepare c5. So if white's knight moves back, let's say to d2, he relinquishes, in large part, his grasp on the c5 square. And therefore, perhaps white should consider knight c5.
Knight c5 looks like a good try. He goes back to d2 because c5, d takes c5, then knight on b6 is still trapped. So what is black doing here? That bishop on c8 looks terrible. If you go rook to e8, that feels slow.
Would be so nice if black could attack that pawn.
He's going to go knight b8, bishop e6.
Great call. Oh my gosh. Look at you.
Thumbs up for Wesley.
Oh, that's sick.
That is nice because he's just controlling the dark squares. I had one game like this in classical chess where it looks like a queen's gambit, accepted but it started from a Grunfeld, and you just control the light squares in the center.
In general, I love moves where essentially you undevelop your pieces. Even if that is purely a transit point en route to a different square, I still think these types of moves produce a strong aesthetic effect. And this is a case in point. The knight is not going to stay on b8. It's going to move up to c6 and apply pressure on d4. But it looks like Wesley has achieved great harmony without even having to push c5 or b5. He might actually push the same pawn on the other side and try to soften white's control over the d4 square with g5, g4, much like in that Italian.
It looks like white is down about 5 tempi. Black is castled, brought 3 minor pieces. White's queen went to b3 and c4 and c5 and a4 moves with that queen. And that knight that's now on f3, didn't that knight go to f3 to g5 to e4 to d2 back to f3? Like, he's moving the same pieces over and over again. He wanted the strategic plus, but it's so time consuming.
God, yeah, he has made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 moves with the same piece, and we're not even at move 15. I get modern chess and all. That's all well and good, but when you flaunt opening principles to this extent, development still makes its presence felt. And I think Wesley should take the opportunity to push g5, restrict the mobility of this knight, prevent it from accessing f4, and he does just that. Firouzja's not getting out of the opening in a lot of these games of the white pieces.
I liked his position at first because he stopped c5, but now I don't like it at all because he's moved his knights a bunch of times and his queen and his poor bishops. Look at the bishop on f1. It's not playing. The bishop on c1.
Bishop on f1?
Yeah, exactly. The bishop on c1 hasn't done anything. And now if black just blocks the check with pawn to e6, what exactly is white aiming for?
Beats me. e6 threatens the totally devastating g4. If you lose the d4 pawn, you can basically resign because the e5 pawn will fall alongside it. So perhaps e6 should be met with bishop e3, but Wesley just doing Wesley things. That is such a typical Wesley so move, going for the endgame, going for the blockade on the d5 square, rather than throwing the pawns at white's neck and going for mate.
Such a strong move right there, because he's also taking control of the light squares on the queen side. That if you trade queens on d5, a knight b4 will hit you, and c2 and d3 are black's knights for the taking. The bishop comes out to e6, the rook comes out to d8. Of course, black can play g4 or f4 and take more control over key squares. Danya, this looks miserable for white, and Alireza, he's nearing a minute on the clock.
I don't see a move here. I think you have to trade queens on d5. And then what? I mean, again, g4, f4. And the worst is when your opponent is both positionally better, but also tactically winning. And I think that's what we have here. Black's got this monumental blockade on d5. But from a piece activity standpoint, black is also much, much better on that front. Alireza declines the queen trade, but this reeks of desperation.
The queen has moved how many times now? b3, c4, c5, a3, b3, 6 times with the queen.
And back to its initial square.
5 times with the knight on f3, twice with the knight on e2. All of these pieces are moving over and over again. And look at black's forces. They're just aimed at the white center. Knight takes d4 is a threat. Knight takes e5
this
is
is resignable.
a threat. g4 is the threat. I think you're correct that you could probably resign here and just get it to the 3-minute.
Awful. I mean, Alireza literally has made 3 moves the whole game, and we're on move 18, 19.
This is not what you're looking for if you're trying to come back in this match. But Wesley he did lose 1 game. We said he rarely loses. That's true. But he refuses to lose outside of what he sacrificed in exchange for no reason.
Yeah, that's the sad thing for Alireza. Even the game that he won, he won it thanks to a blunder. The games that Wesley has been winning, he's demonstrated superior understanding of the opening. As we see the frustration spilling over for Alireza Firouzja, he knows this position is hopeless. You called it, Robert. I think we're going to see g4, and then we're going to see a relatively simple tactic with knight takes d4. And maybe I spoke too soon. Maybe we will see the move c7, c5, but it will be played for entirely different reasons. Yet again, Wesley's so good at taking his time, but he has demonstrated superiority in essentially all areas of chess. As we see Alireza, the final attempt to stir things up with a sacrifice, it's not going to work. Bishop takes e5 will end it.
I love the idea from Reza, but after bishop takes e5, you stop white's only threat of knight to f4. The d4 pawn is pinned. He might just resign after this move. The good news for him is that he's about to get... He resigns after that move. And Wesley So takes a 5-point lead, a commanding start to this match for Wesley. He leads by the score of 7-2. And I was going to say, the one bit of good news for Alireza is that this time control is over.
I think Wesley made exactly one mistake. And the crazy thing is, this is a bit of an exaggeration, but not much. Wesley made exactly one mistake in this entire match thus far, and that was the move rook takes f6. Every other game, it seems, has been played at such an incredibly high level. This is some of the best 90 minutes of SCC chess that we've seen, and that is definitely not an exaggeration.
Ganya, we're used to seeing Alireza dominate his opposition. What has happened here, and what does Alireza need to do to change the momentum of this match?
Well, to some degree, Robert, if Wesley continues to show this level, then you're kind of screwed. And you have to come to terms with the reality. Obviously, the time management has to improve. Alireza's performance in critical positions has to improve. I just think he needs to start playing more fundamentally sound chess, trying to seek the kinds of positions in which he feels comfortable. The kinds of positions that he's gotten out of the King's Indian, if he can get those same types of positions with the white pieces, I think he'll give himself a fighting chance.
I'm with you. I think he also will play more quickly in the shorter time controls. He has to. You don't have a choice. You just don't start with as much time. And so he is a bullet phenom. We're used to him playing quickly. And, well, we want to give a shout out to our sponsor, Coinbase here, the presenting partner. Do you wish that your financial systems were as fast and smart as the 2023 Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase? They can be. Check out Coinbase.com/update the system today, or use the command Coinbase in chat to learn more. Those systems, they need to be as fast as Alireza Firouzja in bullet chess. We'll see if he can speed up. This is the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Like the players, we'll take a break, and when we return, it's a 3+1 tie control in a matchup between Alireza Firouzja and Wesley So.
This course is about white playing d4, all the tools you need to get an advantage with white and not be tricked early in the opening. Now, it has a really long, complicated name that I'm going to mispronounce now, so you can make fun of me. Okay, don't make fun of me too much. I'm trying to help you here. It's called the Chelyabinsk variation, and I'm probably mispronouncing Chelyabinsk. That's why I call it the A6 Slav.
Do you wish playing a chess game with a friend was as easy as sending them a text? Well, good news. Now it is. With Chess.com's new iMessage app, you can start and play a game directly in iMessage. Your friend doesn't even need a Chess.com account. It's just tap and play. Head over to go.chess.com/iMessage or use the command iMessage in chat to learn more.
Chess grandmasters can lose 10 pounds and burn 6,000 calories just by sitting.
Yeah, so I've actually been spending a lot of time getting in shape.
Wow, that's great. What are you doing?
Mostly like rook lifts. Oh, I've never heard of that. It's a thing, don't look it up.
the premier online speed chess tournament. A knockout filled with tension, drama, quick tactics, and shocking moments.
Oh my gosh!
For the last 7 years and counting, the best blitz and bullet players in the world have flocked to Chess.com to prove their worth at this format. Excitement reigns every year with major upsets and intense battles. This year, 12 invitees and 4 qualifiers face off for the title. Dozens have tried, but only 2 have ever worn this crown.
Magnus makes it look easy.
He got me over. He wins the Speed Chess Championship his 5th in a row.
Who will be this year's Blitz King? It's time to find out. Welcome to the 2023 Speed Chess Championship, presented by Coinbase.
Welcome back to the 2023 Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Alireza Firouzja needs no introduction, but he is eating a banana, hopefully getting that potassium and rebounding in this match.
Want to hear a joke about potassium? Okay. Want to hear a joke about sodium? Nah.
Oh my goodness, your science jokes were not lost on me. I appreciate that. A good chemistry lesson for those of you out there. And well, Alireza Firouzja, chess and him, that is chemistry. They get along very well. He is the youngest player to surpass 2800 classical rating. He was just 18 years old at the time. He's won the Singapore Cup. He was the 3rd place finisher at the recent Bullet Chess Championship. It is his first SEC appearance since 2020, and Donna, he does not want this appearance to come to an end, but right now Wesley So is flexing those muscles.
Yeah, he most certainly does not want it to come to an end, but unfortunately, the kind of form that pursued Alireza Firouzja during his match with Dmitry Andreikin, particularly in the 5-minute segment, that's the kind of form he showed against Wesley. Now, I'm not implying that he played terribly. He didn't play terribly. There weren't a lot of one-move blunders, but Alireza's play lacked the kind of shine, the kind of luster that we're used to seeing from him, the kind of tactical brilliance and sharpness in time scrambles. He was taking too long in the first half of the portion. In the second half of the portion, he's just been getting completely outplayed. That's all there is to it.
And Wesley was shooting through those tactics. He was not phased. He, in fact, was the one who threw away an advantage by trying to go for a tactic of his own. And that's the problem when you play Wesley So. He does not take these huge risks. He's not just going to throw away games very often. So for Alireza, he needs to take it by the mantle. He needs to go for it. He needs to grab the proverbial bull by the horns.
Indeed, he does. Yeah, Wesley Throw did not make an appearance today. He holds a 5-point lead. It is a big mountain that Mr. Firouzja has to climb. And it all starts with a good start in this hour-long 3+1 portion. Yet another King's Indian. This is music to my ears. You know that already.
Oh, you love a good King's Indian, and the key word there is good. That Firouzja, he's played some
I
nice
like a bad
position.
one too.
Yeah, you do. But Firouzja, he's played well in some of the moments, but he's gotten himself into time trouble. But remember this, when his knight went to g4, pawn to f5, this did look very good for black.
Yeah, and they are reprising the Gligerich system from their first King's Indian game. That is where the white bishop comes out to e3 and white temporarily delays kingside castle. And often white delays it for quite a bit of time. You often see white dropping the knight back to d2, trying to get this knight out of g4. In this game, Firouzja drops it back on its own volition, and I think he is preparing the same exact plan that led to a very successful position in their first King's Indian affair.
And Wesley, he took quite a bit of time to retreat his knight. And Firouzja's doing no retreating right now. He is thrusting his pawns forward. He wants to break open the position. And there's one essential difference, Danya. That knight went back from g4 to f6 in that previous game. Here it's on h6. So if you take on f5, the knight can recapture back. That gives white the e4 square, but that knight may head to d4 or take this bishop on g3.
I think this is a slightly better version of the type of position they had earlier. But in the context of a 3-minute game, I still like black. And it's not just because it's a King's Indian. From an unbiased perspective, this d4 square, the fact that black eventually has the idea of pushing the h-pawn up the board, although I don't know under what circumstances black will actually make that happen. White's trained his bishop-queen battery on that square. So I'm really curious to see how Firouzja unravels his initiative here. Will it be with knight c5? Yes, it will. And what will be his subsequent steps?
Getting rid of that knight that was on the rim is a good idea. If the knight takes, that would be a bad decision from white. Yes, you double the pawns. Donna, you like to say the pawn structure is often overrated by people, but if the knight ever takes on c5 and the b6 pawn takes back, that's bad news for white.
Oh, absolutely. BC would establish a monster outpost on d4. It would also open up the b file for long-term pressure against the b2 pawn. And typically with white, you want to refrain from playing a move like b3, because should the knight disappear from e4, black's bishop will have a much brighter future with this knight on c3 less supported. So Firouzja continues to operate on the queen side, continues to grab space, and prevents the idea of b2, b4.
And h3, h6, calm moves, but the move h6 does free up the black queen, which was tied down to the g5 pawn. We may see a queen e8, queen g6, but that doesn't get you anywhere, because if you play queen e8, there's bishop h5 at any moment. Although, I said that, and now that is off the table, queen d2 loses sight of that diagonal. So, Danya, for black, queen e8 to me, that one looks good.
Queen e8, queen g6, we're familiar with that maneuver. He carried that maneuver out with great success the previous time that they had this structure. It's not the only move. You could consider putting the knight on d4, planting it on the outpost. Firouzja is taking a slower, more methodical approach, completing his development. I still like queen e8. He puts his bishop on e8 rather than his queen. Where is he bringing that bishop? Is he bringing it to g6, or is he preparing h5?
Knight d4, and h5 traps that bishop.
Oh.
So I would be... Oh, what?
Oh.
How do you save that bishop?
Great call. h5 is a huge threat. It should be pointed out. H5 doesn't win the bishop because white could put it on e6, but it would win a big pawn. And Wesley taking drastic steps to open up a retreating square for his bishop, but it comes at the cost of the integrity of his kingside pawn structure.
And that pawn is captured. The good news for Wesley is his bishop can slide back to h3 if black plays h5. But I'm going to abandon that plan. I don't want to push my pawns on the king side anymore now that I'm up one. Let's get that bishop out from e8 up to g6. Maybe I can even slide a rook to f4 in the future. There might be tactics on the e4 square.
This is exactly what Firouzja was looking for in the first game of the 3+1 portion. He's got a much better position. He is up a pawn, and he's got so many easy ways to continue improving. King h7, you called it, Robert. Queen e7, coordinate the rooks. Maybe double on the f file. I love this for Alireza.
There are no points of entry for white's pieces. Those knights in d4 and c5 control all of the key squares. And at some moment, I'm not sure when, there could be a capture in e4, but what Alireza says, what are you talking about? I'm going to go back to f5, hit this bishop on e3. Maybe knight g3 is in the air as well, so Wesley is forced to retreat.
Absolutely. He has to retreat to f2, and he has to maintain control over this e4 square. Both sides now under a minute. And of course, it's not enough to accumulate all of your pieces on the king side. You actually have to find some way to break through. And this is partially where Alireza has struggled. He's sunk a lot of time into actually finding the crushing blow. What do you make of this move?
I don't give it a question mark. I like it. He wants bishop h6. So he's trying to free up a diagonal for that bad King's Indian bishop. Bad bishops defend good pawns. I know a certain commentator who likes to remind fans of that.
Yeah?
And then the knight comes in with a single check. But Danya, that's just one. And wait a second. Queen g5, bishop h6? Is that...
Oh my God, that would have retrapped the queen. What a crazy idea that would have been.
And instead we get this. What's the happening here? Is h4 loose, or is that walking into other pins?
Well, it walks into bishop f6, and then you'll have a hard time extricating the knight from g5, but perhaps you could support it with f4 using your own pin against black's queen. Still feels like black is better. Firouzja's got the initiative here, but he has to tread very carefully. Rook e2, knight f4, for example, would allow queen takes f4, so you got to watch out.
It doesn't quite lose a piece, but that would not be good for black. So he's deciding where to move this rook. He does go up to e3, but now the knight can safely go back to f4.
And it could go further back to g6 and dislodge this bishop. Trouble brewing for Wesley. f4 anyway.
Wesley says, what trouble? I have no fear. But Alireza, he swaps on h4. And whose king is worse? To my eyes, Danya, it looks like the white king. But that knight on g5 is so strong.
It's so strong it can jump to e6 at some point. And Firouzja trying to plug the g file by sticking his bishop on g4. That was a great move. And the other bishop is going to come out to e5 with great effect. I think Wesley's losing material.
Yeah, it's really going to hurt, because even queen g5 check, that looks like a single check. The king goes up to h7 and then rook to g8. Oh, why did he go in the corner?
Apparently, white had knight f4 and knight g6, and that would have given him a new lease on life.
Oh, queen h7, what a move that is. The queen comes in, and it looks like Firouzja. Is he going to be able to scoop up a victory here? It looks like it's checkmate by force.
King h1, bishop f3 is made in 3.
Nasty. But he goes, queen e1 because he couldn't block. The bishop f3 was still going to be a mate.
And you could even take the knight on f6, but he checkmates on e2.
Okay, so Alireza Firouzja, a better start here in the 3+1. Now it's a 4-point deficit. Don, you said this. As long as Alireza is within 4 to 5 points, he still has a legit shot in bullet because we saw his peak rating was over 3,500. And for Wesley, that looked like a shakier game than we're accustomed to seeing from him.
And the significance of that game for Alireza, yes, it's important to make up a point, but this is the best game that he's played all match. This was his only wire. It was his second victory of the match. It was his only wire-to-wire victory thus far. So I think that game served to convince him that, yes, I actually can beat Wesley so I can outplay him. And what on earth do we have here? This is actually a known line.
It is a known line, but I don't know who actually wins more often because the position is wild. Black is up a full rook, an entire rook. The knight on h1 is good as gone, but you have to get to it. So here, I think the line goes king h7, and after queen e4 check, don't they just make some kind of repetition there?
I think they do. And I think it's Wesley who makes the spicy move. d6. Is he aiming? No, queen e4 check. You cannot go bishop f5 because of knight h4. But I guess he drops back not to h7, but to f7 in that situation. Knight d5, man, I would be terrified of playing this with black. Terrified.
And I would be terrified for both colors because I say that king on g6 is going to get mated. But if I don't checkmate it, I'm down a rook. And at best, I'm down in exchange. And against Wesley, so we've seen how accurate he is when it's mop-up duty. But Wesley just shook his head. What is he thinking about?
I just wanted to shout out a funny comment in the chat. Someone said that this looks like a reverse Traxler. And I think that's a pretty apt characterization because it's not, usually it's black going bishop c5 and sacking on h8. Here it's white playing bishop c4 and sacking on h1. What is white's next move?
He needs to come up with knight f4 check, king h7, queen e4 check, king g8. We might see a draw like that with queen going back and forth in d5 and e4. That seems to be a reasonable outcome here. I believe that if white doesn't force the draw, he could be in big trouble.
And especially given the clock situation, Firouzja probably told himself that I have this draw in my pocket. Wesley cannot do anything to decline it. So he might be investing essentially the rest of his time searching in vain, I think, for some way to stir up complications. There is this crazy move e6 to shut down the bishop and set up the mate threat queen e4. But I just don't see himself playing that. I don't see Firouzja. Oh, he did! Just as I said it. He played e6.
Wow. And you can't take on e6 because knight f4 check will win that bishop on the square, and the black knight on h1 is still trapped. So king h7 seems to be the only possible move here. And then after queen e4 check, king goes to g8. The problem is that rook is stuck in the corner. And there's a very famous game. Danya, what's the game with the king on g8, rook on h8? Come on, you can do it.
The famous game with the king on g8, rook on h8. Is it Steinitz von Bart 11?
Nope, it's a much more modern game, including.
Oh, is it Morozevich MBL from Biel?
There it is.
With rook h7.
So that was the dynamic there. But what just happened? So Alireza jumped to c7, won the rook in the corner. Material is completely even, but isn't black's knight stuck?
And white's knight is not stuck. That's the second part of the equation. Wait, I thought he should have evacuated his knight with knight c7. See, now he's moved his bishop out to e3 in order to keep this knight at bay, Robert. But black can go bishop d7, knight c7, and rook c8 actually traps white's knight on c7, which is a pretty uncommon type of pattern. Normally, when the knight reaches c7, it evacuates to b5 or d5. But here, both of those squares are covered, and I think black is okay.
And even if black were to lose a pawn in a position like this, you can say it's going to be opposite colored bishops, still good chances to hold. But I'm not even sure if white is able to steal a pawn in this position because you have to go after the knight on h1.
It's crazy though. White actually white can play bishop take, and he did. He does, and that is the best move because the knight's technically not going anywhere. Black obviously cannot trap the bishop because b6 is unprotected.
Wow. Okay, so I was going to say that even if white grabbed a pawn, it still gives good chances. But that's not really the pawn I wanted to give up because Black's remaining pawns on b7 and d6, they're vulnerable. They're isolated. I like this opening try from Alireza, and I like the fact that he didn't make the forced draw that I thought he might go for.
He's feeling opportunistic. I think he's feeling so much more confident after a win like that under his belt as Wesley tries to generate counterplay on the other side of the board. b7, b5, opening up an attack on the bishop. Bishop can park itself on d4, which I think is the best square on the diagonal. You could throw in bishop b6 maybe to induce rook c6, but I don't know what the significance of that would be.
I think bishop d4 looks great. I think Black will play bishop f5, and after pawn to c3, he'll go for a b4 push and something like that. But bishop to b6 first. The rook should probably slide up, as it does. But done it. Okay. Isn't this a plan for Black? Bishop f5.
Okay.
You have to go c3. And then b4, and I'm threatening rook a6.
Oh, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Rook a6 threatens a2, and White's king could actually be subject to a lightning attack by Black's excellently coordinated pieces. Wesley puts the knight on d5. Will we see this move rook a6 at some point, such as now?
But look what Alireza wants. He wants to keep his passed a pawn. Even if Black is able to gobble up the c pawn somehow, the outside passed pawn can be very dangerous. And I don't even see a way to win these pawns on the queen side because the white king can venture towards b2. The knight can come up to d4. This looks like a very difficult hold for Black.
Totally. The eval bar is so misleading. The computer saves these positions pretty regularly and pretty easily. But for a human, imagine dealing with this outside passer on a4 supported by a rook behind the pawn. And your point, Robert, is very well taken. Alireza actually sacrifices a kingside pawn. Why did he do that? In order to drop the knight back to b3 and set this pawn in motion. But I love the way that Wesley is defending. That bishop controls the promotion square. And in some situations, he might even give his bishop away for the pawn, but get rid of White's other pawns with a draw.
And look at that move by Firouzja. He allows a discovered check, but all of White's important pieces are in dark squares. There's no valuable check to be had. And look at Wesley just pushing the h-pawn. It's slower than the a-pawn, but it's running up the board.
And the bishop, a much better piece at dealing with passed pawns than the knight. This is suddenly a 3-result game. You could conceive of a scenario where White, he goes knight c7 and a8 queen. But remember, Black is going to have connected passers. This time they're actually connected passers on the other side of the board. A move like rook h1 could pave the way for a sudden turnaround victory for Wesley.
Rook h1 would have been so sick. Instead, he pushes his g-pawn. And knight c7, that bishop is going to have to sacrifice for the pawn. But I think if you're White, just go after the bishop. Don't push
rook
your pawn
b6.
yet.
And
how is this not... It's winning, right?
Oh, I don't know. Rook a6 there apparently was winning, and knight d5.
Oh, that's a good find. You cut that bishop off.
And he's found it. Bishop back.
Is this a third time if he went rook b6? So he couldn't afford to play rook b6. It would have been a draw.
Oh!
But still winning for White.
It's winning. He wins the bishop. And Wesley, last chance. That h-pawn. Still scary. Rook b8.
And look at it.
King g7.
Wesley's down to 2 seconds, but you're not in time. You get a queen. The g-pawns are not quick enough.
And Firouzja takes one of them. He's going to take the other, and he is going to win a second consecutive game. What a finale.
Alireza Firouzja gives up a rook, still ends up a pawn ahead, gives that pawn back, but converts in the endgame in Wesley So's style. A great comeback in the making right now from Firouzja.
And what a game from all sides. He had a draw in his pocket. Most people would have taken that perpetual without even thinking. Firouzja took a minute. He found that e6 idea to keep the game going, and it wasn't the most precise endgame play. How could you play precisely in a position that sharp with only a couple of seconds? But it was enough to pose unstoppable practical problems to Wesley, and it's only a 3-point match.
And Wesley, who had seemed unbeatable, has suffered 2 straight defeats at the hands of Alireza Firouzja. Now we have a closed position in the center, and Black would like to open up the king side. Look at that move, king h8. You can expect knight g8, pawn f5. But White will go for the b4 pawn push of his own.
Man, that game was bananas, literally, because we saw Alireza Firouzja eating a banana, and I guess the energy that he got from that serves him well. G4 by Wesley. This is a much more typical idea, Robert, than somebody who isn't familiar with King's Indian positions might make it out to be. You're trying to discourage Black from playing f5, which now carries the positional risk of weakening the e4 square, something we've talked about quite a bit.
This f5 move is dangerous. Both kings will come under the crossfire of the enemy pieces. That e4 square, though, it is white's for the taking or not, says Firouzja.
Okay, so he's going to recapture with his bishop. And again, I like black's position. White's main asset here is that G file, right? That's the file that white is going to try to use to make black regret playing f5. But black can put either of two pieces on g6. Either he can go knight e7, knight g6, or he can drop the bishop back to g6. And that is a very well-protected bishop. I think Alireza has more than solved all of his opening problems here.
Alireza has been doing well on the black side of these Kings Indians. It's his style. He likes active play. He doesn't want to sit and passively defend. And look at that king on h1. It's not as happy as you would like it, whereas the king on h8 has so many pieces around it, and yet Wesley goes into this, plays f3, trying to secure the e4 square. Danya, I'm not even saying this just because you're a Kings Indian fan. I also am liking this for black.
And black could stir the pot by playing e4. That's a move which has to be very carefully considered because you're also giving away a couple of important squares with that move. In particular, you're allowing the knight to sink its teeth potentially into e6. And I think that that's what Alireza is calculating. Yup, and he plays it. I love it.
Opening up the entire center. And that king on h1, we've been talking about how lonely it is. If you open up the diagonal there, that bishop on f5 is going to thrive.
The bishop on f5 is going to thrive, and white's pieces just don't jibe. That knight on f4 is going to get traded off, and knight e6 garners the bishop pair. I think it's a viable option. It might be white's best option, but clearly after bishop takes e6 and queen takes e6, white doesn't have enough compensation.
No, that doesn't look good. Knight instead takes on g6 over here, and look at Firouzja. He's doing that super gem thing. They don't immediately capture with a piece. He decides eventually to take with a bishop rather than the pawn. But Danya, where to next for either side? Because white needs a fair way to put the rooks. Black's rook on a8 likely going to e8. And that bishop on g7, it's so strong, it controls this long diagonal. And that is why white trades it off.
And I think rook e8 is, at least to me, almost a pre-move. You can just throw that move in. And then you can start deciding exactly how you're going to try to convert your superior piece activity into something tangible. Now, you don't necessarily have to play tactically if you're Alireza Firouzja. If the queen moves away from d7, one positional idea involves bringing the knight around to this beautiful e5 square and exerting pressure on c4. That is why I think Wesley is keeping the tension in order to not allow the queen to shuttle over to the king side. Let's see how Alireza spins out his subsequent initiative. Maybe a move like rook e5. Not easy at all, that's for sure.
These positions are tricky because the kings can get unsafe in a moment's notice. But I like black's coordination. You see the rooks on e8 and f8, they're defending one another. There's one white rook on a1, one white rook on g3. They seem to be just not coordinated the way you would like. And that bishop on g7, even once it comes off, as it just has, look at Firouzja go to the endgame. What just happened there?
There was a huge missed opportunity. Both sides missed that in the endgame. White could have played knight b5 and then maneuvered the knight around to e6, the square that we've been talking about, but via c7, because black would have had to burn a tempo, consigning the rook to passivity after rook to d8. Big miss. I still think that the position is trending maybe in Wesley's favor, although it's hard to say. In the event of the queen trade, Robert, black's knight might access this monster square on d4.
And is there anywhere to go? The queen is stuck on h4. You can't escape with it. Queen g4 does not look appealing. So instead, we do see the trade. Rook g6 is hanging.
You got to go king g7. Black is lucky to have that move. I don't know if Alireza saw that or not, but he doubles back at exactly the right moment. Bishop to e4, continuing to pressure the bishop. We've got a really sharp endgame on our hands.
And after rook f4, white is in time to play bishop takes g6. And after h, you play rook g3, go after that weakness on g6. So black's knight eventually will try to go out to f5, and Alireza plays rook f4. But this endgame, it looks like both sides have their chances.
Don't fall asleep on this knight b5, knight c7, knight e6 idea. I think neither player is really looking toward the queen side. And now knight b5 loses a lot of its luster. He plays it anyway, though. And I think Alireza has to try to cover the c7 square. Instead, he counterattacks the rook. Wesley shuttles it over to the other side of the board, and he is really trying to get this knight around to e6.
And yeah, the b7 pawn will be hanging. A7 is gone. Wait a second. That knight on a7 is out of play. And here comes rook e2 and rook f2. And the rook can't go back to g3 because the knight e2.
Great insight. The e2 square will be used by either the rook or the knight. I think Wesley's just losing here. He's got insufficient material to defend his king. He's going to get checkmated.
And he goes rook up. So here comes a rook down to the second rank. I'm not even sure which one should go. He gives it the b7 pawn with check.
But that's not a big deal. Knight f3, rook f2. This is completely over. I mean, look at Wesley's pieces. How does he expect to defend the king against Black's entire army when there is a million mate threats staring him down the face?
Nothing you can do. Here comes a rook up to the f2 square. A knight first, I guess, to f3. And a clean exchange up and a checkmating net anyway on the first rank.
Or you could just start collecting all the queenside pawns. This is resignable, and he does resign. And I can't believe we're saying this, but Wesley has lost 3 games in a row to start the 3-minute portion. What a twist in this match, Robert.
And Wesley, the unfazable Wesley, so it seems like he is reeling right now because Alireza Firouzja, 3 straight victories. Danya, I think that Wesley, the one thing he could be happy about is if this is a long game, it will send them into that halftime break.
Absolutely. He needs a break. He needs to reset. And he needs to figure out exactly what's going wrong here in comparison to the 5+1 portion. Well, I'll tell you what Firouzja is doing better. His time management has been excellent. He has trusted his intuition, and his performance in critical moments, particularly tactical moments, has been far superior to what he was showing in the 5+1 portion, particularly that last game, Robert. It wasn't perfect, but he didn't make any big mistakes throughout the entire middle game. And ultimately, it was Wesley who cracked first in the end game by gobbling up that pawn on a7 and allowing the mating attack.
And Wesley goes to the Caro-Kann in this game. You see that white has stolen a pawn on c5, but the c5 pawn and the e5 pawn can quickly be targeted by black's pieces. That said, Danya, I tend to like openings where you steal pawns in blitz chess, because then you force your opponent to prove that they have sufficient compensation, compensation often being a vague term that we as commentators use when we're unclear what's going on.
Hey, stealing pawns, sign me up. Knight f5 would threaten to eliminate the bishop and then recapture the pawn. But in this line, you often see the bishop parking itself on this beautiful d4 square. There's one tactical detail, Robert, that is integral to an understanding of this line. I'd like to show it really quickly. If we could pull up an analysis board. Knight f5, bishop d4. A newer player might say, well, wait a second. Knight takes d4, cd, knight takes d4. And because the king has e7, the classic technique where you sack your queen and check on b5, that's not it. That doesn't work. Instead, after knight takes d4, there is the sudden check on a4. Bang! And even though the knight covers, the queen takes the bishop on g4. This is very easy to miss, and it is the reason why Alireza, or Wesley So, does not jump into f5 and instead plays a6.
And that move, bishop d3, by
now
Alireza afterwards, that's what I'm confused about. He just allowed black to take a central pawn, and Firouzja gives the check, but Wesley's in time to block with his queen, and this looks better for black.
Knight takes e5 was blundered by Alireza. The point of a6 was to cover the b5 square, because in that position, knight takes e5 would have allowed that classic queen sacrifice, and white would have recovered the material with interest. Now it feels like probably an equal-ish endgame. Maybe white is still slightly better. I don't know.
This position is one where white has the pair of bishops and some potential queenside expansion. But as you're pointing out, black can also strike on that side of the board because c5 will be a loose pawn in some of those positions.
It's such a hard position to get a handle on because both sides have so many different plans and pawn advances. Black can play in the center with e5, on the queen side with a5, on the king side, with something like f5. So hard to get a handle on where the pieces belong here. And I'm curious how Alireza is going to defend the c3 pawn. There's our answer. King d2. But is he walking into a potential e5?
e5 with e4 threatened, forking the bishop and the knight. Also e5, there is d4 potential, just trying to explode the center as that king on d2 could be in some danger. So he had said puts a knight on e5. The engine didn't love it.
And I don't love it either, because how is he going to recapture, right? Knight takes e5 would have run into the very nasty pinning move, bishop d4. And the bishop on e5 seems a little bit misplaced. You want a pawn on that square. You don't necessarily want a bishop hogging prime real estate in the center. Now I feel like white is a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, black's moves, king e7, that is a step one. But where do you actually put your rooks? What files are going to open up? And he answers that immediately by playing d4. And now that we have opposite colored bishops, I think Alireza's advantage is not so significant.
His only chance, I think, to spark the flames of the initiative is somehow to go after this b7 pawn. He's obviously threatening bishop e4, but Wesley was not born yesterday. I think he's going to castle queenside, killing two birds with one stone, protecting the pawn and connecting the rook with the bishop, when black is probably not worse at all.
No, I mean, this bishop on d4 is a healthy piece, and black could start throwing the pawns at the board, e5 and f5, and then white might have to deal with an opposing central expansion from black. So f3 played before you can expand. I'm just going to eliminate that possibility. Danya, I feel like in a classical game, these two would agree to a draw in the near future.
Yeah, they would kind of look at each other and say, let's go to dinner. In a blitz game, the way that this game is likely to end in a draw is with a mass liquidation down the d file. Wesley will likely drop his bishop back at some point. He doesn't want to play e5 because that would drop f7. And I don't think Alireza really has a choice other than to acquiesce to the liquidation. And a draw is a completely fine result. It's a stable result. I think Alireza's got to be thrilled with the way that these first 30 minutes have gone.
Although a draw is also good for Wesley because it means he's no longer losing. He lost 3 games in a row. He has a very easy hold from the black side. That must feel good as a chess player because you're told win with white, draw with black.
And I love the fact that Wesley has started this game with e4. The King's Indian isn't working out for you. You have to put your pride behind you, and your only consideration has to be maximizing your chances of success. We get a fresh opening, a Rosalimo or a Moscow variation, and this line has been all the rage recently.
It has. And this queen on d4, it looks like it can be kicked by black's pieces, but there's no knight going to c6, and there's no pawn to e5 because then you give up the d5 square. These are big decisions that black needs to make. And as you're pointing out, the knight on f3, that can also reroute towards the queen side. So both sides have their fair share of ideas.
Yeah, this knight d2, knight c4 maneuver is one of the most important ways in which white can reinforce the attack on black's two main weaknesses, b6 and d6. Right now, both of these pawns are very well defended, but should a knight land on c4, black actually, in those positions, has a very hard time keeping d6 under wraps. Bishop g3 would be another way to hit that pawn directly and try to induce the move e5, which obviously creates a big positional weakness on d5.
Yeah, that doesn't look so nice for black at first glance, but then you realize that black is actually situated quite nicely if that knight were going to try to jump in the center. But speaking of knights jumping in the center, knight back to d2, this was your idea to go to c4. And black can push the pawn to e5 at any moment. That does loosen up control over d5, which I don't love. And so what else comes to mind? Can black get away with d5, Danya, or with the king in the center? Is that way too risky?
I've tried playing d5 in these types of positions. I think Alireza's probably calculating it. But in my experience, it's almost always too risky. And there's a specific reason why. If you envision the trade on d5, at the end of that line, white's queen is going to be aimed at the g7 pawn, which means that black can't really easily get this bishop out of f8, nor can black castle queenside. That would be illegal because of the bishop on h4. So white's pieces are just better situated. They're better equipped to handle the opening of the center. So my vote would be either knight e5 or e5, but this is a pretty drastic measure. It's very clear to me that Wesley has essentially won the opening battle.
That d5 square is looking juicy. And in these positions, you reroute your knight to e3 using the c4 square. I love that move. By trading queens, you soften up black's defense of the d6 pawn and also the b6 pawn. That is a very astute move by Wesley.
And there's a nice tactical underpinning to it. You're not just playing positionally. In the event of the trade, you would have taken with a knight, and there would even be some mating ideas with the rook capturing on d6. Right now, Wesley is firmly back in the driver's seat. He is playing positionally, and I think he's going to drop his queen back and reinforce his control over the d5 square with either bishop c4 or even knight c4. And then your idea, Robert, knight e3, knight d5, is very much on the menu.
Knight c4 hits the b6 pawn.
Oh, yeah,
the e5 pawn because the pawn on d6 is pinned. So this looks like a huge problem for Alireza. It's a positional nightmare. And let's just point out that if white can trade the light square bishops and then one pair of knights, black is saddled with this horrible dark square bishop that doesn't have any open diagonals.
Yeah, that's an absolute classic illustration of good knight versus bad bishop. And there is a reason why a lot of these textbook positions actually arise out of Sicilians gone wrong. Because in many Sicilians gone wrong, black is indeed forced to play e5. And then if White can crunch down his control over the d5 square, you get those types of positions. Instead, Alireza desperately trying to stir the pot by taking on e4. Was that a poisoned pawn?
I'm wondering, because knight takes e5 threatens checkmate in 1 with queen takes f7, forcing black to castle. And then I'm already looking at ideas with knight takes f7, bishop c4, bishop h5. You could stare in all directions, but unfortunately for Alireza, it looks very iffy for his king.
There's a really lovely idea that would have involved taking on e5 and then later sticking the knight on g6 because the knight would be untouchable. Now that's a moot point because the bishop controls that square. And I think that is the reason why, Robert, his move order was very imprecise. I don't think that Wesley should have allowed a bishop to land on e4. Now, if he plays bishop c4, after queen e8, that's precisely where he would have had the move knight g6. Now he doesn't have that resource, and I think Alireza is very much holding on.
That's an essential point, that the g6 square is not White's for the taking. But let's say Wesley plays in true Wesley style, and he doesn't. I was going to ask you, if he trades the light square bishops, isn't White just simply better?
No, White's definitely still better, probably even clearly better. Pawn takes e5, bishop takes e4 is a very pretty tactical justification, opening up an attack on the rook. I think Alireza has to trade on d3 and bite the bullet because now he's allowed knight g6 again. Rook e8, bishop c4, and he's going to drop material. You
were just talking about this idea, knight g6 hitting the rook, and Wesley first plays bishop c4. I can't really blame him for that because how does black actually save the material?
Well, not with queen e8, again, because of knight g6. He's got to go d5 and jettison a pawn, but he's not just jettisoning a pawn. White's also going to be super, super active in the ensuing position. This is borderline technically winning, but with, 40 seconds or so for both sides, anything can still happen.
And there are a couple of players you never want a pawn down position like that against. Magnus Carlsen, of course. Wesley So might be my second pick of players I would never want to face in a technical endgame. So we see this position where White controls the D file, has an extra pawn. But the good news is Black doesn't really have any more weaknesses in his camp. So that gives him some chances.
It does, but Wesley reinforces the threat of, now Rook D7 should
Rook
win
D7.
the game. He's got knight d7, inaccurate, and Alireza still in the game despite his incredibly ugly pawn structure. It's technically winning, Robert, but with the open e-file, anything can still happen.
And let's point out that if the queens and one pair of rooks get traded, there are good drawing chances for Black anyway, because one extra pawn is often not enough to have a winning edge in endgames with rooks.
But this is what I'm talking about. When there are open files, there is tactical potential. Wesley has allowed a rook to sink its teeth onto the second rank. Queen f4 was a huge threat in that position, and so Wesley is suddenly the passive one.
Yeah, and the queen on b4 stops that.
Oh,
queen e5. That's sweet. Back rank checkmate.
Lovely move, trying to shuffle the queen over to f5 and attack the f2 pawn. Now queen e2. Threatens rook d1. And White's got to be careful not to get mated on the back rank. That's a very easy motif to miss.
And now that's why g3 was played, to give the king some space, and the black king goes up. I don't really see how White plays for a win here with the f2 pawn being such a clear target.
I was going to say, moreover, Black is okay with the queen trade because his rook is so much more active, and his king is going to be more active as well. This is a draw. I don't think Alireza should have any trouble holding this together, although Wesley did a great job there of ensuring that he still has the extra pawn.
This is a much better version of what it was before, because White's rook was passive. Now White has a very active rook. So what Alireza can do is king h7, king g7, back and forth. I don't think the White king can escape, especially after that move rook to b1.
The crucial defensive component here is that pawn on g4, which is keeping the White king in a cage. White can't really push the f pawn because of a second rank check. Wesley has nothing to do other than to repeat moves. That is an infuriating result for Wesley So, who was winning, Robert, at some point in one move with rook d7 instead of knight d7.
And Alireza Firouzja, we see him on the screen. He looks a lot different now that he leads the 3+1 time control by a score of 4-1. He's much happier. Even if the overall match score is still in Wesley's favor, I think Firouzja is the only player who could be smiling at the moment.
Honestly, such an incredible turnaround in this match. Firouzja showing what he is made of. He was reeling. He was down by 5. Now it's a completely different match. It's a new match, and it's a 6-8 match. Wesley has to step it up in the second half of the 3+1 portion.
And Alireza has just been a different player in this quicker time control. Danya, we know that Alireza is the favorite in the bullet, So what is Wesley's mentality like? That remains the question. We'll let everybody sit and think on that one when we return from the break here at the Speeches Championship presented by Coinbase.
God, it's the same thing every time. Why didn't you en passant, bro? I swear to God, en passant should be f***ing forced. All my friends watching, and this is taking forever. Play faster. If I could move this pawn backwards, it would basically be checkmate. Oh, and draws are dumb. I should be able to flag him no matter how many times I repeat moves. 1400 years and it's the same f***ing game every time. You know what? It's time for some updates. I'm tired of this. I'm doing it. Stalemate is now a win for the player who gets stalemated. You're welcome, Eric Rosen.
Hey, it's the Rosen trap.
Pawns can move backwards. Why is that never not been a rule?
Pawns can move backwards now?
Every piece should be allowed to en passant.
What? That's not even possible. How?
Ship it. Dunzo. Update. Enter.
Why isn't it ending? There's just 2 kings on the board. What is this purgatory?
This is so awesome what we're doing here. Guys, we're changing chess. Why can't people just move however they want, whenever they want?
Wait, what? Checkmate? Do I not get to move?
From now on, C4 actually explodes. Pawns are weak no more. Pawns can promote on the first move. Update! Take that, bro! Woo! I'm not sure I made the users as happy as I thought I would. Maybe chess doesn't need an update. Financial systems do need an update, though. Coinbase is working on just that, re-envisioning an entirely new financial system that is decentralized and fully transparent. Thank you, Coinbase, for sponsoring competitive chess and making events like the Speed Chess Championship possible. Go to coinbase.com/update the system today to learn more.
I was here! I was lost. Okay, well, hey.
8, let's go!
Oh no, I think I should have just done that. Chat, I got 14!
We beat it! Let's go! No, 15, unreal. No, first try.
8 in a row, 9 in a row, baby! Let's go! Let's go! I got a little achievement thing.
I honestly really enjoyed that. That was really cool.
Become a Chess.com community streamer at go.chess.com/start streaming.
return to the 2023 Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. This is Alireza. This is Wesley. This is the SCC and Danya. We've had a great match thus far, but it kind of feels like two different matches all in one.
It completely feels like two different matches. The 3+1 segment, at least the first half of it, could not have been more distinct from what we saw in the 5+1 portion. I started getting worried, Robert. As commentators, we don't love blowouts because they're less fun to commentate. I was worried when Wesley jumped out to that 5-point lead that he was 1 or 2 wins away from entering that blowout territory. Instead, it's a 2-point match. Alireza wins 1 more game, and he is within sight of actually tying this match going into the bullet, which would be absolutely huge for his chances of success.
There are very few players on this planet who could force Wesley So to relinquish a lead. Alireza Firouzja is one of them. Wesley, he's such a veteran of this experience in the SCC, but it's not always about experience. Sometimes the youth prevail. And for Alireza Firouzja, he was 3rd place in the Bullet Chess Championship. He's done well throughout the Champions Chess Tour, but he has not exited the first round, past the first round until this year in the SEC. So, Danya, it's a new year and likely a new Firouzja.
Man, that's got to be the biggest water bottle I've ever seen from Alireza. Good to know that he stays hydrated. You gave him some potassium. That banana really helped elevate his game to the next level. Big game right now, right? The momentum clearly on Alireza's side. Wesley coming off a very frustrating game in which he was unable to convert a brilliantly played opening into a full point. And we have a Rosalimo, another Rosalimo, I should say.
This has been an opening tour of sorts. We've had King's Indians, then Wesley as white went to e4. For Wesley as black, he started with a Najdorf, then went to e5, now to a Rosalimo. So I think he's being hard to pin down, although he also probably wants to make something a little bit more solid, as Firouzja did win a bunch of the decisive games in the recent stretch.
H3 is a pretty uncommon move. Fun fact, this is the line Wesley So recommends in his E4 3-volume E4 chessable course, except Wesley's move is the immediate D4. That's also the main line. Firouzja delays it by playing H3, kind of a cagey, flexible approach, perhaps a more positional approach than the immediate D4. And we see Wesley, very committal decision to play E5. Is he going to follow up with, no, never mind. It's Firouzja's turn to strike at the center.
D4 played, and if you take on D4 again as black and the white knight takes, that bishop on G7 is a happier piece. The E4 pawn is more vulnerable. This is an odd pawn structure, Danya. I do tend to like this position from the black side because I feel like white is quite likely to overextend.
Although I would argue that black's top priority should be to play D6 and open up the bishop and try to secure the D4 pawn. That might have been better achieved by dropping the knight back to E8 in order to reinforce the D6 square. The knight on D5 is more vulnerable than it looks. It looks really good, right? It's shielded by the D4 pawn, but it can still be attacked diagonally, either by the bishop, which can come out to C4, or I was going to say by the queen, which comes out to B3. And this knight just doesn't have all that many appetizing squares to drop back to. You don't really want to go to E7, Robert, because you're starting to give white a pretty major lead in development, especially if this knight comes out to E4 and clamps down on these dark squares.
And the way Wesley's looking at the board right now, he's kind of side-eyeing that knight. Like, what are you doing there? Why are you sticking out like that? How come I can't protect you? And for black, you could throw in with like H6 right now, but that gets very spicy because the white queen will take the knight on D5, and after H6 takes G5, the knight takes back on G5, the black king starts to feel in danger.
I think that's exactly what's going to happen. Great call by you. And it's important to avoid the instinctual bishop h4. Alireza might play it, but not without proper thought, because bishop h4 affords the knight a beautiful square on f4. Instead, he gives the bishop up on h6 and now takes on d5. But wait a second. Now black has a tempo, and black can use this tempo to travel to c2 with his knight. What is Alireza intending against that?
We already know Alireza is not afraid to lose a rook in the corner, a full rook. And Wesley, he trusts him, I guess, to play his rook to e8, staring at this e5 pawn. But Dunya, I think you were 100% correct. That knight b4, that was the better move. That's why rook e8 earned a mistake, question mark.
I honestly feel like this is as close as Wesley comes to tilt, right? He's not playing h5, h4, but he seems a little bit dejected in the way that he was playing. I think in the 5-minute portion, he would have devoted at least another 10, 15 seconds to calculating knight b4. Maybe from a time management standpoint, a move like rook e8 is the wise decision, as we see Alireza bring the knight to a3.
But do you see Wesley just go for a catwalk? He went back, went down the runway, he's back in his seat, and quickly plays b5. So not sure what's happening in his background there, but b5 was a good move, stopping that knight from entering the center via c4.
But that was a really sloppy move by Firouzja. I thought he should have gone to d2 and then to e4. He wants f6 or d6. Now the knight on a3 is completely stranded. And to make matters worse, Wesley is only one move away from consolidating with bishop b7. And White is in trouble, because if White loses the e5 pawn, not a shred, not an iota will remain from White's initiative just a couple of moves ago.
And that is why he wanted knight a3 rather than knight d2. He didn't want to give up the e5 pawn. But now that knight is offside. It's not doing much. As you said, bishop b7, a very obvious move. Threatening knight takes e5. Ooh, I think it still works out for black. Bishop g6, knight takes e5. Tactically speaking, black is ahead.
Lovely tactics, because that knight on e5 will both guard g6 and f7. I'll show this for newer players who might be excited at the prospect of bishop takes g6. Black responds with knight takes e5. This is a discovered attack on the queen, a defensive move because f7 is guarded, and if the queen drops back, the knight travels back and takes the bishop on g6. Great calculation by Wesley. Let's go back to the live board, because we have apparently another mistake by Alireza Firouzja, who just seems to have lost his composure in this game. And now maybe Wesley can bring the rook to c8 and once again threaten knight takes e5.
And it looks like Wesley has played rook to c8 as we get back to the live position. Alireza down under 20 seconds. Knight takes e5 is a huge threat. There's no rook c1 because the bishop on h6 is so strong.
Man, this is turning out into such a frustrating game by Firouzja, who got exactly what he wanted, and he's still trying. But with 5 seconds, I don't see him holding this position together. Queen to d6, but rook e6 chases the queen away. Oops, sorry. You didn't do that.
F6 would not be a very good move.
No.
But this reminds me of the 5+1, Danya, where Wesley got to a huge lead on the clock, and Alireza was scrambling to make his last moves. The position is not lost for White. It's not good, but it's not completely lost. There are a lot of tactics in the air, but I think Wesley's going to play a tricky move, and you just highlighted d6 square. d6 feels like a tricky move that White can just collapse after.
The advice my coach shared: when your opponent is in time pressure, you want to make non-forcing moves that pose practical problems, and mainly that force your opponent to make decisions. That's what you see Wesley doing here. Bishop g7, right? He's making these relatively non-committal, open-ended moves, although I thought d6 would have been a much more effective strategy at opening up the center and posing problems. Wait, he's blundered a piece! And Firouzja missed it!
Firouzja had no time, but bishop takes knight would have stolen the bishop in the center, and this is why you need to conserve your time if you're Alireza.
Oh my God, what a huge miss. He moved the right piece, but he didn't drag it 2 squares. He only moved it 1 square. And Wesley should be able to convert his advantage now, although it's still not over.
No, because the black king is open at this stage. The f6 square, for example, if you take on b2, knight f6 check would be a fork.
And Wesley obviously refraining from the repetition. He just repeated once to gain a couple seconds. And king g7's heads up prophylactic move, preparing f5.
And queen c1 back looks very strong for black. There it is. And the b2 pawn is hanging. d3. Just one apiece.
Well done. It's over. Oh! He's blundered me!
Oh! 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 And you said it was over, but you didn't think from that side of things. And this is why you have to have laser sharp focus, Danya. Laser sharp focus. You need to keep that the whole time, because you see that? That is what you need in order to win those games. And Alireza did not resign.
Can I do an instant replay for players who maybe didn't follow exactly what happened there, as we see an Alapin, a mainline Alapin in the next game? I'm totally speechless right now. Here is the end of the game. Wesley did everything right. Once he blundered that piece and Firouzja didn't take it. This is the problem with pre-moving when you've got 6 seconds on your clock. You need to take at least half a second per move. You don't think that there could even be a threat, right? You think that White is out of threats, White is out of ideas. Whoop! Queen h6. And it's literally mate. You don't even lose your queen. You literally get mated. Unfrickin' believable.
Those dark squares were not under black's control. I mean, that should have been a win for Wesley, but shoulda, coulda, woulda, it doesn't matter. What we have right now is a 1-point match. Danya, Wesley is still leading, but that's so easy to forget given what's happened in these last 6 games in the 3+1.
And that was the most debilitating game of all, because think about it. You win that game with the black pieces, you get white, you have all of the momentum back. You lose, it's literally a 1-point match. All of the effort that Wesley devoted into the previous 2 games, he's only got half a point to show for it. But I really, really like the way that he's handling the situation. I think he's got a winning position out of the opening again.
And this is what you can't do if you're Alireza. You cannot give Wesley his confidence back, because when he's in rhythm, we keep talking about it, he's exceptionally difficult to beat. But when you give him a checkmate attack in the first 15 moves of the game, that's a problem. Just to show a line, let's bring up an analysis board here. Bishop G7 fails tactically to a fork. That Queen B5 check is step 1, but then once the king goes to F8, there's Queen takes B6 and Knight D7 check at the end.
Lovely. And you know what's crazy? At the end of the slide, it's another fork, and you also drop the bishop. Well explained.
This is just tragic for Alireza, and he did make his move. He decided to bring his rook to C8, but now he's woefully underdeveloped, Danya, and White's initiative rages on.
And White could pick up the pawn on A5. I think my coach would always make an emphasis on this. When you've got the initiative, a lot of players, they tunnel vision attacks, but the reality is, don't be afraid to cash in. If you can take a pawn on A5 and get a protected passer on the corner of the board, you absolutely should. But look at the filigree precision by Wesley. Before taking the pawn, he first sticks his queen on E5. This is 2700 chess at its finest. He is provoking another weakening move, either F6 or Rook G8, which will deprive Black of castling rights. And on the next move, he's finally going to harvest the pawn on A5.
Exquisite. And the black pawn had to take on C6 because there are pins in the diagonal. Now you're inducing another weakness before grabbing this pawn on A5. Wesley, it seems like he lost his footing completely, but it's not. Where's he going? Speaking of losing his footing, he's no longer in his chair. He keeps getting away from his computer for a second.
He might be losing his footing, but he's on his feet, and he's back. He's back in the camera zone. And converting this position, not the easiest job in the world, but given his time advantage, I don't think he'll have any trouble.
Right, because the black king won't be truly safe. The e-file is open, and Wesley is still seeking his first win in this segment, and that's wild to think about. And speaking of wild, e5 when your king is in the center, trying to trap the queen.
But this is, by the way, why Firouzja is such a difficult opponent in Bullet. He finds these tricks so quickly. I mean, just look at this. We don't have to bring up an analysis board. It's just one move, but I'll make them on the board. No, that is not the one move. And the queen is trapped out of nowhere, just like that. So what do you do if you're Wesley? Well, you have to forget about the d4 pawn, because Black's not about to take it with his pawn and give away a massive check on e1. Or is he? Maybe Firouzja does take on d4 and say, at least I'll die with a full stomach. He does.
Well, Yasser would be proud, but in this position, rook e1 check is tempting. Rook d1 pins that pawn to the queen. Knight e4 just going forward. Looks pretty good. So White has many options. He chooses the knight jump. And if bishop to e7, there's bishop h6, once again preventing Black from castling.
Yeah, this is so debilitating. And even from a positional standpoint, White is better because there's that A pawn, which is going to shove forward to A5 and then perhaps to A6. So even on the off chance that Black does manage to castle, he won't have solved all of his problems. And forget about that. He's gone king F7. He maybe wants to castle by hand. I actually like the way that Firouzja is defending here thus far.
And what if White pushes the A pawn up the board like you were suggesting? A5, the knight comes into D5. Bring your queen back to C4. Hit that D4 pawn. And then push A6. And just run that pawn up the board. Is Black in time to deal with all the threats?
I don't think he is. And I think Firouzja's only chance of a miracle comeback is to milk Wesley's clock down below 30 seconds, because we know that Wesley has struggled in these low time situations in the 3+1 portion. And he invests some time, plays A5, well done. And the queen, I think, is going to be brought back to C4, hitting this very vulnerable pawn on D4.
And whoa, C5, that looks like a move that loses on the spot. Is there some kind of like rook d1, knight c3 trap?
Oh, that's beautiful. Rook d1 and knight c3 is gorgeous geometry. But Wesley banking on that pawn. Look at Firouzja, though, trying to go king g6 and trapping the bishop. Now, wait a second. This game is still far from over.
So Wesley gives up the bishop, gets a check against the king.
Go back.
King f7, knight d6 check.
But Black is only one move away, Robert, from playing something like rook f8 and tucking the king away on the safest square that it has been on essentially all game long.
But this is where the clock is so important. Look at Firouzja's time, 4.7 seconds. If I'm Wesley, I'm playing maybe knight takes c5 here, just grabbing the pawn when I can. The black king won't find any shelter.
And white doesn't really have to hurry. White is technically down a piece here, but you could even play a slow move like g3 just to make some luft. And look at Wesley. He does just that. He keeps his composure, and he's taking all of Firouzja's pawns here. This should be completely winning for Wesley So, but he needs to find the way to nail in the coffin here. Whoa!
He allowed the pawn to go forward, and here comes d2 and rook e1 check.
The move queen f5 didn't actually carry any threats. And rook e1 is a massive threat.
The black knight is such a good defender, and if king g2, at some point, if you're scared, you can play queen d5 check, but Wesley has to move.
Oh, he's blundered rook e1!
And you saw Wesley's face? And look at that. He set up a trap. He allowed the queen to move forward to take on d2 because the black king gets mated.
Rook f8. He missed it. Oh my God, this is crazy. Now Firouzja's back in the driver's seat.
There's no checkmate, but can black actually move here? Rook f7, rook f8 might be a draw.
It's a draw. Firouzja has to repeat moves. Black has no choice.
Oh my goodness.
But I say this as if a draw is a bad result for Firouzja. This is crazy.
Wow. Firouzja just won't lose. He's doing his best Wesley So, saying, I will not go down in any single game. Daniel, this is incredible.
Let's watch the opening of this game, but I do want to do another instant replay. I want to show the missed win by Firouzja there with rook e1, which I think Wesley might have even allowed deliberately. And then the missed win by Wesley So, which is the most shocking to me. I'm going to bring up that game. If we could pull up an analysis board here real fast. First of all, h4. It's like, you know, your city is burning down and you're busy like painting your walls or something. Rook e1 and the game is over. Firouzja plays queen d4. But then there was a shocking thing. This is basic betting. Rook f8 check, Robert. Deflection, you have to take, and queen takes c4. White has way too many pawns here. Black can take some of them, but at the end of the line, okay, white should be still technically winning in this position.
And that's why he put h4. So then when black queen went to e4, it was not checked. So it was good awareness from Wesley after slipping, after losing most of advantage. Alireza deserves a ton of credit for fighting back in the game. It looked completely hopeless for him. But he trapped Wesley's bishop on h6. That was a big turning point in that game. And Danya, still a 1-point lead for Wesley. It's weird to say that because the only player who's been doing any winning has been Alireza in the 3+1. But that's what happens when you're up 7-2 in the longest time control.
It's honestly crazy how the momentum can shift, how the same match can look so different across the span of, let's say, an hour. And Alireza, with the white pieces, a slightly better position, he can tie the match with a victory in this game. And it's crazy to me, Robert, confirm me on this. Wesley has not won a game in the 3+1 segment.
Not a single win for Wesley. I mean, it seems like he was about to win a few of them, and Alireza fought to the bitter end. Let's not forget, Danya, that Wesley was up a full piece and blundered into a checkmate that Alireza found in the blink of an eye. So let's look at this position. It's a King's Indian. Wesley has the black side of a King's Indian once again. And, taking on a5. That doesn't look ideal from White's perspective.
Not ideal at all. And like any of these King's Indian structures, when white plays c4, you do not want a situation where black clamps down on the c5 square. And that is why we see Alireza driving the pawn up to a5. He's going to discourage black from playing b6. And then in true King's Indian style for white, he's going to drive the other pawn up to c5. There we go.
And the knight went to a6 just to preempt this. If you want to play c4, c5, good luck to you. My knight will cover that square. And in this moment, I think that black has a big choice. Do you play knight h5 and go for f5 and play in that King's Indian aggressive style? Or do you make a move like c6 and challenge for the center? He says neither. I'm going to go backwards with my knight, but f5 is not possible.
But I don't like black's position because I think likely Firouzja will play queen c2. You want to discourage black from playing f5 and delay this move as far as possible. On the other hand, black might then play knight c5. And if white takes twice on c5, yes, black's pawn structure is slightly damaged, true, but black gets the bishop pair, and black gets much easier access to playing this f7, f5 move. I think Firouzja just induced king h7 to make it harder for Wesley and less palatable for Wesley to play f5, because in some situations after the trade, the bishop exerts an x-ray on the f5 pawn. These types of subtleties, Firouzja has been so good at throughout the 3-minute segment.
And he plays his knight to d2 now. The engine, not a huge fan of it. And yeah, f5, because you can't exploit the pin on the diagonal. If ef5, gf5, black will be able to play e4 at the right moment. This is starting to look favorable for Wesley, who has everything you could ask for in a King's Indian defense.
There's a crazy tactic. White can take twice on f5, then pin the rook with something like queen c2 and pick off the rook with g4. But when all of the smoke clears, White's king is going to be wide open in that situation. I can guarantee you, knowing Firouzja, he just spent 20 seconds calculating that, but decided ultimately on the typical approach. Here come Wesley's pawns, though.
I like starting with bishop f6 because you can play bishop h4 first if you're worried about having a terrible dark sword bishop for the rest of the game. And Alireza takes on a6 and plays c5. He gets rid of that knight. So c5 is about to happen. But maybe it's about to happen for black. Can black play it first?
Can black play it first and freeze White's progress on the queen side? That is the important question. Alireza would take on Pissant there. Instead, bishop h4, following up on Wesley's positional plan, trading off his bad bishop. But Robert, White might strike first here. And if black's queenside collapses, he won't have the resources to devote his full attention to the kingside pawn storm. Instead, though, rook e2, a much tamer approach adopted by Firouzja, or a much more Rajabov approach, shall we say.
I knew you were about to say that after you said tamer. But hey, you're all good. But the reason he went rook e2 was that he wants to defend his second rank. If he had decided to trade on h4, the eval bar is going all the way up. But I was saying bishop h4, queen h4. If you could get some bishop takes h3 business, there would be an attack, but not with that rook on e2, right? If you take on c5 now, knight c5, queen c5, there's no bishop takes h3 anymore. And that's what I think Wesley was relying on in some previous variations.
You're absolutely right. The rook on e2 is a star defensive move. And from a distance, I think Wesley should have probably wanted to play d5, but in that situation, White could have taken and gone c6. Wesley has to agree to the complete dissolution of his queenside pawns. He's saddled now with a weakness on c6, with a weakness on e5 that White can attack by jumping to c4. Firouzja now firmly in the driver's seat again.
This looks terrible for black. Here come the rooks to the d file, and the bar is all the way up, and look at that move. Knight b6.
Ooh.
Please take me. Open the a file. And if you trade on b6, there'll probably be a collinear move. Look at that. Wesley resigned. He's not any material down, but he had enough.
And that's not a tilt resignation. The evaluation there is +5 for those who are curious, because knight c5 was completely unstoppable. Another dominant game by Alireza Firouzja. Again, at some point, it looked pretty good for Wesley So, but he has lost the ability to play at the highest level in critical positions. The fortunes have changed, and the match is tied.
Incredible. And there is one game left in this time patrol. I didn't actually look at the clocks down yet, but if Wesley was able to waste the remaining time, that could have been the last game. The issue is when you're facing Alireza, you don't actually want to play bullet. So you're essentially, as you say, you're leaping from the frying pan into the fire if you are Wesley, and he needs this win. I truly believe that if he is going to win this match, he needs to take this game, and he has the white pieces actually in this one. It's funny because when it's the King's Indian defense, Wesley and Alireza could play with either color clearly, but Wesley does have the white pieces right now.
Oh man, I would seriously vote that this is the most entertaining SEC match that we've had so far. And the best is yet to come, because we will have 30 minutes of 1+1 to round off this incredible match. The score is tied at 8.5 apiece. For those joining late, Wesley held a 5-point lead throughout the 5-minute portion. Alireza came back, and he didn't even need the bullet to come all the way back and tie the match with one last game to play in the 3-minute segment. And yet again, Robert, they resort back to this pawn structure, which I think has served Alireza very, very well throughout this match. I don't like this for White.
No, I don't like it for White either. And it's control over the e4 square. But let's not forget that when they played this similar position earlier, Wesley, who does have the white pieces in this game, he was with the advantage. He sacrificed his exchange for pretty much no reason, Danya, and maybe that was the start of Alireza gaining confidence.
It was indeed. And Alireza is better again. He's probably much better at this point. G4. Wesley's got nothing going for him on the queen side. And look at the way that Reza has accumulated his pieces on the king side. His pieces are breathing. The queen is where it needs to be. The bishop is hitting white's queen, and the other bishop can't come out to h6. We've been pointing out this idea quite a few times, and I think now is the perfect time to involve the bishop and pressure the knight.
This looks so pleasant for Alireza, who does have the black piece in this game, and he brings a knight to c5. Now knight d3 is an option, hitting the rook on e1 and that pawn on b2. So we have seen a swap of pieces on g4, but even if you get your knight to e4, that's great. You have a knight on e4. That black bishop gets to h6, and suddenly the e3 square is vulnerable.
And if Alireza so chooses, he can support the knight with the move b6. He's shown a predilection for doing that earlier. Instead, he does yield to the trade. But as I said in the first time that they reached this position, just because white has a pretty looking knight on e4, it really doesn't mean anything. Black can quite easily work around that knight, and he can do that in a variety of ways. There's bishop h6. That knight could get targeted after bishop e3. And now I think he will at some point try to double rooks on the 7th rank on the f file. Wesley, though, doing a pretty good job so far of holding the position together.
And the doubling of the rooks, what does it amount to? That's the big question. Will there actually be a checkmating threat? But it can't hurt. So he starts with b6, stopping any kind of c5 business, and then you can play rook f7, you can play rook f5. I don't know where you want your rook on the f-file, but the doubling of the rooks seems to be best as it's the only avenue into white's position that black can look for.
A very inadvisable move for white would be a poorly timed h3, because the bishop on g3 would lose the support of the pawn, and it would send the knight back to a square that it potentially wants to access anyway, contesting the knight on e4. Great positional, patient play by Alireza Firouzja, setting all of his pawns up on the same color as white's very poor bishop on g3. He bites the bullet and plays h3.
And he brings his king to h2 to protect that bishop. He wants to see a trade on e4, because if you go knight e4, rook e4, suddenly rook g4 becomes a pretty big threat. But black will likely avoid that, and does by not even trading the knights to begin with. So, Danya, when you look at this, it does look to me at first glance like, what?
Oh.
Is there... I almost want to play like rook f1 check, to distract some of the pieces.
Queen e4, knight g3. That's a beautiful concept, actually. Now, the reason Wesley dropped his king back to h1, Robert, we should point out, is because black was, in fact, threatening to play knight takes g3. The queen is undefended, the knight is pinned, and queen takes g3 there would have run into bishop f4. But it looks like Alireza is merely accumulating, and at some point, he will have to manifest something specific on the king side. Maybe it's something like bishop f4, but I don't really see anything concrete just yet. The knight on e4, such an integral defensive piece for Wesley because it holds the f2 square.
And Wesley might play queen g4 to trade queens. I think I would do that right now. I'm scared of getting checkmated if I'm Wesley. So the move queen to g4, offering the queen trade, that knight on e4, which we said is what white wants, wasn't so scary, but it does control the important squares.
Agree completely. I think you have to play queen g4. You might not have had another chance because Alireza might have gone king h8 on the next move, and then he would have been able to sidestep the queen trade with queen h6. Great awareness by Wesley. I think he's on the way to drawing this game.
Well, we know that draws are not likely in speed chess. Blunders do happen, and you look at a knight trade being offered, I do agree with you. Like if you play bishop f4, knight takes e4, it looks relatively equal, but I would take black here because of the healthier pawn structure.
And it's easy to forget that the pawn on e5 is, in fact, a protected passer as Wesley carefully navigates the minefield. Bishop h6 was the only move to maintain good drawing chances. Now Alireza has to find knight f2 check, otherwise he drops the knight. King g1 and rook f1. Wait a second. Black is in a little bit of danger here too.
Although after rook f1, the knight can move because the king protects that rook on f7.
So apparently white needs to play rook e3 in order to take the sting out of knight takes g4, and Wesley finds that too. And suddenly it's black who's on the back foot.
That knight is pretty much trapped in there, so rook f6 hits the bishop slides back, but now the rook goes to g6. Oh, he takes on g4.
Rook g6 in response to rook g3, black will win the bishop back. What
That's
tactical
so
presence
nice.
of mind with 8 seconds.
And I think that if you're Wesley, you have to go for that, right? You go rook g3, you take on g4, and then your rook goes to f1 to f5 to win back the g-pawn.
Great call, rook f1. Now black has to take rook f8, would be terrible because it would allow a discovery at the end of the trade. Wesley is going to pick up that pawn. Black is a little bit better here because he's got the better pass pawn on e5, but Wesley should be able to hold this.
The white king just goes to the center. If that black rook... Oh, that was a good move. But is there a rook f3 at some point that could actually transition to a losing endgame?
Absolutely, because black would have gotten his king to f4, and the superior king position in a pawn endgame can be the decisive factor, but that will remain behind the scenes. What will not remain behind the scenes is an incredible 30 minutes of bullet to decide this match.
We have a tied match right now. You wouldn't believe it after Wesley So stormed to a 7-2 edge in the 5+1. But the 3+1 is a mirror image. Roles reversed. Firouzja 7, Wesley 2. It's 9-9. Danya, what did we just see?
Listen, we've had a lot of tied matches in our SEC commentating career. We've had matches go to Armageddon, overtime. I don't think I've ever seen a match that's actually 2 matches. This isn't one match. This is a series between Firouzja and So. The first match happened in the 5-minute segment. It was a dominant performance by Wesley. The second was a dominant performance by Firouzja. He holds all of the momentum. Wesley will have to put the last hour behind him and play the best bullet of his career if he wants to knock off an on-form Alireza Firouzja.
We started with great expectations for Wesley So. It then turned into a tale of 2 different matches for Alireza Firouzja. We are tied 9-9, and the players, they're going to head to break. We're going to do the same. But before we do, we just want to give a shout-out and thank AG1, a new partner of the SEC. AG1 is your daily support of key health functions from mental performance to energy and the immune system. It's the one product that does the work of many. To find out more, visit drinkag1.com/chess or use the command AG1 in chat. Thank you to AG1 for sponsoring the SCC. And I think both players, they'll need to refresh themselves for the upcoming bullet. We'll do just that. Do not go anywhere, everybody. This is the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on Chess.com. Connect your Chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connectaccounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
Spell Chess is coming to Chess.com. Enchant your pieces with one of 2 spells, jump or freeze. Players start with 2 jump spells and 5 freeze spells, which recharge after 5 moves. You may cast your spell whenever you wish before making a regular chess move. Jump is a spell cast to 1 square, wherein if there is a piece on that square, other pieces can jump over the charmed piece. The freeze spell is cast over a 3x3 square area, and the pieces in this area are temporarily frozen in place. Combine your powers of chess and sorcery to defeat your opponent. Come see what Supercell and Chess.com have cooked up in our new variant, Spell Chess, dropping on September 1st.
Welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. He is the man of the hour. He had a great hour of 3 minute plus 1 second increment. He went undefeated against Wesley So. And Danya, with the bullet coming up, we have to relive the memories from the 2023 Bullet Chess Championship where Alireza Firouzja finished in third place.
And I was just lucky I didn't get to play Alireza in the BCC, because if he showed the kind of form that he did in all of his other matches, then I think that would have been a blowout. But Alireza Firouzja, he's so good at bullet. He's so ridiculously fast, and he is riding the coattails of an hour of momentum, Robert. Wesley was the man of the first 90 minutes. Firouzja was the man of the hour. Who's going to be the man of the last 30 minutes?
That remains to be seen. This is a tied match, Danya. We know Firouzja is a bullet phenom, but Wesley So is no slouch either. In fact, coming into this match, we were both shocked that in their bullet history, it was Wesley who actually had the lead. Granted, that was from 3+ years ago.
I think we talked about this yesterday. Some chess fans tend to assume that just because a player is relatively less experienced in a bullet time control, that means they're slow, that means they can't pre-move, and that means they can't play fast. Not so with Wesley. He's played a lot of bullet. He's experienced more so than people realize, and he is a very, very difficult bullet opponent. Here we go. 30 minutes to decide this incredible match, and we have another Caro Khan.
Yeah, this has served the players well. They, I think, had an even affair in a previous matchup, but I like this in quicker time controls. I stand by it. If you can take a pawn, grab it, and force your opponent to prove compensation, you do just that.
And now you can play bishop takes c6 and queen a4. This is a common trap in the Caro, and Wesley's blundered in the first game of the bullet.
And queen takes c6 check, you have to play king e7. Oh. You're lucky that you don't lose in the spot because the rook on 8 is loose. But Daniel, somehow this isn't quite game over, even though it looks very bad for black.
I think it's very close. G takes f3. You have to pick the bishop back up. I mean, you could play queen b7 check, but there was no need. Now, rook c8 could be met with queen d6 check, trading the queens, and then playing b4. White's up 2 pawns for essentially no compensation here.
Yeah, once you get b4, and that feels like it's game over, and the misery continues for Wesley. As soon as we left the 5+1, it's like Alireza Firouzja was a different person. Donna, you are so strong in bullet chess, and the eval bar is creeping down a little bit. Do you think that Wesley has some outside chances?
Well, he has to break through White's center to garner any chances whatsoever. Firouzja is going to prevent that from happening with f4. I think the only chance to stir things up for Wesley, yeah, he's going after the f-pawn. He's going to try to go rook g8 and rook g4. There's definitely some chances. The knight is a very difficult piece to handle in bullet, and we see Wesley fighting tooth and nail to generate active counterplay. Good job here, but I think Firouzja is just in time to secure that pawn with his king.
After king e3, I'm already looking at f6 and e5 ideas, exploiting a pin on the diagonal. This is kind of messy stuff. And for Wesley, he just brings his king in and says, white is frozen.
White is frozen. He's also down on time. And there's your f6 move, opening up a pathway. Now e5 is a massive threat. Firouzja has to step away with his king. Very heads-up move, Robert, because now he's got a pin. He's got a little bit more time to reshuffle his pieces and bring them to better central squares.
Now, speaking of better central squares, the king goes to e6, and look at this. Black has these great pawns on d5 and e5, and the eval bar says Wesley is worse no more.
And he can take the pawn on h2, and he's no more down any pawns. Instead, he goes the other way, going for activity. I'm a little bit worried about the prospect of White playing b5 and getting those connected passers, though.
What if Black plays d4 here, opening up king d5, king c4? There could be a mating net against the white king.
Great call. This is completely a 3-result game. c6 by Firouzja.
And if king d5, c7, I don't think Black is in time to go forward at that point. So king d6, that feels smarter.
But there's a check on f6, defending the pawn laterally. Now the knight can jump into c5, and Wesley's in trouble once again.
Yes.
And he's going to lose.
The Black king can only go so far. You're not getting into the enemy territory just yet. And if the rook goes back there, this seems too passive.
Rook b6 and rook b8, but that might be the only move that wins cleanly. Does Firouzja see it? He does not. And the game continues.
Wait a second. The Black king is sneaking in here.
Rook
king
g1. I thought rook g1 was a perpetual check. Now he's got knight c4.
Wow, what a move.
Oh my God, preventing the perpetual. Where's the check? It's on e6.
Queen e6.
Still going.
Oh, you stopped rook a2. So you are able to win the game.
God, and he's
still
still
no
trying.
Check.
Queen h3, d3.
Watch out for mate in the back rank.
Watch out for king b3 here. And that pawn is going to be captured by Wesley, but he should be losing now. Still not easy.
No.
Still not easy.
Can you get the H2 pawn? That's a big question.
This might be the craziest game to start a bullet segment I've ever seen. He's going the other way to A1, but now that king is on a very awkward spot.
Yes, and now the king helps the D pawn go forward.
Queen takes A6 there, would have won the pawn. I thought he should have taken the pawn. And they takes it now.
Okay, and king C3, just keep giving the checks. The A pawn should help out.
Mate
one's threatened.
Why might I lose this?
Goodness.
White's going to lose
D2?
this. No, he's not. Mate on B1! He's got mate on B1!
Oh, what a find!
And mate on B2!
Wow.
He had mate in 1-2 moves in a row, but he's going to force the queen trade and win the game.
Wow, there were ups and downs there. Miss mate in ones, but Danya, Alireza Firouzja, he found the necessary queen trade to win the game. He is leading the match for the first time.
What a great game. I lost track of how many times the evaluation turned.
Just unbelievable from Alireza Firouzja. He was down by 5 points, and he has obtained his first lead of the match. Wesley, he needs to get this game from the white side of the King's Indian.
And they've already had this line as well. They had this structure exactly once. Bishop E5 walks right into F4. I'm very curious what Alireza has in mind here, because generally, Robert, giving away your fianchettoed bishop leads to long-term weaknesses on the king side. It appears that black is okay here because of the activity of his knights and the potential for D4.
And the fact that the bishop on E2 is loose, otherwise bishop takes G7 would have won the D5 pawn. He goes right after it anyway, and if knight F5, bishop back to F2, Danya, I really like this for white. I love the fact that the white king feels safer. There's dark squares around the black king. That is not going to be easy to deal with. So this position, Wesley ahead by 10 seconds, I think he should be happy.
King safety is always crucial, but in the context of a bullet game with such limited time, I think it becomes the most important factor, even more important in many cases than material. If you're Alireza, yeah, I would put the bishop on D5 and try to disarm this knight before it strikes at F6.
Well, watch out for knight F6 check. The queen takes, the bishop on D5 is loose. Suddenly, white gets the pair of bishops against a pair of knights. So that is still a tactic that's in the air, and he takes on E4 for that reason, but this should be favorable for white.
White is definitely better, but this queen on F6 does a great job of holding these knights together. And Wesley covering the B4 square, he's probably going to get his rook into the game, but Alireza can do the same. And it's kind of hard for white to find a clear way to make progress. If you play G4, Robert, you weaken the F4 square and the knight is going to jump into E3, which it does anyway. A great move by Firouzja to gain counterplay.
And rook A to B1, defending the B2 pawn, because when you take on E3, the queen on F6 slices across the diagonal to hit that B2 pawn. Wait a second, he didn't protect it.
He didn't protect it. I think Wesley should capture it. Rook A to D8 would have protected it indirectly. And there's some compensation. I mean, white's king is a little bit airy, but it should definitely be... Oh, he's given up B2.
He wants A4 at the end, and the black knight goes into D4. This looks scarier for white, that's for sure.
Totally. White's got the perpetual, and I think he's got to take it.
Is it a perpetual? Because F6, Queen E7 check, if you go to H6, does
Bishop
white have
D1
enough
in
checks?
the end.
Oh, that would be clutch.
He's gone Bishop D1 first, just to prevent any shenanigans, and it's going to be a draw.
But if you're Firouzja, do you wait the remaining 13 seconds before allowing the repetition? I guess it was Wesley who had to play that last move, so that wouldn't have been too wise.
I would. I mean, oh yeah, because if he had gone King G8 with 1 second, suddenly Wesley could have done something unexpected. Okay, still a 1-point game for Alireza. He still hasn't lost a game since the 5-minute portion.
Incredible. But Wesley, he's going back to his childhood. He's digging deep in the reserves. He wants that French defense, Danya. He's striking at the center. And I think this is a good choice for him.
I think it's a great choice for him. You have to keep changing your lines in bullet, get new positions, pose your opponent with new challenges. And Wesley, I mean, he knows everything, and he used to play the French as almost his main repertoire when he was below 2,700.
And this position is one where white has yet to castle and can't easily do so. But the queen is just moving around a bunch, and white's pawns, they're advancing up the board. That sounds good, but they can be weaknesses later in the game. But speaking of later in the game, look at the king side for black. You haven't developed any of your pieces.
Yeah, there might not be a later in the game. And speaking of weaknesses, if white can induce b6, then the knight on c6 is incredibly vulnerable. It can be targeted by queen a4. That's exactly what he does. The rook comes out to c1. And Robert, the other problem is this prospect of knight b5 and then knight d6 check. Even if you sack a pawn on d6, the other knight can come into e5, the square that's vacated by this pawn. Wesley is already borderline lost out of the opening.
This is really terrible for Wesley. White just castles. A7 is hanging for good measure. Rook f to c1 threatens tactics along the diagonal towards the black king. You can't play knight e7 because knight d6 check happens.
Rook c1.
Oh my goodness. Every
it's
move
over.
is sad.
Rook takes c6, queen takes c6, and knight d6 takes b7. You win a piece. He's not going to miss that. He eats that for breakfast. He's eating Wesley So's rook for breakfast. He's got a 2-point lead for breakfast. Unbelievable.
Wow. So Alireza just secured his first lead. Now it's up to 2 points. He is the stronger player in bullet chess. But Wesley himself, he's nearly 3,100 bullet. He has chances, especially with the increment, but something is not clicking at this stage for Wesley.
It's only a 2-point lead, right? Normally, you would say that this is still a very close match, but you called it. Something's not clicking, and these games are getting worse and worse. In the 3-minute portion, all of the games were very combative. For the first time in this match, Wesley is starting to lose games in one-sided fashion. That was the most one-sided game of the whole match. Wesley has to find it in himself to turn this around.
I think this is a good opening choice for Wesley because you don't allow black to play an easy f5, and now white can strike on the king side, and that's exactly what's happening. Black is playing a4, but h5 usually hurts more than any of his queenside business.
And Alireza pursuing that queenside business, but the move queen a5 doesn't really create any threats. You often see white driving the bishop up to g4, but you got to be very, very careful not to blunder a check on d3.
So white will probably king f1 first, and then bishop g4, and if there's a trade, the queen gets to the h file very quick. Wow, f5 by Firouzja.
Great call. I think he has to seek active counterplay on the king side. Otherwise, he would have gotten steamrolled after the h file opened up. But Wesley, you called it king f1, and if black plays f4, obviously the bishop isn't trapped. You can take the knight and then follow up with the positional bishop g4.
And knight to c7, I like that. Instead of committing the pawn to f4, you keep the tension alive. That way you can open up files, but wow, Wesley shuts the bishop on h8 forever. Danya, this is a positional approach in a tactical position.
I'm not sure I love h6. He kind of opens up Schrodinger's box there. I would have tried to keep the pawn on h5 as long as possible. Now Wesley's blundered f4, and I guess he can take the knight on c5 and get away with it.
Barely, but he does seem to get away with that. There's a queen takes g5. Where's the king? Oh, the rook on g1's protected by the bishop.
Oh my gosh, and then there's bishop f2 at the end of that line. Crazy.
Yeah.
That's exactly what Alireza is calculating right now. He's down to 9 seconds.
And he does trade on c5. The white king should step out the way, probably to h2. He goes to h1. It doesn't matter. The h file is safe. I think positionally, black is in huge trouble because the bishop on h8 is permanently trapped.
The bishop is buried. Black has to try to open the position up and ideally to go after this g5 pawn, which I think Alireza is doing. But bishop comes out to h3 at exactly the right time.
And don't blunder mate in 1. Oh, the queen can get into h3, but his rook h2, and the white queen can slide over. This is strategically lost for black.
It's amazing because it looks nice for black with this knight on d4, but now Alireza's position really starts to crumble. He's dropped a pawn on a4. The knight can circle back around to d5, and then Wesley can pursue a campaign of patiently advancing his queenside pawns and playing against this bishop.
I'm nervous to jinx him because he's had good positions before, but this has been exquisite from Wesley So thus far.
So far, he's made 0 mistakes. Alireza keeps trying. He's poking and he's prodding, and we know how tricky he is. He will not go down until this game is over.
And the g5 pawn needs to be defended. Otherwise, that bishop is free. The bishop is locked in the corner. And look at this. He hasn't pushed any of his pawns. He doesn't want to create weaknesses, but then at some moment, he needs to push a pawn in order to go for a win.
And he does, and he takes the plunge, and this is still very low-risk chess. The pawn on c4 is protected. Everything's protected. It's annoying for Wesley that he has to babysit his g5 pawn, which doesn't allow him to use the services of his queen. He's trying to also gain a little bit of time, but a 1-second increment isn't enough to do that, as we see an exchange sacrifice by Alireza.
I would not have allowed that if I were Wesley, because in comes the queen, now b4, c4. These squares are loose, and what just happened here?
And finally, the bishop comes out to f6, but I think it's too little too late. He's dropping too many pawns. He's down in exchange for no compensation. And the rook's going to go, c5, beautiful.
Rook D7's coming. Rook B7, the 7th rank.
Oh,
Whites.
wait. Not over yet. Still Alireza's fighting. It's crazy how
Rook
long
D8
he's
check
able
and
to...
Rook D7.
King G8.
Oh my
King
goodness.
H8. And you take H6?
No, but Rook E7's so smart because you take the E pawn, now you have a pass pawn of your own.
And you have the threat of Rook E7 check. I don't think Alireza is going to be able to keep that B pawn. And even if he does, it shouldn't matter.
No, and it wasn't perfect here, but now he has found his way to victory. The king can always come in via the light squares. The E-pawn goes up the board, and that should finally, at long last, do the trick.
Bishop B7 check. Alireza's still trying.
My goodness.
God, you can't bring the guy down. He won't die.
Never. And I think F5.
Takes and H4. I think it's a draw.
Oh my gosh.
E7.
Wait, E7, King E6.
He blundered E7. If he had kept his bishop and supervised the square, that was a theoretical draw, even without the 2 pawns.
But very difficult to play in bullet chess because you're tempted by 3 different options. You pick the wrong one, and as soon as that happens, you allow the pawn to go forward. So Wesley finally gets back in the winner's column. He gets a victory in that game, and now we once again have a 1-point match. Danya, Alireza's the favorite in bullet chess, but Wesley's proving that he can handle some of the heat.
That was Wesley's first victory in over an hour, and that was very important to show him that, yes, I can still win games against Alireza Firouzja. Now he's 1 win away from tying this match once again. Man, what a crazy, crazy match as Wesley prepares G5 and G4. I love this strategy in a bullet game. We saw him doing this in a game in the 5-minute portion. This plan is even stronger with less time on the clock.
You said crazy. He says, yes, please. He wants to get this game into hectic waters. He wants to play G5 and G4, but no, he castles kingside. So Wesley decides to take a solid approach. I don't think that's called for in a bullet game.
I agree. Now I like Alireza's position. He's got this classic queenside expansion. He hits the queen and perhaps forces it back to an awkward square on E8. Now, you could still consider G5, but with castles kingside, I think that's way too risky. And you're also walking into potential tactics there with knight takes G5.
Yeah, I would not want any part of that. So the knight goes back to F6, but it feels like white just gained a few free moves. And King H1, is he hinting at G4 for himself?
And is Wesley hinting at G5 for himself?
Wow. The queenside expansion, then in the center, Danya E5. It's not loose just yet, so that's the good news for Wesley. But the board opening up is typically not good for the side without coordination. That rook on 8 is not playing.
God, Wesley's position, though, it's so awkward. It's like his position just hit puberty. Like, none of his pieces are coordinated. And a sacrifice on G5 by Firouzja as he blasts open the F-file. I love this in the context of a bullet game. Can you imagine having this with 10 seconds on your clock?
No, thank you, because look at this. He gives up an exchange, but F7 is defended. That's the good news for Wesley. You can play H4, but this game will continue. And I believe that the king on H1, that might be the less safe king of the two.
I agree, especially because the G1 escape square is covered by Black's bishop, which is why Alireza wanted to keep this pawn cover intact. Wesley trying to take some minor pieces off the board. He's given up the E5 pawn. I still think Alireza should be able to win this game, but maybe knight F4 holds on.
I goes knight F8. Knight F7 is just a single check, not too scary. I just feel like that king in the corner, the dark squares are going to be a problem. And if that knight gets to H5 done, if a black knight gets out there, watch out for that king safety.
Yeah, that's a huge problem. And Black was not far away from that. I think that's why Alireza played E5. He was trying to prevent knight F6, and now he doubles on the F-file. But here comes Wesley's knight maybe to G5. Rook F6 is a move.
Both sides are making mistakes here. Natural.
Just nerves at this point.
Okay, is there some kind of threat? I don't see actual threats for either side.
Me neither. Knight G5?
Oh, and there's a back rank problem. Knight G5 was a great move.
The rook was temporarily undefended, but here comes Wesley's pawn up to A3. It goes. It's anybody's game.
White could have taken the pawn, but now this rook takes F7 and trade queens.
And what do you make of this endgame?
Black. In bullet, this has to be winning for Black.
But how does Black progress? The rook on A4 cuts off the king, and White will bring his own king to the queen side. I think he might be able to save it tempo for tempo.
Oh, that knight gobbles another pawn, and then put your bishop on d6 and then bring your knight back to the center with knight d5.
And he's gone to b6. I think Alireza could have played pawn b6 to trade off the pawns with 0.6 seconds.
Barely getting the moves off.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. No, this is scary. And Wesley, if he wins this, he ties the matchup.
There's b6. Has he chosen a good moment to play it? Wesley's still playing for a win. King
of course
c8.
He is.
King b8.
Knight d5.
Wesley's win the pawn? He's winning now.
If he gets that pawn, this has to be a win. This reminds me of a game that happened recently where Rajabov was playing against Keimer, I think. It was actually, I think, exactly this endgame.
Will we get bishop and knight versus king? I actually don't think so. I think Wesley can circumvent the need to mate with knight and bishop, but you never know. First of all, he still has to make actual progress. That's not a given.
No, but he's going to reroute his knight. Knight c7, the knight comes to e6 into d4.
This game is taking another 5 minutes off the match clock. I feel like they've played 2 games, and we're already 20 minutes in. Crazy.
Well, that's what happens when you have long end games. But now the white king cannot protect c4. The black king is playing this waiting game, knight b3 to d2, and then the rook has to make a decision. The black king gets to e6 and the e5.
Too few squares. The rook has to abandon the c4 pawn, and now the position is becoming resignable, and he resigns. And Wesley has won 2 in a row on demand to tie this match with 10 minutes to go. Could this be any better than what it is?
If you told us that somebody is going to make a comeback in Bullet, I don't think we would have picked Wesley. And Wesley, after a 2-game deficit, he wins back-to-back games, and now it's an even matchup, Danya. 11.5, 9 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Who would you say is the favorite?
Man, you're putting me on the spot here. Just based on bullet skill, I would say that it's Firouzja, but the way that Wesley is keeping his composure in very difficult positions, that last game, he was down 15 seconds. His king was wide open, and Firouzja was objectively winning, and somehow Wesley found one resource after another to keep that game going. Now it's Firouzja's turn to go after White's king, g5 in a London system, as he tries to drive his kingside pawns up. The King's Indian has served Firouzja very, very well, and I think he's got another great position out of the opening.
And the knight goes back to e7, rerouting probably to g6, trying to go for some expansion on the king side. But Wesley's playing in the center. And look at that move. Bishop h5 just poking at the knight. And that knight on e1 can go to c2. At some point, the d file will have to be fought for. And it looks like White is the first one to bring some heat to that fight.
Oh, and e4 is such a committal move positionally. He opens up the bishop on h2, which now aims at the c7 pawn. Wesley improving the placement of his knight. You called it, Robert. It's coming over to d4. The queen could move up to d5, and suddenly it feels like White's the one with the big initiative in the center. Black's pawns are not going to checkmate White's king on their own.
And if you play f4 to blunt that bishop, the e4 pawn is very loose. So this is a difficult position. Alireza does strike with f4. And look at how quickly Wesley responded with rook e1. Honestly, I don't even care if it's the best move. The fact that he's leading on the clock is so important.
He's been leading on the clock most of these games, which has been really impressive. He's managed his time really well. He's taking all of Black's pawns, but Firouzja getting really, really active in the center. Watch out. The c2 knight is undefended. Can Wesley continue gobbling up all of Black's pawns?
Rook takes c7. That looks like another free pawn. There is no good discovery. He plays knight e1, a very Wesley-like move. He's saying, I'm already up 1 pawn. Why do we need a second?
Instead, he tries to disarm the knight on d3, which is Black's most active piece. His bishop on h2 also needs to be freed at some point, so you could consider a well-timed h4 to break apart Black's pawn chain.
And just don't get back rank checkmated. That rook needs to stay on the board. Maybe bring your rook to e7, double on the 7th rank, but then rook to d8 could be scary.
Uh-oh. Now what do? King f1, bishop d3 is mate. You got to go to h1 to cover the check with the bishop.
That's such a hard move to play, but when it's your only move, Wesley should be able to find it. But he plays g4, so he makes space for his king. Bishop e4, f3, rook e2 check. This looks scary.
And he's going to drop the f3 pawn, and suddenly it looks like Firouzja's in the driver's seat. Bishop d3, he's got the perpetual check, and I think he's got to take it. Rook e1 and rook e2 is perpetual, but Firouzja playing for the win now.
Is he playing for a loss? He's trying to win this game, but the white king is not getting checkmated here.
But is Wesley playing for a win, or will he take the plunge and play king g2? No, can't really blame him for that. King g2, apparently the king could have snuck out to h3. But, man, that will remain behind the scenes. We're still tied.
Whew, so Firouzja, he does not lose that game, but he is willing to risk it. That much is clear. We get another Italian game. Wesley, he's been playing well from the black side, but in this exact type of structure, he went g5, and we saw a piece sacrifice in that last game.
Yeah, he keeps trying out new setups in the Italian. This time he gets his bishop out to g4. Now, of course, okay, back to d7 he goes. No, he did do that in the previous Italian game. The point is to create a hook on g3 that he can use to expand on the king side. But will he actually play g4 now?
And will he really castle queenside? Oh, he does
it
with his pawn out on a5, Danya. That looks so risky.
It looks really terrifying. Firouzja's going to go b4. Let me tell you, Wesley is not going to take on b4. He's going to try to keep the queen side closed for long enough to give himself the powerful attack on the king side. I like this for black. This looks very appealing to me.
But look at this move, bishop b5. He wants knight c4 next, and he wants to go after the black queen side. But who is first here? h4 followed by g4 looks like it's lights out.
It really does. Once the g-file opens up and black plays h3, I feel like Firouzja is actually much, much slower on the other side of the board. And maybe he should play h4 himself to try to slow down black's progression of pawns on the king side. Good move. Heads-up choice by Alireza. I think this is the most resilient option.
And look at Wesley. He says, you're going to open the g-file. My rook is going to leap into the action. Oh, queen h3 is coming.
Rook takes h4. Check is a huge threat. Therefore, bishop c4 doesn't work. I think Wesley's borderline winning here. He's crashing through.
The bishop on b6 is the hero. It pins the f2 pawn. So rook h4, queen takes g3 check. That's the deciding factor.
Another great move by Firouzja to cover the h3 square. The only way to keep himself in the game. Now Wesley can slowly accumulate the attack. But no, he does sack the exchange. Will this backfire?
Why would it backfire? Queen e7. Go right after the h4 pawn. If queen to g3, there might be rook g8. Bring all of your pieces to the party.
You're absolutely right. This wins the game. Queen h3 walks into a discovery with knight takes f2. White has no time and no position. And I think Firouzja is going to drop this one. Knight f6 or knight h6. The cherry on top, Robert. And Wesley's going to take this game.
Wesley can win the queen. He hasn't even captured it yet. And look at this. He takes the pawn on h4. He wins on time, but he was cruising on the board.
This is so impressive. We've had amazing performances by both players in this match, but Wesley's 2-point comeback and now a victory with black to get the 1-point lead in the match. Firouzja has been in this situation before. The only difference is that there are now 4 minutes left in the match, and so the win becomes absolutely necessary.
Dare we say that Wesley might have been underrated in Bullet Chess? He's now over 3,100. Let's get him in the Bullet Chess Championship next year, but that's a year away. This is right now. And Danya, we have another King's Indian defense. Firouzja has had some good success with it from the black side, but Wesley's taking a positional approach.
In the context of a bullet game, I really like this pawn structure for black because it's very, very tricky. The knight typically comes to e5, and then you've got ideas like knight d3. You often advance your a pawn down to a4, so even though white has the space advantage and an undisputed objective edge, in a bullet game, it's very, very easy to lose control of this position. Let's see how Wesley arranges his heavy pieces. I vote for queen c2 and rook a to d1, or queen d2 and rook a d1.
Looks perfect. Bring that rook to the center. The d6 pawn is quite loose, and black expands with a5, maybe a4 in the future, but it does feel, at least at first glance, like the d6 pawn is the biggest weakness, and then I remember c4 is a target.
It most certainly is. The knight on c3 is also loose, and it can be targeted by queen to a5, which I think is likely to be Firouzja's next move. Okay, never mind. He's jumping into d3. He still could play queen a5 next, and this is why I like this from a practical point of view for black. Really, really hard for white to handle these complications.
And those knights, they look a bit flimsy there. The knight on c5, it's ever kicked. The knight on d3 is loose, but you can't play b4. Black has that square under his control.
f5 is also a really, really nasty move, opening up a second front in the center. And if white plays e takes f5, your minor pieces are going to get overextended because black will be able to play rook takes c3. I still like f5 here. Firouzja has to involve the second side of the board.
But if the bishop were on d7, he might find f5. But with the back rank so vulnerable, it's much more difficult to play, even if the engine approves of it. So he goes back to a5 with his queen, and we look at this position and we say, what is the plan? He goes for f5, Danya. You called it, and finally it's on the board.
Man, but it would have been so much better a couple of moves ago. Things still really, really complicated here. Wesley drops his bishop back to a defended square. It's anybody's game in this time scramble. Bishop back to d7. The e-file is now open. And I think Alireza should trade queens and go for that endgame.
Yeah, these knights, though, are loose. So b4 is something you have to watch out for. And that's why he plugs the square with his own knight. Danya, the d6 pawn still loose, but the b3 pawn is not much stronger.
I think the position is probably dynamically balanced, to use the best commentator phrase, but black is more active. Black's got more prospects to fork white's rooks and win white's pieces. And Wesley hanging by a thread here as Firouzja supports that knight with d5. Bishop b5. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Knight c2. Uh-oh. The rook is trapped.
Here they come. The rook is trapped, and that should be that. The knight goes to b2, but now you're down a clean sheet, and rook takes b3? Why do you go for that?
Rook takes b3, ended the game immediately. This should win the game as well. He's going to win another minor piece on top of the exchange, and he ties the match with a minute remaining.
So this could be the final game of the match.
God.
If it is a draw, we get 4 games of more bullet. People, fasten your speed belts. This could be the deciding game for the semifinals. I know you're rubbing your eyes. I can't believe what we're seeing here. Let's see who can come out on top.
I can't believe it either. And this is not the best time for the board to freeze.
Uh-oh, that is really not a good time. I'll try to keep everybody
not. There we go. There we go.
Oof.
We have a mainline Italian, thank God.
Thankfully, in this position, double pawns for black. But Danya, I tend to like having the open F-file against an enemy king.
Again, it's all about what's good in a bullet game. In the previous game, Alireza went for a bad line, but because you don't have time to figure out all the tricks, it's justified. I think the same thing is true here for Wesley. He goes d5, he's got the space advantage, and he's got ideas like knight g4, like knight h5, knight f4, but look at what's going on in the center.
Yeah, we had the box, some chess boxing there, and black decides to take on d4. Now the center's opening up, and look at this position. The d4 pawn could be a weakness. The e6 pawn could be a weakness. Is white going to play e5 on the next turn or trade on d5? These are very big questions, and they do not have much time to figure out the consequences of each move.
And Wesley is trying to answer those questions, but he's taking a lot of time to do that as he strikes at the queenside with a3. He is trying to induce b takes a3. Alireza says, I'll bite. We're probably going to get a trade on e4, and the pieces are starting to come off the board. Who do you think has the upper hand in this position as more pawns are getting captured by both sides?
Watch out for rook takes f3. That's the one thing that I'm looking at. I think he could have done it.
Totally.
Rook a takes f3, knight takes d4, and suddenly white's king was wide open.
And now he can take on a2. We're getting mass liquidation, but this is still an unbalanced position. Black's got the pass pawn on b7. So I like the endgame if white trades queens. I think Firouzja should try to keep queens on the board and maybe engineer.
He offered a draw.
It took a draw.
Yes, Firouzja offers a draw. Wesley accepts. And you know what? Even though I don't like draw offers, I understand the situation. They both don't want to have this game decided right here and now. They want the match to continue. They're doing it for the fans.
And they got what they asked for. The score is 13.5, 13.5. I think it's a reasonable draw offer. The position was objectively equal. And I think that in a blitz game, they would be likely to draw it. This is the most epic match of the SEC this year. And I think all of the other players would agree with us.
Yes, and we will start the tie breaks momentarily. The players, they do get to stretch their legs, but we have fireworks on the board. I'm loving every second of it. These are the fireworks that the people pay to see. And then we remember, wait a second, are you really paying? It is September, so feel free to do that. But this is an epic brawl between two of the best players on the planet. Let's remind you of the tiebreak rules here in the Speed Chess Championship, because for those of you who have not seen it happen before, you're like, what's next? It's 4 games of bullet chess. The 1+1 continues. They alternate their colors. And if it's 2-2 in these next 4 games, we get Armageddon. Who am I kidding?
Sure, Armageddon. You're getting Armageddon, but first they're going to play 4 games for 1+1. What an incredible match it's been. I'm impressed with Wesley's speed, and I'm impressed with Wesley's accuracy in the bullet thus far. He's not as experienced of a player, but it seems like he plays bullet every day on Chess.com, the way that he's played this match thus far. The games are off. Let's go.
Let's go. Alireza back in his chair, so let's tune into the action as the players. Well, it's going to be very nerve-wracking stuff from them. Oh, we've seen this before, Danya. It's that Sicilian where Wesley, he was able to take control of the light squares.
And I hope Alireza has done his research, because once Wesley dropped his bishop back to g3, the situation was dire for Alireza. I do not like that he's repeating this line, and he's worse again. Look at his squares in the center. Wesley is doing exactly the same thing that he did in their blitz game to a T. Or shall I say to a C.
This looks really good for white, because once that queen slides back, you don't want to go to b3 because knight c5 would hit you with the tempo. That's why he plays f3 first. Later, he can bring his queen back all the way to a2.
Lovely.
That way, bishop c4, knight at c4 to e3. But I'm just trying to work all my pieces into black's territory.
And Robert, it's bad enough when you suffer from a weakness on d5, but you've also got a major hole on f5. So the ideal square for White's knight is c3. Wesley has to decide if he's keeping the bishop, though. If he allows the trade, maybe Alireza could start advancing his h-pawn and generating counterplay on the king side, but that is very far away. Wesley goes for your approach and hits f7 directly with the bishop. He'll probably plant something on d5. There it is.
Why not? If you take on d5, the knight takes back, hitting the queen on e7. So the knight goes out to f6. That may encourage a trade on b7, but White actually isn't afraid of these bishop trades. It helps secure complete control of d5, and down to the bishop on f8. It stares into its own pawns, and right now that pawn that's staring at d6 is loose.
Wesley combining direct play and strategic play. He was attacking d6, using that to garner a tempo. I like the way that Alireza is trying to generate counterplay. Maybe something like g4, just to muddy the waters, is what the doctor ordered. Objectively, Black is borderline lost, but Alireza still holding on. Is he trying to castle here? I don't think so.
What? Watch out, because knight e7 check after you castle, and rook c3 was a winning threat, which is why he traded knights on d5. But strategically, this is losing for Black.
And now it's losing materially, too. I think Wesley should just garner that pawn on d6. He's got all of the advantages of an amazing knight against a terrible bishop, as well as an extra pawn, and he can get the queens off the board. This should be pretty much basic Brian for Wesley.
And the good thing for both these players, they don't have to stare at the match clock. There is no more match clock. It's a best of 4. The winner of that, they move on to the semis. If it's still tied, we get that Armageddon. But look at this. It is Wesley with the knight dominating the bishop. Can you even exit this pin on the black rank?
That's exactly what I was going to point out. King g7 can always be met with knight f5 check as long as the knight remains on e3, which is why Alireza tried to open up a different pathway for his king. Wesley said, not today, over my dead body, as he keeps his rook on d7, and will start to push his c-pawn momentarily.
But look at this. That rook on a1 will go after the g-pawn if the white king moves away from the king side. So the rook is on c7. The white king is in time to defend. But how does White push those pawns forward?
Alireza's resilience has been on full display over and over and over again. The guy just does not die, but I think he will die once this bishop is surrounded by White's forces. Bishop h6, can he hold on like that? No, it's got to be winning.
Look at that bishop on h8, c4, c5, c6, c7. I feel like now is the time.
That's the exact same bishop that Alireza had in that King's Indian game, which Wesley won in the bullet. It's a similar position. This one's even more one-sided because there's zero counterplay on the other side of the board.
So how does White actually promote the pawns? That's the big question. Can Black somehow freeze White? That's what you're aiming for, but no. Now that the second pawn drops, it should be straightforward.
It's resignable. There's no stalemate tricks because you still have an h-pawn, and the bishop still has a square. f3 wasn't even hanging because of the fork. Good awareness by Wesley, and he is so methodical, winning the first game of the tiebreaker and immediately putting Alireza's back against the wall.
And immediately going back to e4, e5, he wants the solid approach in bullet chess. These games have been chaotic, even though they start with a very solid set of moves. But as we see the game continue, this is one where the players, they're very familiar.
They're very familiar indeed. And Wesley keeps doing this. He plays bishop g4 to induce h3. Alireza changing his approach. This time, he tolerates the bishop on g4, but Wesley doing exactly what he did in that sparkling bullet game, castles queenside. I love this approach in the context of a bullet game. I feel like Black's attack is much easier to conduct on the king side than White's on the queen side.
I'm with you. We saw that in the last game they played in this variation. And Alireza didn't have time to look into this line. But look at this. Instead of a3, b4, he goes right after that a5 pawn that's sticking out. And White can just go after it, win it, and then that's bad news for the Black King.
Absolutely. And more bad news, h5, which is the typical attacking move, is met with h4. And in this particular version, Black doesn't have a rook on g8. Black doesn't have a bishop on g4. Now he does, of course, but it's taking Wesley longer than he expected to set up these threats on the king side. And Firouzja takes the opportunity to grab that pawn on a5, and he's attacking c6, and he's going to be attacking b7, and now it's Firouzja who's striking first on the queen side.
He is indeed, and there was a big difference. That white pawn was on h3 in that previous game. Without a pawn on h3, Danya, there's no hook. If he plays queen a3, bishop e5, that is sickening.
That is incredible geometry. That is 2010 geometry vision right there. That queen on e7 was left undefended when the rook left e8. This is beautiful, but the game is far from over. Wesley finally sets the wheels of attack in motion. He should play c5 here and force the bishop to give itself away for the knight.
Yeah, but he got a thumbs up from me. That was a sick tactical find. But black is striking. Look at this. H5,
I'm
H4.
telling you.
Will it be H3 or G3? You don't even know. So this is looking very scary for Firouzja's king.
It's terrifying, especially after a move like H3. You actually can meet it with G3. That knight on E3 is a very stable defender, and the fact that it guards the G2 square is very valuable. Firouzja meeting fire with fire.
That is an incredible move, that F4 push, because that way there were no forced pawn trades, and now that the F file is opened up, white has some counterplay of his own.
And black desperately trying to generate counterplay, but such an accurate response by Firouzja. He takes C6. He's 2 moves away from winning this game. Queen A4. Queen A4 should do it. And
Just
rook F7.
don't move your knight from E3. That's the key. Stops the checkmate. This is a checkmate. It's a resignation. We have a tied match once again.
Wesley shook his head in frustration, but that might have been the highest quality bullet game that we've seen thus far this match. It was a wire-to-wire victory for Alireza, going for a line where he lost several games and winning it in style on the queen side. 2 more games, and the match is still tied.
And look at this. Knight hopped into E5. Wesley's playing these offbeat variations. He just wants the bishop pair and to play for a long-term edge.
This is actually a very, very good line. I think it's an underrated line. Now, typically, you see white's bishop coming back to D3, and the knight from B1 swings on over to F3 and potentially later clamps down on E5. The position resembles a London system, but it's an improved version for white.
Although the black knight might jump into E4, and then black follows up with F5, and he was a move too slow, so he didn't jump in too soon with the knight, and that means you're not going to be able to create some counterplay on the king side.
Well, if you're not creating counterplay on the king side, you might create it on the queen side with B7, B5. But his last move indicates that Alireza is not thinking about the minority attack. He is thinking exactly about the idea that you outlined. I love this for black. The knight on E4 is very hard to dislodge without opening up the F file for black's rook.
So knight back to H3, then kick that knight there with pawn to F3. No, he takes on E4, but Donnie, this looks scary for white.
This pawn is in white's grill. The knight is coming around to F5. The most important thing is that it's an easier position to play for black, and he takes F3, and their bishop takes G3. He missed it.
No. That is a hard move because you don't actually win material with that bishop takes G3. You actually sacrifice a piece for 2 pawns, but that was available to him. The engine, of course, off to the side helps us spot these tactics.
Wesley has to secure his bishops, and he does just that. Rook E1 to F1 is such a mature move. Knight takes G3 is now not possible. The bishop would have recaptured, and now he moves his bishop away from F3. It looks like Wesley has more or less stabilized the situation as Firouzja prepares to double rooks on the F file.
And I would take white in this position. I love the bishop pair. At the right moment, white might think about G4 and bishop H4 just to unravel a bit. And bishop H3, watch out for that E6 square.
Bishop H3 is a heads-up move, focusing his forces on that square. But Firouzja going back to home base, trying to get this knight around to E4. He trades the rooks first, giving Wesley the F file. And look at the light squares on the king side, Robert. Wesley kind of surrounding them with his bishop.
I love that decision from Wesley, but Alireza, he's hanging in tough right now. The E6 pawn is loose, so you have to be very careful here for Firouzja.
Anytime there's a knight in the center, there is going to be danger. Wesley repeating moves. Is he going to go for the draw? No, he's not. He feels that he's got some winning chances in this endgame, and I think he does. I think he's still a little bit better, but Firouzja doing a great job of seeking active counterplay on the king side.
Yeah, moves like G5 are excellent. You can't get an H5 because the bishop on F3 covers that square along with the queen on E2. So this is what Firouzja needs to do. He needs to make sure that he has space of his own. Otherwise, the bishops will thrive. But here, look at that queen into B1. This could get tricky for Wesley.
It absolutely could. I actually think Wesley should bail out, and Firouzja's the one who's making motions to play for a win. But look at that move, bishop G4, immobilizing the knight, because white is now aiming at the E6 pawn. He goes back to F3, and we might get some sort of a 3-move repetition here, Robert. I don't think either side can really make any progress here.
I'm wondering if black can play queen E4 check. And he goes for it.
And we're going to get a trade, and we're going to get another trade. And is black trying to get the king to B3?
But there's no way that you're in time because the white can go to G4 and H5. Who's winning the race?
It could have been white, but Wesley doesn't want to find out. He wants the next game to decide the match. This is, I think, almost a guaranteed draw at this point. Firouzja's technically in the driver's seat, but he can't make any progress from here.
Yeah, he'll have to play E5, but that could backfire because that pawn H6 was untouchable. We have a draw, which means this 4th and final game of overtime could decide the match if we have a winner.
Well, it's going to be either this game or the next game, so there's really no point in taking a quick draw. And we are going to get another Italian. Firouzja has the white pieces in this final bullet game of the tiebreaker. Which approach will Wesley take? Again, there's that G5 move, but this time Wesley follows up by castling kingside, something that he hasn't done yet in this line.
I think Wesley would be happy with the draw because then you get to Armageddon, which Wesley, as the older player between the two, has more experience in. But how can you force a draw in this position? It's about to be a slugfest on the king side. King G7, Knight E7, Knight G6, maybe push some pawns over there. Both sides will have their chances.
I'm biased in favor of Black's position because I feel like Black's attacking ideas are easier to perceive and so easier to play. At the same time, Black is riddled with holes, right? The F5 square, big weakness. The king is a lot less safe. So Wesley has to justify that with accurate play on the king side. G4, really powerful move, blasting open the king side, getting the knight involved in the attack. This is getting dangerous for Alireza.
Yeah, the bishop slides up to G3. That's the good news, that you don't lose the piece. But rook still comes to G, pawn to F5, and here they come.
Oh my gosh, D takes E5. I think he wants F4, sneaking the pawn in. No, he takes on E4 and vacates the F5 square for his knight. Wesley is attacking with his pieces, and don't sleep on the role that the bishop on A7 could play. What is happening here?
He went D5 with a fork, but Knight F6 hits the bishop on H5, which is loose. And if Knight F6, EF6, the Knight on E7 is in trouble. The King on H8 is also in danger. Suddenly, this seems to be turning around in Alireza's favor.
He missed that move. And Robert, you're right. If you take twice on F6, you run into bishop E5. And so he's got to leave that F6 pawn alive. The queens could get traded here. And we're going to get some sort of a weird endgame where Black still has enduring chances against White's king. But it looks like the worst is behind Alireza.
Yeah, because White currently is up 2 pawns, and after Knight takes G3, Rook takes F6, it's just going to be 1 pawn, it's a double pawn. But I still think that there are chances for both sides, given that there isn't a clear bailout.
And Black has control over some key dark squares on the king side. The White king is currently kept in a cage, but it can eventually uncage itself via H2 and H3. As Alireza activates his rook and tries to infiltrate D7, Wesley prevents it. This knight on H4 could also jump into G6 at the right moment or move back to F3.
And look at the rook. It goes back to D8, but we're going to see a rook trade being offered and denied. So this could be a repetition at any moment. But who's playing for the win?
Well, Alireza was the one who declined repetition. I think Wesley, as you said, probably okay with a draw. But I think this might be backfiring because of the terrible, terrible position of White's king.
But look at this, Knight F5, the trade has happened, so it doesn't matter that the king is unsafe. With opposite colored bishops, it should just be a simple draw.
Robert, Wesley actually had the move King F6 there, and the pawn on H6 was untouchable because the knight would have gotten trapped, but this was so hard to see, especially because Wesley was in the back foot for most of the second half of the game. I can't believe this, but we're going to get an Armageddon.
Look at these players. They've given it their all, and their all is good enough for us as fans and commentators, but it's not good enough to get by the other. There is only one game remaining that will separate this tie. It will break it because these two players, Danya, there were ups and downs in the 5+1 for Wesley, the 3+1 for Alireza, but when all is said and done, they have been every bit equals.
I started feeling that pang of sadness, Robert, because I could feel that this match was coming to an end. No, the players are giving us more entertainment. This match is the gift that keeps on giving. And how fitting is it that a match where the players have been this evenly matched and have gone back and forth so many times is ultimately going to come down to a nervy, incredible, exciting Armageddon.
And these are the rules for Armageddon. The most important thing is that Black wins with a draw. So the players, they bid the time for the opportunity to choose their color. The bid winner plays with the time that they bid. The opponent starts with 5 minutes. So how this often works is, let's say Danya and I are the two players who are playing. Danya, throw out a number.
Okay, 4.5.
Okay, so Danya bids 4 minutes and 30 seconds. I bid 4 minutes, 29 seconds. That means Danya gets white with the 5 minutes. I get black with 4:29. And a draw means that I move on and Danya is sent home. So this is going to be interesting. We'll wait to hear who the players, what numbers the players are going to pick. But in the meantime, just like the two of them, we will take a break. But when we return, it will be Armageddon. Do not go anywhere. This is the Speeches Championship presented by Coinbase. Armageddon on the flip side of this break. welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Alireza Firouzja is the man you see on the screen in front of you, and he is the player who is going to get the black pieces, Danya. He had the winning bid. He bid 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Wesley bid 3:48, so an 8-second difference in their bids. Alireza secures black. It means he has draws.
And bidding in Armageddon is kind of an art, and it depends on how comfortable you feel playing with little time. The second most important thing in an Armageddon format, Robert, the first being that black wins if it's a draw, is that there is no increment. Everybody in the chat should remember this. Flagging for the first time, pure flagging for the first time in the SCC match actually becomes a thing in the Armageddon, and that really influences your bid. If there was a 1 second increment, I think a player would be totally comfortable bidding something like 3 minutes. Now they bid closer to 4, which I think is a very sensible bid, especially for someone as speedy as Alireza Firouzja.
3 minutes, 40 seconds. That's quite a time deficit because spotting a minute 20 to Wesley So, we've seen his exquisite technique on full display in many of the matches today. And I think that Wesley will be happiest that he starts with 5 minutes. Remember, in the 5+1, he dominated 7-2.
Indeed. And if you're Wesley, remember, do not be afraid to flag. If you've got a situation where you can get rook and 3 versus rook and 3, and your opponent has 10 seconds, as fast as Firouzja is, play the clock as well as the game. And we've got, no surprise there, another Italian. Wesley has white. Firouzja starts with 3 minutes and 40 seconds. And here we go. Mainline Italian.
If you are Wesley and this h6, g5 stuff comes up, do you sacrifice the piece because Alireza doesn't have enough time to calculate? Or we just have to remember that it's no longer a bullet. 3 minutes, even if you're down on time, is plenty of time to work with.
I think it's the latter, and that actually makes it very hard to adjust. You've just played something like 50 minutes of bullet chess. You've kept one eye on the clock for the last hour. Suddenly, you can slow down, you can breathe. There's no increment, but that doesn't mean that you have to blitz out moves. And a case in point, Firouzja with a big decision here, Robert. Does he take the bishop? Does he go bishop b6? He keeps the status quo by dropping the bishop back to b6, as is so typical in these Italian positions.
Right, there's a stare down of bishops, but if you take on e3, after f takes e3, there's some pressure down the king side with the queen sliding to e1 and out on that diagonal. So look at black just playing solidly. I like it how quickly Wesley's playing. He's kept the initial time advantage.
Although the position is quite symmetrical, I like this choice for Wesley because the position is also open-ended. This promises a long middle game, and this promises a middle game as Firouzja forces the exchange of bishops, but in return, it costs him a potential tempo, and it costs him control of the center. It will force black to make a lot of hard decisions in the next couple of moves, and we're finally getting, Robert, some sort of direct confrontation between the armies as Wesley pushes d4.
Yeah, this pawn on d4 is well defended. You would like to play b4 and expand on the queen side, but then you have to contend with e takes d4, and the b4 pawn might be loose, but there are queen b3 tactics in the air. So this needs to be thought of. It can't just be played without using your calculation skills. And Wesley, he might expand with his b4 push.
Queen b3 itself was a low-risk move, but then you would have run into knight a5 related ideas. So he does play on the queen side, but he does it a little bit differently. He establishes a bishop on this very nice square. Notice that black can no longer play a6 because he took on b6 with a pawn. That is the drawback of the exchange on b6. The strength of it for black is that he's got this long-term pressure with his rook on the a4 pawn without the rook having made a single move, as Firouzja tries to trade another pair of minor pieces. And the more the position simplifies, the easier it becomes to play quickly for black, who's brought this time advantage down to 40 seconds.
That's huge because Firouzja is the faster player between the two of them. But Wesley, he has the type of position that he typically is able to win games, even from equal positions. He just maneuvers. He just gets a little plus here. The knight gets an f5 first. But Daniel, there isn't too much happening just yet.
There isn't too much going on, and black is definitely maybe a tiny bit worse because of his damage structure. But if you showed Firouzja this position and said, this is what you're going to get after 18 moves, I think he would be relatively happy. Now, the next big question, does black establish a presence on f4? The drawback of playing that move prematurely is that you're softening up the e5 pawn, and white can put a rook on d1 and start threatening things like d takes e5. Instead, knight f6 back to h7. Is he aiming for g5? It's a moot point. Does Wesley blunder the pawn at a4? He blundered a pawn.
He just hung the a4 pawn. The queen and the rook are lined up, and Firouzja takes it.
Oh, that's a huge deal. And Wesley had been doing great, building up that time advantage back to a minute. Now he's a pawn down for no compensation, and now Firouzja can play down the A file and try to trade more rooks.
The only good thing is Wesley is up nearly 50 seconds on the clock, so he can try to use that to his advantage. Wesley is a very nice person. Shameless flagging is not in his vocabulary, but let's learn some new language today, Wesley. You have to go for it.
It absolutely has to be in your vocabulary, and let's not overstate the case. Wesley is down a pawn, but he has this bind in the center that he's just established. He's also got access to the F5 square, and that means he has serious attacking chances against Black's king. I'll be honest with you, Robert, I actually do not dislike White's position here, especially after something like knight f5, which is on the board.
The extra pawn is not actually playing a part. Knight takes g7, followed by knight f5 check, followed by queen takes h6. That's a checkmating attack.
And a great defensive move by Firouzja. Very heads-up play there as he contests the f5 square. If Wesley takes and plays knight f5, that is now out of the question because Black will give up in exchange for the second knight. Wesley building up the attack with f4.
And there are knight takes e4 ideas in a position like this because the knight on f5 will lose its defender, but White will throw in knight takes h6 check, after which Black takes back, and then Black's king is open. So it's actually just an equal trade, but the position does not look pleasant for Black there.
And it's time to start talking about the clock. Firouzja is still down a minute, but he's now down almost to a minute on his clock. Again, there is no increment, and I think he just spent a bunch of time assessing knight takes e4. This is what Wesley is so good at doing. He's constantly asking Firouzja questions and forcing him to spend a certain amount of time. What's going on here? As the queen moves up to c6, the pawn is now hanging. Black can capture it on the next move if Wesley doesn't respond to the threat.
And it's a pretty big threat because you cannot afford to give up that pawn. And he brings his king to h2. So if knight takes e4, Donna, there might be tactics with queen sliding to b2 or to d4 even, like just attacking the g7 pawn with a mating threat.
But you see what he's doing. Every move, he is forcing Firouzja to calculate knight takes e4. And Alireza has no choice. He has to assess that move. He's down under a minute, and flagging now becomes a serious consideration. Knight takes e4 is on the board, and we're going to see queen b2. The knight will drop back to f6. And Black is hanging on by the skin of his teeth. Instead, he goes queen to d4.
But knight takes h6 with check. The g-pawn takes. The f6 knight is loose. I mean, the Black king is not safe at all here. And now Firouzja down under a minute on the clock.
And he's got to take back with a knight. If he takes with a queen, apparently there's knight takes g7. And then this move b4 to dislodge the rook from the 5th rank. And that might win the game. Wesley can win with a knight takes g7. And he found it.
Wow, he finds it because b4 kicks the rook off the 5th rank, and then knight h5 check is devastating. What a tactical spot from Wesley So.
Oh my lands, girl. And how crazy is it, Robert, that there isn't a single square, not one, on the 5th rank that the rook can move to. He's got to allow knight f5. Firouzja keeps the game going, though. He's going to try some sort of sacrifice on g2 to force a perpetual check.
Oh, and that's scary. Knight f5, check, the king moves back, queen f6, rook g2, there's king h1 maybe in some of these positions?
There's also king g2 and king g3, and I think he escapes the checks, but it might be a moot point, Robert. 20 seconds for Alireza. No increment. He's got to move.
And if rook takes g2 is played and doesn't work, it loses on the spot. So that means that Firouzja, who's down to 14 seconds, he is not going to be able to find a way out of this.
And Wesley should trade queens. Don't even think about it. Don't even think about it. Trade queens. Flag him.
Can he just go queen d8 check, queen d8, queen takes c7, and then rinse and repeat?
I wouldn't. I would only be looking at my opponent's clock, but he is playing this objectively. Careful now. This is lost. King f3. There's no checks. There is no perpetual here. No way. No way there's a perpetual.
There's only a check on e2 after the king went to f3. Instead it goes to g3. And now there are no more checks. That means the game is Wesley's. There's a resignation, and Wesley so breathes for the first time since the 5+1 time.
That's exactly right. And he deserves a breath because Wesley So has just delivered on a must-win Armageddon game. And not just in any fashion. He found knight takes g7 and b4. That was absolutely incredible. I have a pretty good feeling, Robert, of what our move of the day is going to be. I don't know about you.
Well, Wesley decides to get out of his chair. He was so happy. You could see it on his face. I know what our move of the day is. And Wesley, he looks out into the wild. That was an absolutely back and forth match. Wesley So beats Alireza Firouzja by a final score of 16.5 to 15.5. And it was as close as the final score indicates.
it was as close as the final score indicates. And even the Armageddon game itself was incredibly close. Wesley blundered a pawn. At some point, his time advantage started to dwindle, and he found it in himself to set up an incredible, decisive attack against Alireza's king and capped it off with a beautiful sacrifice. This is a very deserving win for Wesley So, who had to go through so much in this match alone.
And Wesley So is our first semi-finalist here at the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. He outlasts Alireza Firouzja to get there. What a match that was, Danya. I have to give hearts to both these players. I mean, let's come on, chat, get involved. Give those hearts for the players. They deserve it. They played such a great match. It went down to the very last game.
Why do you get that?
You don't have the tech that I do. You know, a guy moves, and now suddenly he's got all the cool tech.
My God, what a match that was. Huge props to both players. It takes two players, right? It takes two to create a work of art. And I think it's safe to say that this match, as well as a bunch of games within it, was a work of art in itself.
Well, we know what our savvy move of the day, so let's take a look at the savvy move presented by Coinbase. We'll be reviewing some key moves on the chessboard from today's match, and we don't have to go back in the day. We know what the savvy move was because, Danya, the queen took back a rook. How much more natural could it get? But it earned that question mark and earned Wesley a trip to the semis.
And it wasn't by means of knight takes h6 check. That is the low-hanging fruit that you can pick off. The problem is that black doesn't have to take the knight and keeps his pawn structure intact. Instead, you take not on h6, but actually on g7. The double exclamation mark is awarded for good reason. Now, Robert, after king takes g7, Alireza saw this idea, and both players saw that knight h5 doesn't work because the rook laterally defends the key h5 and f5 squares. This is the follow-up savvy move of the day. It's b4.
So nice. And earlier, Wesley played f4 to take away squares like e5 and g5 so that rook was out of real estate on the 5th rank. It couldn't go anywhere. Knight h5 was the follow-up, and it led to a devastating attack, and Alireza just didn't have enough time, even if there was a way to defend. So Wesley, he wins the match in Armageddon, and he moves on to the SEC semis.
And that indeed was our Coinbase savvy move of the day. How crazy is it? Wesley's ability to deliver in clutch situations. It would be one thing if he scored a blowout victory. Yes, that would be very impressive. But to me, the more impressive thing is that he suffered a very disappointing 3+1 segment. He was down by 2 in the bullet. We were already spinning that narrative in our mind. Alireza comes back. That's it. He's the better bullet player. Take that and toss it all in the trash, says Wesley. I ain't going down that easy.
No, Wesley rises to the occasion. He moves on, and we will bring on Wesley for an interview. So those of you who are still here, don't go anywhere, and please ask your questions. We will be able to ask some lucky chatters questions to Wesley So when we return from this break. This is the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Wesley So is your winner. We will hear his thoughts in just a few.
Yeah, I was in Silicon Valley. It was like the heyday of like things going on. All my friends were like going and getting jobs, or they were like out there raising venture capital money. And I'm like, hey, I've got this chess idea. And like, I'm going into like venture capital firms and they're like, chess is way too small to be investable. And so I literally have a list of investors, including some who still I'm friends with, who were like, I missed my chance. But like everybody said no, except your friend's mom. Except my friend's mom. Shout out to friend's mom. Yeah, she was like, I'll loan you money, but I don't want to invest. He's like, I don't want equity in your ridiculous chess situation, but just pay me back my 70 grand in a few months and we'll be good.
Yeah, it was actually after 3 years. So I paid her back like 100 grand. Anyway, those were the details of our first loan. But the thing is that not having venture investment, not being able to run the Silicon Valley like playbook made us do everything different. From the very beginning, Chess.com was a place to capture that chess curiosity from the very beginning. If you go back, 20 years in the internet, when you would go to your browser search bar, there was no search. It was just a browser bar. If you typed chess in there and hit enter, it would just put the .com on there and take you there. And so Chess.com captured the chess curiosity of the world long before the search engine was even built into the bar. It was just chess, enter, add the .com, go. And there were thousands of people each day showing that level of curiosity and arriving at Chess.com and then starting to see like, oh my gosh, there's a community here. Oh, there's some articles written by this guy, Danny. Oh, I can create a profile. But from the very beginning, Chess.com has been the receptacle of, of the funnel of like curiosity and then bringing you on in to show you the awesomeness that is chess. When all the other chess companies out there at the time, and there were more than there are now, back then, they all had logos of, kings, or they had knights or whatever. And we were like, we're doing the pawn. And the reason we're doing the pawn is because we're doing chess for everyone. We're not doing chess just for professionals. We're not doing chess like just for beginners. We're doing chess for everyone, starting with the pawns and on up. And that's why, people are like, well, that's not the strongest piece. It's not the most commanding piece. I'm like, no, but it's the piece of everyone. It's the piece of everybody. And that's why we started that way. So anyway, and just when it was putting that together, that I think I was at the perfect spot rating-wise and chess understanding-wise to make this happen. And maybe it would have gone a totally different direction if I had been weaker or stronger or whatever.
Welcome back to Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We are thrilled to be joined by none other than Wesley. So, Wesley, you just won one of the most epic matches in Speed Chess Championship history. How are you feeling right now?
Oh, thank you. Well, I'm very happy and very relieved. I really wanted to win that last game badly. To go all that way, played over 30 games and not win would be heartbreaking. So, it's incredible. I thought at first that the match would be smooth sailing after the 5+1 portion, but I wasn't sure if Alireza was working on his chest or anything, but apparently he does.
Wesley, what was your proudest moment of the match? Was it your performance in the 5+1, or was it your ability to surmount the 2-point deficit that you faced in the bullet and then top it off with a victory in the Armageddon?
Well, I wasn't proud at all of the match. I mean, I had a 5-point lead and to lose it very quickly, kind of a bit embarrassing. But I mean, of course, I'm happy to take the lead in the 5+1 portion against Levon, also against Alireza. But I'm supposed to have a very good track record on the 3+1 portion. Not sure exactly what went wrong there, but I obviously gotta keep it up. And I actually thought coming for the bullet portion, I need to be up at least like 3 games in order to have a chance. And surprisingly enough, it worked out well. I was playing fast enough, and it's just in the end anything could happen. I thought Alireza for sure was the favorite in the bullet, but didn't work that case. I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but I think the last game was pretty nice in the Armageddon. I lost a pawn, and I thought all hope was lost, but then he started using a lot of time in the clock, as happens. I think they made some mistakes. In the 3+1 portion, there was this game where I was completely winning, and then I lost on the clock or something. And also, I kept playing with white the King's Indian. I think I lost 4 or 5 games with white there. So maybe it's a bad idea to keep it going. Playing 1d4 or knight s3. Like, I was very happy with the positions getting with 1e4 or even the London opening. But the King's Indian, I thought white's always better, but it's not easy to play.
Yeah, Wesley, that makes a lot of sense. And normally you're very stoic. We don't see many reactions from you. But after you started losing your lead, you were reacting quite clearly on camera. Did you feel the match slipping away from you, or what were your emotions like during the match?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Definitely let go. I thought Alireza was gaining the initiative slowly but surely. In the middle of the match, I just tried to stop bleeding, losing 3 games in a row, and then losing a further 2 more. I just tried to make a few draws, and get some wins here and there if he lets me. But that was definitely a turning point in the match. I thought Alireza had the initiative also going to the bullet, and I was just quite lucky to be able to hold.
Wesley, you're potentially going to face Magnus
for
Carlsen.
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. I apologize. Please
No, go ahead. No, I was gonna. I was gonna mention that chess players have different personality, and I'm not like Hikaru, but it's fun to watch Hikaru matches, for instance.
Wesley, that makes a lot of sense. You're likely going to play Magnus Carlsen in the SEC. Does the prospect of facing Magnus excite you? Is that something that you would be actively looking forward to?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you want to improve on chess, you gotta play the very best of whoever is the very best at the moment. And Magnus has been #1 for over 10 years now. But he still has to win a match. I mean, I assume Ian is a big favorite against Arjun. And then, hopefully Ian can put up a good match against Magnus. Maybe I'll play him. But I have a very good record against Magnus. It depends on how good of a form he is on bullet in that day, because without the 1+1, I think I have a chance. I like playing chess, but with the 1+1 portion, I'm not really very good at it. So depends on how Magnus does. that day. But I'm very excited, of course, to compete against the best player.
Wesley, we have
But
a
actually,
few
the
more
speeches
chat
you don't really have much choice because you either play Hikaru, you either run into Hikaru, or you run against Magnus. So it's either one or the other. But it's fine. But meanwhile, I look forward to watching the other matches. For example, the Nakamura Caruana match should be pretty exciting too, and yeah.
Well, Wesley, you just won such a thrilling match against Alireza. How are you going to celebrate that victory?
Oh, it's good. Well, I'm actually in Berlin right now, my mother. So it's 7:30 in the evening here. I'm playing in this Armageddon chess series. So it has a blitz time control too, 3+2. So this is a very good practice and a warm up. Sam Shanklin is here from the United States. So we're gonna go have a nice Chinese dinner. We've been here 3 times previously. We know all the good places to eat.
Well, you're making me hungry speaking about Chinese food. Wesley, you deserve a very nice meal. You are playing in the semifinals of the SEC, so congratulations once again. You made the fans so happy watching you play what was an epic Armageddon match.
Thank you. Yeah, I always look forward to the Speed Chess Championship every year. It's become an annual tradition. Whether I'm playing or not, I'm watching the videos, watching you guys. So I'd like to thank you, Daniel and Robert, for your hard work today. The match was a bit longer than I thought. Also, I'd like to thank Goran and also Judith for all their hard work today. So thanks, guys.
Thank you, Wesley.
Thank you,
Always
Wesley.
with the kind words. We'll let you enjoy your dinner, but we will see you soon for more on the SEC. So thank you so much for playing an amazing match and stopping by.
Congrats.
That was Grandmaster Wesley So, the first player to etch his name into the semifinals. You see, he beat Levon Aronian. Then he takes down Alireza Firouzja in the quarters. His name alone is in the semis. Danya, he awaits the winner of Magnus Carlsen versus somebody, a name we don't know yet. But Wesley said, no matter who he faces, he loves the Speeches Championship.
Well, first of all, whoever that somebody is going to be, this is not going to be a walkover for Magnus, whether he plays Arjun Erigaisi or Jan Nepomniachtchi. So that is going to be a fascinating matchup in the quarterfinals. But man, selfishly, imagine a Wesley Carlsen match where both players are in such good form. I said this yesterday. I'm going to say it again today, Robert. I feel like the form of some of these players in this year's SCC is particularly amazing.
Wesley just demonstrated that, but he was disappointed with himself. He wants to win each and every game, but then when he stumbled in the middle portion, losing a bunch of games in a row, I think that remains with the players even more than their fine victories.
Absolutely. Of course, Wesley, he's hard on himself. He's self-critical. He demands complete excellence, but I think that he should be proud of the way that he surmounted a 2-point deficit when he previously held a 5-point lead. That doesn't just take a lot of chess skill. It takes tremendous resilience. It takes psychological stamina. It takes gumption. It takes a lot of skills that some of these top players possess more than any other player in the world. It's crazy.
Yes, it was indeed, and a 1-point match victory for Wesley. He says all roads to the SEC crown go through Hikaru Nakamura, who plays in the second half of the doubleheader tomorrow, or Magnus Carlsen. But that first half, the Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Arjun Erigaisi, the winner of that match plays Magnus Carlsen. The winner of Magnus versus the winner of this one plays Wesley. So Jan, he just entered the tournament, Danya. You know that he was hungry for victory. And Fabiano, he faces Hikaru as the huge underdog. Will we have a second day in a row where an underdog upsets one of the favorites?
Man, 2 amazing, mouth-watering matches tomorrow. It's sad that Ding is not in the SEC, but I think I'm going to venture a guess that Jan Nepomniachtchi is a pretty able replacement. I've actually never seen Jan and Arjun play in any format, so I'm looking forward to that one. And obviously, any match featuring Hikaru Nakamura is bound to be a crowd favorite, particularly when his opponent is someone as strong as Fabi, who's shown such tremendous improvement in faster time controls over the last couple of years.
It remains to be seen who will move on, like Wesley So just did, but that is tomorrow's news. And we also want to announce a very exciting series for the community. Join the fray in the brand new Variants Community Series. We're looking to crown the best players in chess variants, starting off with King of the Hill. Enter weekly arenas each Thursday. That's tomorrow, don't you forget it, to prove your prowess in King of the Hill and book your ticket to the championship at the end of this variant cycle. For more information on the arenas and how to join, use the command Variant Series in chat. Danya, I know you love chess variants. Is King of the Hill one of your favorites?
Definitely, I would put it probably in the top 3 alongside Fischer Random and maybe 3 check. King of the Hill is fun because you can checkmate somebody in conventional fashion, but you, on top of that, you add this really interesting rule, which honestly creates some fascinating tactics and some beautiful combinations. Let me tell you, we had plenty of both of those things today.
Yeah, and I never mind when I lose King of the Hill because my king's supposed to be in the center. So I'm not castling. If I get checkmated, so be it. But it is a lot of fun. And Donna, we just had a lot of fun watching the match. Any final thoughts of what we saw between Wesley So and Alireza Firouzja?
Well, first of all, a great privilege to be here throughout this match and commentate it with you. I had an absolute blast. What's stressful for the players is fun for the commentators, and we had so much fun. We thought that this might be a blowout. And I'm going to say this, I'm really happy that it wasn't. I'm really happy that this came down literally to the final game. It was an amazing performance by both players, but ultimately Wesley So, that guy, is unstoppable in SCCs.
And when you hear the word clutch, maybe Wesley So epitomizes that. That was a clutch finish in Armageddon. He wins in the end, taking down Alireza Firouzja. He moves on to semis. The action at the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase does not stop here. It continues tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your nights. Enjoy the ride tomorrow. We'll see you then tomorrow in the SCC presented by Coinbase.